It's Wednesday, November 4th, and we're still waiting. We start here.
We feel good about where we are.
An historic election goes into overtime.
We want all voting to stop.
There are red states and blue states, but there is still a ton of gray left on this map.
By winning Texas, by winning Florida, keeping Ohio, he's still in the game.
This morning, we will walk you through what's locked in and where votes are still being counted. Meanwhile, the candidates prepare for the next uncertain phase of this campaign.
He said, look, it isn't over until every single ballot is counted.
The voters have decided the next president of the United States. The next few hours or days will tell us who it is. From ABC News, this is a special edition of Start Here. I'm Brad Milkey. Okay, so right now I'm standing in my closet in my apartment, and as we post this episode, we still don't have a winner of the 2020 presidential election, which is fine, right? We knew things would be different this year because so many Americans voted early, voted by mail.
When the polls opened this morning, more than 100 million of us had already cast our ballots, an astonishing display of citizenship.
In fact, that was really the story of yesterday. We wondered if Americans would take the advice of public health officials and vote by mail, vote early. Well, they clearly did. So many did that in many states, you were showing up to polling places yesterday like, where is everyone?
For the first time ever, more Americans will vote before Election Day than on the day itself.
That is one of the reasons we still don't have a result right now. It takes longer to count those mail ballots. The other reason is the performance of President Trump.
Our team is hearing from sources who are telling us that the president, George, is over the moon with the numbers that he is seeing come in from Florida.
In North Carolina, the Democratic Party brought their wallet and the Republican Party brought their friends.
The question a lot of people have been asking was, will Joe Biden outperform Hillary Clinton from 4 years ago? Well, he did. The thing is, Donald Trump yesterday clearly
There's nothing that he can do to stop the people.
Tabulation issues in and around the Atlanta area. Also, there was a water pipe that burst in the State Farm Arena where they're tabulating votes. At least 50,000 votes, we believe, right there were paused. So Atlanta will pick up again today. This could take time. We would hasten to add on Georgia. So keep in mind, this is very much still a work in progress. On Arizona, listen to this one. Voters have 5 days to correct their signatures on the ballots. They will not finish voting or counting the vote, we should say, until November 10th. And so we could still get more data tonight, according to our folks on the ground there. Nevada, mailed in ballots in Nevada, postmarked by Election Day, can still be counted. Nevada officials say there will be no final tab until Thursday, and specifically they're waiting on Democratic-leaning Clark.
Hey guys, welcome to my channel. I really appreciate your support. Just make sure to please like and share, spread the word. I know some people, they probably not watching it, they are at work, so send them the link so they can watch on their phone while they're working or listen to. All right, thanks again. See you.
For counting ballots. All of those legislatures set the rules. All of those legislatures are controlled by Republicans. So it's important to know when the president is concerned about what's happening in those states, those are Republican legislatures setting the rules. By the way, in 2008, it took 2 weeks to finalize the vote. And in 2016, the president knows Michigan wasn't formally called and confirmed until 2 weeks after Election Day. Again, these things take time. Guys, back to you.
Well, Michigan had the narrowest margin in 2016, but I don't know, because some of these other states might give it a run for its money this time around.
And I also think some people are waking up and saying, like, wait, I thought Arizona was called, because there are some networks and other news organizations that are calling states, but we are kind of taking our time.
Well, you know, Chuck is really the expert on this, but the fact of the matter is NBC News has its own decision desk. We do not communicate with them. They make their own calls, and they are very, very careful. So yes, you might see other news organizations say calling Florida well before we did. We have not called Arizona for Joe Biden. Other networks have. This is just the way we've decided as a network. We will proceed with caution. We are not concerned about being first. We are concerned about being right. And I think that's a lesson that we take very much to heart.
It's a lesson we learned the hard way as a network in 2000 when we called Florida, and we weren't the only ones, but we had to call Florida and we had to pull it back. You don't like to pull back a call like that.
Sure.
You don't want to pull back the presidency. And look, I frankly, you look at Georgia, we didn't call it. I'm not saying others called it, but a lot of other folks tried to directionally call Georgia early that night. And it was just our folks who spent a lot of time in these models were just like not touching that one with a 10-foot pole. And it turned out it was the right call. Look, Trump may still win Georgia, but it was not correct to ever characterize that as that somehow was headed to his direction yet.
We're proceeding with an abundance of caution and just going where the facts are and where the votes are, and we'll continue to do so. Now, during the speech overnight, if you were up for it, the president vowed to go to the Supreme Court to dispute the election count. If it comes to that, let's bring in NBC's justice correspondent, Pete Williams. He's a veteran of those wars, as is NBC News analyst Jeremy Bash. Jeremy actually was a part of the recount in 2000 in Florida as a young lawyer for Al Gore, the Democratic candidate. Pete, I'll start with you. We talked about this before. I said, if it gets to the Supreme Court, fact of the matter is there already are cases pending before the Supreme Court.
Right. If the electoral vote ends up being close, and if Pennsylvania could make the difference, then a lawsuit already there is the one that would be most likely to get the Supreme Court involved. And here's what it's about. The Republicans object to the decision by Pennsylvania's state Supreme Court. It ruled in September that because of the pandemic and the Postal Service delays, mail votes will be counted if they arrive by Friday of this week, 3 days after the polls close. So the Republicans first asked the Supreme Court to put that ruling on hold. That failed on a 4-4 vote. Then the Republicans asked for a full-up appeal of that lower court ruling and asked that it be heard immediately. And the Supreme Court said, no, we're not going to take it right now. But that appeal is still sitting there waiting for the Supreme Court to decide whether to take it up at all. Now, in the earlier two rounds, Justice Amy Coney Barrett did not vote because she had just arrived at the court. And if the case does come back to life, then she'll undoubtedly face pressure from many quarters to recuse. But the justices will no doubt have to ask themselves this question, having turned down the Republicans twice before it was known whether Pennsylvania could be critical, how would it look for the court to then step in and take a grant and grant the Republicans' request to take that case on a fast track, knowing that a ruling could decide the election for President Trump. The Supreme Court felt stung by the criticism that followed Bush v. Gore 20 years ago, and we could find out how much appetite there is on the court to go through that again.
Point of clarity as well, that Pennsylvania rule, those ballots have to be postmarked by Election Day so that
Actually, they don't. That's part of the problem here. No, they don't have to be postmarked. They either have to be postmarked or there has to be proof that they were mailed after the election, after Election Day. And that's been one of the Republicans' objections. Now, we've talked to the election officials and the Postal Service in Pennsylvania and asked them, do you postmark all the ballots? Because in some places, ballots have prepaid postage, and in that case, they probably don't go through the
wait a minute,
canceling
Pete.
machine.
Are you telling me somebody could put a ballot in the mail today as long as it gets there by Friday?
Well, that's what the Republicans object to. Now, of course, you have to first ask yourself this question. Could the Postal Service deliver it by Friday if you put it in the mail today? That's a question. But secondly, the way the state Supreme Court ruled, they said that you must count the ballot if it arrives by Friday, if it's postmarked, and unless there is some indication that it was sent after Election Day, then you wouldn't count it. That's one of the sort of bones of contention here.
Okay.
But the majority of the ballots are those that, of course, were put in the mail before or on Election Day.
Okay. Well, you know, this is what happens when you unleash the lawyers. Here's another one. Jeremy Bash. Jeremy, I already gave your resume there. So obviously, every state is different. Every state's rules is different. This is a different year. It's 20 years later. But walk us through what these recount fights really amount to, what it really comes down to. We all remember the hanging Chad in Florida. What are the likely grounds of dispute here in 2020?
Well, the first step, Savannah, is that all the votes have to be counted. The big difference between Florida in 2000 and what's happening today is that in Florida in 2000, the litigation was over the recounts. Remember, the Supreme Court stepped in and said, stop the hand recounts of the votes. Here in 2020, in all of these states, most of the votes haven't even been counted. So as Chuck and Casey and you guys kind of walk through where the votes are left to be counted, the first step is to get all those in the door, to get those counted, and then we see where the results are. And that's going to take a while. But assuming that all the votes are then in, then various people can say there were problems at voting places or there were problems with the ballots. There are multiple ways to challenge what happened at the voting places. But I have to say, from looking at reports yesterday, there were very few problems. There's no evidence of fraud. There's absolutely no basis that I can see right now for a candidate going in and challenging legally the validity of what happened yesterday.
Jeremy, were you up at 2:20 in the morning when President Trump spoke and he mentioned that he thought the election had been stolen and that he was going to take it to the Supreme Court? And just curious what your thoughts were.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, that's outrageous. I mean, first of all, there's no basis to go to court, let alone the Supreme Court. And we got to be calm. We've got to let the process play out. We all knew because of COVID there were going to be mail-in ballots. We have to allow all the ballots to be counted. Then, once all the counts are in, we can see where things stand. If there's an election controversy, a narrow one, maybe that gets litigated in the courts. But I don't think that's going to happen this year.
All right, Pete and Jeremy, thank you so much. We've got a lot more to cover ahead. We will continue to look at the map, see what's shaken there as folks are waking up, including the votes still being counted in some key states, and when we could have answers. That's the HODA question. It's the one that everyone's
When are we going to know?
Also, how are voters reacting overnight? This is the moment where we've seen a lot of tensions on the streets. In a lot of cities, you saw boarded up store windows, but we've had a quiet night so far. So we'll check in with all of that. But first, these messages.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Morning, you guys. 7:43. It's the morning after the election. The race, as you can tell by our big board right there, still unsettled. President Trump and Joe Biden split. It's 224 for Biden, 213, each trying to get to 270. A whole bunch of gray states there remain up in the air.
A lot of votes to be counted. We've got our NBC News political analyst with us, former Democratic Senator Claire McCaskill and Rich Lowry, editor of the National Review. Both of them joining us and have been up all night as well. So, Rich, let me start with you. You look at the map. There were a lot of surprises for the president, pleasant surprises. Starting with Florida early in the night, he took a commanding lead in Florida, which some people thought was more competitive than it ended up being.
Yeah, so Trump overperformed almost everywhere, and certainly in Florida. In Florida, he just had a very robust team that working it really hard, and this is one of the things that was underappreciated about Trump. Everyone was focusing on the various distractions and the gaffes, but there was a real concerted effort to build a very serious get out the vote operation that we now know was very effective and had considerable proficiency, and it's gotten him on the cusp of re-election. Now he's as we're seeing, in real time here, his leads in those blue wall states, and he's going to need at least one of them and perhaps more, are vulnerable to these late arriving, late counted absentee and mail-in ballots. So it's up for grabs now, but he wouldn't be here if he and his team hadn't done an incredible job turning out their voters and finding more of them.
Claire, there are a lot of unpleasant surprises, I think, that you could say for Biden. I think he was expecting to take some states that ended up going red. Just assess what you see on that big map right there.
Well, if you look at that map, there really aren't any states that have been flipped by either candidate yet. Except for, if we want to count Arizona, that would certainly be a flip for Joe Biden. But Nevada was a Democratic state. So if we end up with Nevada, that's not a change. It really still comes down to the states that, credit to the Biden campaign, they focused on. Those 3 states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Let's just assume that the vote tallies turn out the way people are expecting at this point. The irony is that Donald Trump is going to lose the presidency the exact way he won it 4 years ago. And if he takes it to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court validates it, that will give Joe Biden a lot of credibility, because everybody in the country knows this is a Republican Supreme Court right now.
Well, Rich, how do you see it? Do you think this is one that's going to be resolved by voters on the map? Tight, might take a while, but it's going to happen the old-fashioned way? Or do you think we may be looking at one of these drawn-out recount, potentially lawsuits, potentially, that could go to the court?
It depends. And the scenario people have been focused on from the beginning, and still may play out here, is an extremely narrow result in Pennsylvania, where Pennsylvania is a tipping point state, where potentially the result is determined by a segment of votes that will be under a cloud. And that, as Pete Williams was describing, that would be late arriving absentee ballots that are being counted because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court changed the rules in September. And if that makes it up to the Supreme Court, that Pennsylvania ruling is really vulnerable. There are 3, certainly, probably 4, maybe 5, maybe even 6 if it comes to it, U.S. Supreme Court justices who I think would believe it was improper for the Pennsylvania Supreme Court to do that. But that's only if it's really close in Pennsylvania, but you can't rule it out.
And in fact, I believe the court left it so that those late arriving ballots would be segregated in the event that the court took up that issue. But I know there was a little confusion around the table about that. I think the rule, and Rich, I'm sure you're familiar with it, I think you're a lawyer too, that the ballots have to either be postmarked Election Day and can arrive no later than Friday, or there just has to be no evidence that they were sent after Election Day. So the bottom line is you cannot send a ballot after Election Day under any ruling of the court and expect it to be counted, correct?
Right. My understanding, I'm not a lawyer, but my understanding
I just appointed
is
you one.
that, I don't know whether that's an honor or an insult, but some of the potentially prepaid envelopes don't have a postmark. And what Pennsylvania said, we're just going to presume that they were sent prior to the election, unless there's evidence otherwise. So the nightmare scenario here for everyone, and especially for Chief Justice John Roberts, and if there's someone who maybe didn't get a lot of sleep last night, it's John Roberts, because I think he ducked this Pennsylvania case when it came up before the election, because he kind of figured, well, what are the odds that it's all going to come down to Pennsylvania? It looks like Biden's going to win, and we just won't have the court's fingerprints on this at all, which is what he'd prefer, because he's a real institutionalist and he cares about the reputation of the court. But there's still the scenario where it could come back to the Supreme Court, with everyone knowing that effectively the court would decide the outcome of the election, which would be very bad for the court and be very bad for the country. And for me, it would be an indication that John Roberts and the court should have grasped the nettle prior to the actual election.
Well, Senator McCaskill, you are a lawyer, are you not? And I believe in the law. The scenario just described by
just throw that around,
Rich
Savannah.
Lowry,
You'll
Esquire.
just call anyone a lawyer.
The legal term for it is a hot mess.
Yeah, it's a hot mess. So there's several things that would throw this into this category of uncertainty around the law and the ballots in Pennsylvania. First, Pennsylvania would have to be determinative. If Biden wins Wisconsin and Michigan and Nevada and Arizona, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania is not a key. If Pennsylvania turns out to be a key, then this is an issue of the burden of proof, Savannah. The way that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court found the case was there is a presumption that the ballot was sent in a timely basis. That's the essence of what the legal challenge would be. Is that burden of proof? Should it be shifted to prove that you didn't mail it, as opposed to having to prove that you did mail it before Election Day?
All right,
or
Claire.
on Election Day.
Claire, thank you. We want to check actually on those numbers in Pennsylvania, but first you have some new numbers coming in, Chuck, from Wisconsin.
We did. We were. Gabe Gutierrez said that we were going to get some more vote coming in from Green Bay. Well, it came in. Look at this. I mean, we now only think there is 100,000 votes remaining. We've got Biden up 20,000 votes, so his lead has basically doubled. This is shrinking. It's going to be less than 1%, but I will tell you this, the question will be, you guys are going to ask, okay, what are the recount procedures?
Yeah, what are
Well, luckily, we have those.
Of course you do.
And I will get that for you here. I believe they're in here. Okay, so here's the Georgia procedure. All right, no automatic recount. Half of 1%. That's the only way you have to be within that to even be able to ask. If it's more than 0.5, they won't do it. All right, let's go. Our next state is Wisconsin. No automatic recount. You can petition for one when the margin is within 1% of the total vote. And if you guys saw, it was less than 1% of the total vote in Wisconsin right now. More votes going to come in. So the idea of a recount, I think in Wisconsin, looking pretty high. Now, Pennsylvania, when you see, the more writing you see and the less numbers you see, just shows, I mean, look at this one. I'm a petition for a recount. 3 electors need to request one for it. Anyway, there is an automatic recount within half of a percentage point. That's the most important thing to go from there. Then clearly there becomes some from different days. But check this out. You want to see how long we could end up here? After Thanksgiving? Yeah, if it's down to Pennsylvania, we're going to be waiting until after Thanksgiving. If the vote is close, now we don't know that the vote's going to be close. Let me give you some other ones. Nevada, no automatic recount, but 1%, and you can get a recount. Let me give you North Carolina, 0.5% or 10,000 votes. And let me tell you, 10,000 votes, I was telling you, is probably going to be the margin. It's going to be right around 10 for Biden coming up short. I'll be curious to see. We could have recounts in 4 or 5 states.
Well, I was going to say it's like Florida times 5. Essentially, you could have recounts in multiple.
It was the nightmare we've all been worried about. What if Florida was more than 1 state? Well, here we are.
Okay.
Should we switch gears? Let's take another pause. We need an election break pause so we can talk to Al Roker, get a check of the forecast. Hey, Al.
Hey, guys. Well, we do have some good news. If you like warmer weather, temperature is going to feel like late May, which might be nice to get November out of your head. Salt Lake City today, 17 degrees above average. Phoenix, 93. Duluth, Minnesota, 23 degrees warmer than average. Detroit, 66. That's 13 degrees warmer. And tomorrow, look at that. That warmth spreads to the east. Buffalo, near 60 degrees, 71 in Richmond. Down in Dallas, 75. And as we head toward the weekend, well, temperatures looking pretty nice. Cincinnati, Sunday, you're 75, 68 in New York City by Sunday, mid 70s in Raleigh, and Little Rock will see temperatures in the low to mid 70s as well. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. And that's your latest weather, guys.
All right, Al, we have a lot of political discussions happening in this moment, don't we? All right, so Chuck, we just gave some new numbers on Wisconsin for people who missed those. So
we did. Now, look, the margin, and maybe we can put it up on screen. I'm pretty sure we can put that up. Let's put it up. The margin is less than 1% now. 97% is reporting. And at the end of the day, this is when you're that close, you're going to ask where the vote's going to come from anywhere. Right. But it is important. Most of it's coming in the mail. This is why it is likely that Biden's lead will increase. But right now it's less than a percentage point, which I just told you, automatic, it heads us into recount territory. If Biden can get that over 1%, perhaps he can avoid a recount on that front. But I'm sorry, we got about 100,000 estimated vote out there. Trump would have to win a big chunk of that 100,000 to make up that difference. But here's the real bottom line. I don't think we call Wisconsin today. I know the way John Lipinski, when it gets this close,
John Lipinski's
our director of elections, and he goes through this, he's going to want to see, at this point, you let all get to 100%. Because when you're that close to potential recount situations, no network will seriously call it. Maybe you might say apparent winner when 100% is reporting. But you got to wait to the recount.
Yeah, and just very briefly, one thing we learned in the 2000 Florida recount is that the strategy that any campaign uses really matters here. The Bush team, now in many positions of power, Brett Kavanaugh, Supreme Court Justice, among that team, they learned a lot from that. So that's part of why the president's rhetoric is going to be so critical here.
All right. Thank you, Case. Our Decision 2020 coverage rolls on. Just ahead to Andrea Mitchell. She'll be here with her take on where things stand.
Plus, we're going to take a closer look, win or not, at just how well the president fared in this election. We will see. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, watching and waiting. This morning, millions of votes still being counted. Several crucial states too close to call. Overnight, the president falsely claiming victory.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Joe Biden ready for fight.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
We'll have the latest on where everything stands as results are still coming in today, Wednesday, November 4th, 2020. And morning, everybody. Welcome back to Today. It is Wednesday morning. About last night, it's still kind of going on. We don't have an answer in the presidential race. As expected, there are still millions of votes being counted. We had 100 million people vote by mail or vote early in this country. And a lot of those votes are still being counted.
Yeah, a lot of people are waking up this morning thinking, who won? Do we have a winner? We do not have a winner yet. If you're just waking up, we want to show you some of the results. What's funny is they're actually rolling in as we speak. We're getting bits and pieces that are coming in right now.
They are, and this has been a night of surprises. So let's reset where everything's going right now. In the all-important race to 270 electoral votes, that's what it takes. NBC News has Joe Biden with 224. The president stands at 213, but we've got some tight races.
We sure do. There are 9 states, the gray ones you're looking at right there. You know them by heart by now. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, along with Maine and Alaska, all too close or too early to call.
And also still at stake in this election, control of Congress. At this hour, Republicans are clinging to their majority in the Senate. They did better than expected, and NBC News projects Democrats will hold the House, but are not going to see the gains some Democrats thought they would see at the beginning of the night.
Exactly. We're going to begin with those gray states. Everyone wants to know which way they're leaning. Chuck Todd is with us. Chuck,
all right.
You just popped up Wisconsin a couple minutes
ago. I did.
We
got
just had some numbers.
It was nice that we got some additional numbers. So I know everybody wants to see what's the status report here. Look, as I was telling you earlier and confirmed it with John Lipinski, we are not going to call Wisconsin the way we would call a state when we know it's over. This is too close. There's too much of a possibility this ends in a recount. You'd still rather be Joe Biden right now because of what vote we think is remaining. But less than 1%, you can get a recount here. At best, when 100% is in, whoever the leader is, we would call that the apparent winner, knowing that it's likely in recount mode there. Okay, so that's just where that's headed. All right, you guys want to hit Pennsylvania, and you are Burger King, and I will respond. As you can see, we have not had any new vote. I know that Casey, we're still waiting. All of the Philadelphia suburban vote is just not come in yet on the mail vote. And I know both Casey and Andrea have been following that very closely. We've shown you this yellow and orange bar graph. And while I think it's very appropriate, it's Today Show colors, by the way, I've noticed here, you know. So obviously that's what we were waiting for here. But as you can see, we just don't have a lot of the early absentee vote in. But that's a big, look, 600, I go back, we've done this math before. It's a big lead for Trump, 600,000. But there's basically 1.8 million.
Yeah.
So it's not only not insurmountable, it's a realistic lead that.
What about Michigan? What do we got?
And let's go to Michigan here. This continues to trickle in. This keeps tightening. Look at this, 26,000 now here. Again, it's the same situation, but we know that Michigan is a couple of days. We also know that there's a lot of that what's out is going to be more likely to be mail-in vote. It's more likely going to be advantage Democrats and Joe Biden. Right now, he is behind. And again, this is one of those, let's see what happens when all of Southeast Michigan comes in, which is, you know, Detroit and the greater Detroit area and all that. That will tell us a lot. And then that brings us Nevada.
Y'all see this crap, man. I think, man, the media is something also. All the numbers, if you go out there and look at it, it's showing Trump leading all the remaining states except Nevada, where it's too close to call. But everywhere else, he's leading it. So they're just holding it, and they're censoring his tweets too. So there you have it. Propaganda, news, media, fake news.
There's a whole bunch of vote we expect sometime today, and I'll be honest, I want to see. Let's see when we get a chunk of vote if this Biden's been chipping away at this lead,
Right.
but it's been trickles. It's been chipping away. There's still enough vote.
Is Atlanta
Here's what we
all
could
in,
say.
Chuck?
There's 100,000. We think there's 400,000 remaining, and we think a lion's share of that 400,000 is in strong Democratic areas,
So
not just
Atlanta's
Democratic
not all
areas.
in?
Atlanta, and even some rural African-American counties that we expect to lean heavily to Biden. So believe it or not, even though it's 100,000, you think, boy, that's a lot to make up here. That is actually within the realm. So, and North Carolina is another one that we just have to wait for a whole bunch of voting.
All right. Good progress report there, Chuck. Thank you so much. Let's turn to our correspondents now. NBC's Peter Alexander at the White House. Peter, good morning. We heard from the president late last night. What are you hearing from folks this morning?
Yes, Savannah, no, the folks inside the Trump camp are saying they believe they've won this thing, but the president went even further. He did something he said he would not do. He falsely and prematurely declared victory. The winner of the presidency, of course, has not been determined, as Chuck just showed you, with millions of legitimate votes still to be counted in those states like Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. The president making those remarks in front of supporters here at the White House early this morning. He also made the baseless claim that Democrats were trying to steal the election. Take a listen.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. We will not stand. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
The president's attack there on the democratic process was jarring, even irresponsible, in the words of some of his allies. He said the voting had to stop, even though no more votes were being cast, only tallied. The president also saying that he would take his case to the Supreme Court, but it's still unclear how he would do that or on what legal basis. Still, overall, for the president, for the night, he did defy expectations, again, overperforming his own numbers from 2016, holding on to those crucial battlegrounds, places like Ohio and Florida, even surging the vote among rural voters from 4 years ago. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House. Peter, thank you.
Let's check in with the Biden campaign. He has been urging his supporters to be patient as the remaining votes are counting and insisting he is on track to win the White House. NBC's Kristen Welker in Wilmington, Delaware this morning, where Biden spoke overnight. Hi, Kristen. Good morning.
Hi, Savannah and Hoda. Good morning to both of you. Well, the Biden campaign this morning expressing confidence and also defiance, blasting President Trump for those statements that Peter just played overnight. The campaign manager calling those statements outrageous and unprecedented. Let me read you a little bit more of what the campaign manager had to say. She says, "We repeat what the vice president said. Donald Trump does not decide the outcome of this election. Joe Biden does not decide the outcome of this election. And the democratic process must and will continue until its conclusion." Now, that statement coming after Biden addressed a crowd of supporters here. They were socially distant in their cars, and he said he is confident about his chances. Take a listen.
We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Now, Biden said overnight that we would hear from him today. I just got off the phone with a campaign official who said that will likely happen sometime this afternoon. So we're efforting details about that. And I can tell you that this official said they are still feeling confident about Michigan, about Wisconsin, about Pennsylvania, and about Nevada. Now, if this all comes down to Pennsylvania, as we have been saying throughout the morning, both sides are gearing up for legal challenges. The Biden campaign says they're ready. Savannah and Hoda.
All right, Kristen, thank you.
All right, what do you say we bring in NBC senior Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell, who was just in a cot sleeping right over there, I think, a couple of minutes ago. Good morning, Andrea. How are you? Good to see you.
Curling up in a fetal position. I don't know how you're doing it, Savannah Guthrie, Iron Woman. Well, I mean, an incredible outcome or lack of outcome. And Pennsylvania is so critical. We've been talking about it. Chuck's been talking about it, and Casey. And what you see when you look at Pennsylvania is, first of all, some of the counties, Allegheny, a big Trump county, is not even going to start counting the mail-ins until 10 o'clock this morning. But you've got Philadelphia. They've only counted 22% in Philadelphia. Montgomery and Delaware, the Chester, the big collar counties around Philadelphia, which are largely Democratic, those suburbs, but also a lot of Trump areas, Luzerne and Northampton. So it's spotty. It's all over the place. There are probably more Biden votes than Trump votes out there, but there's 1.8 million votes that have not been counted. And this is going to take at least, well, probably up to the 3 days that they've been given by the U.S. Supreme Court.
Yeah, and we see a similar situation in Michigan and Wisconsin. I mean, it does feel shadows of 2016 if it really does end up turning on these 3 states. These are the 3 states that brought Trump to the White House in 2016. And again, it may well fall to these 3 states to determine the outcome of this election.
And I think it raises big questions about what is the future of the Democratic Party. Sure, Joe Biden has a path, more paths than Donald Trump to the White House. But here's a party that was running against a candidate who was deemed unacceptable by traditional Democratic standards by Hillary Clinton. I covered that whole campaign. She was giving speeches, he's just unacceptable, to say nothing of the deplorables comment. But the fact is, he was just not judged by the Democratic establishment to be acceptable. And look at all the norms he's broken in the last 4 years, according to the intelligence community and, military leaders, bipartisan leaders, all of the former Republicans, the Lincoln Project. And so what is it about our politics? There is something that is not, our traditional politics are not reaching the discontent of half the American public.
Yeah.
And the language isn't there, the communication isn't there, the strategy. And Democratic leaders who thought that they were going to pick up seats in the House and likely regain the Senate have a really tough future.
But living in 2 different local realities. Yeah. And that's what happened. And neither understands the other ecosystem. And I think that's what we're staring at.
And the fact is that it's gotten worse over 4 years because now everyone is in their corners and everyone is in an echo chamber and no one's talking to each other.
Well, let's talk about Pennsylvania a little bit more. Joining us now is Josh Shapiro. He's the Attorney General in Pennsylvania. Before we get to your neck of the woods and your line of work, do you have any information or any insight about the process of counting votes in Pennsylvania, when that might start, any issues having to do with the count right now?
That's the same question my kids asked me when they jumped on me this morning and want to know what's going on. Here's what I can tell you. Counties are counting. Clerks from our community are doing their job. We just have to be patient. We've said all along we were going to secure, protect, and count the votes. And right now we're going through that process of counting. I realize folks want answers, immediately, but it's going to take a little bit more time. But I've got confidence that the process is playing out as it should to make sure that all legal eligible votes are counted as required by law.
Can I ask, why does it take so long in Pennsylvania? It seems like a lot of states have a lot of issues, but it doesn't seem like anyone needs as much time as Pennsylvania needs to count all their votes.
Look, that's probably a question that needs to be answered another day as we look back on it. One thing I can tell you is that Pennsylvania is new to the vote by mail game, right? A number of states have been doing it for a long time. Our vote by mail statute just started about 1.5 years ago. This is the first election where it's being done. And so what you have going on in counties is the need to count the mail-in ballots and count the precinct ballots. And so why I think the results seem a little bit confusing to folks as they look at it now is some counties are reporting both. Some counties are reporting some of one and not a lot of the other, and vice versa. So it's just going to take time. And I just want to urge people to be patient. I want to urge people to recognize that the folks doing the counting right now, they're volunteers, they're clerks, they're county employees in Pennsylvania's 67 counties. They're working their tails off and trying to do this right. And the most important thing is that we get it right. It's not about the speed, it's about the accuracy. And so we just have to have some patience.
What are you expecting in terms of lawsuits? Pennsylvania has already been the center of a lot of legal action, court cases, including one that did go to the Supreme Court and was tabled essentially for the moment. What are you anticipating in terms of legal action and lawsuits that are pending right now?
Look, my team and I were prepared for the litigation leading up to the election, and we won every single lawsuit to protect people's right to vote. And we were prepared for any lawsuits that came yesterday on Election Day. And there were a few minor things here and there, but it really was a smooth Election Day. And I can assure you and the American people, we're prepared for whatever may come now. The bottom line here is that all legal eligible votes are going to be counted in Pennsylvania. And if need be, we'll go to court to ensure that that is the case.
All right. Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania's Attorney General, thank you for your time. Busy days ahead. We appreciate it.
Good to be with you.
All right, just ahead, guys, we're going to take a closer look at what the results, the ones that are still coming in as we speak, what they're revealing about the mood of the country. We should comment that it is calm and quiet across the United States this morning. But first, these messages.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Well, that's how the map looks, and as good a poll as you get. There's no better poll than Election Day, as the cliche goes. But let us check in with 2 of our NBC News pollster, Bill McInturff, Jeff Forward. Bill, as I look at this terrain, I am thinking of those remarks you gave to all of us here at NBC News on a conference call the other day. You said, of course, we pollsters have humility. How could we not? You have 100 million early votes. You have laws about voting that have changed in nearly every single state. You have a pandemic. Well, this has been humbling for pollsters. And a lot of folks are waking up and saying, why were these seeming to be so off?
Well, I can understand people's frustration. Let me try to explain it. You read national polls and it says Biden's ahead by 7, 8, 9 points. And by the way, he's going to win this national election comfortably. He's going to win it by more than Hillary Clinton did. But we've got California, Oregon, Washington, New York. We have 30% of our country who are these kind of absolutely core blue states. And Donald Trump's going to lose those states by an average of 25 points. That's not how our country operates. We operate by an electoral college. And as I'm saying today, hey, don't blame the pollsters, blame our founding fathers. They didn't want the elections decided by Virginia. They wanted.
But Bill, you're here. Thomas Jefferson is not.
You know, it's funny. Savannah, you made a point just a while ago, and Jeff, I'll ask you about this. Is Donald Trump kind of the X factor? Is he the reason that people have difficulty polling?
No, look, I think what Bill is saying is exactly right. This is 2020 is 2020. It's a unique year, and we are seeing people voting in different ways and counting in different ways. And so I think we do need to be patient when the voters actually vote and say what they want to say. It's a humbling experience for all of us. And the key right now is there's going to be a lot of time to look at the polls and see what went right and what didn't. But the fact remains that Joe Biden is ahead nationally by 2.6 million votes. That has increased, as Bill has predicted. And I think right now we really need to focus on making sure we're listening to the voters as we did last night, and we'll continue. And look, in 2018 we saw this happen before, where there were candidates who were winning on election day, and as the votes came in, as they were counted, there was a different result. And I think as unsatisfying as that is, we need to be patient and really listen to what the voters are telling us.
Well, it's interesting because, Bill and Jeff, I know that pollsters made a lot of changes after 2016. And one thing that Chuck had mentioned to us a couple of times is a lesson learned in 2016 is you don't stop polling the Saturday before Election Day. You keep at it because there are late deciders. This is just the back of the envelope on a Wednesday morning, but what are some things that you feel like might be learned in this scenario?
Well, again, one of the things we talked about is on our Sunday poll, Trump had closed another point. His job approval is up to 47. And the other thing to remember is we now know that we have the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900. We've kind of shattered that record from 1960 from Kennedy Nixon. And what the Trump people did really well is they said, you know what we're going to do? We're going to spend a year and we're going to find non-college white voters in core states, and we're going to pick up a little Latino vote, very small African-American vote. But part of what happened last night, and this is your rebuke to the Democratic Party, is that non-college white voting men were in these states voting for the president by 30, 40-point margins. And in our polling, we were getting high numbers like 25 or 30, but not that high. And so those margins by the number of people who came out, this record, unbelievable turnout, and those margins tipped the scale in a way that's, I think, hard to see in a poll. But I do think this is what we outlined as a very realistic possibility, including on Sunday Meet the Press, when we talked about the exact 3 states. As we said, you got to look at states where high non-college white and large election day turnout yet to come. And that's what happened yesterday.
Do you guys have any insight on Pennsylvania? What's going to happen?
See, Hoda still trusts the pollsters.
I trust.
Yeah. Look, I think it's sorry, in particular, as a place we're just going to have to wait and be patient. And I know the waiting is very hard to do right now, but because each county is kind of doing things their own way and how they always do things, we need to sit back and let the votes be counted. I will add to what Bill was saying is that also the number of first-time voters we should be paying attention to, because nationally, first-time voters went to Biden by almost 40 points. But in a number of these battleground states, as Bill alluded to, the Trump campaign really did do a job. It's evident here the margins are much closer with first-time voters who are also more difficult to get into survey samples at times. So that's important to look at as well.
Well, Bill and Jeff, we appreciate the work you do and appreciate you coming on and answering questions that a lot of folks have. Bill McIntyre, Jeff Horwitz, our pollsters for NBC News, the Wall Street Journal poll. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Time for another pause. 8:23. Let's go over to Al Roker. See how.
So you're saying it's hard to do a forecast?
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. The meteorologists are all laughing at the pollsters today, aren't they? Yeah.
Oh, it's good to be me. Anyway, we are looking at a very quiet map today. This is great. We got some wet weather making its way into the Pacific Northwest. Temperature-wise, we see things really warming up down through the Southwest, on into the Gulf Coast. Plenty of sunshine in the Mid-Atlantic states. A little on the cool side as you get up into northern New England, 70s and 80s through the Gulf. For today, we are looking at weather turning much milder in the Mid-Atlantic states. Look for record highs in the plains. Desert heat will continue today, and again, heavy rain making its way into the Pacific Northwest. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. And that is your latest weather. Guys?
Well, Al, you made my morning.
Yes, we
bad.
needed you.
Yes.
We sure did.
All right. So we got a couple of seconds here to fill. Are you expecting any big votes this morning? I mean,
Well, we are
state that's
expecting
still
some
counting?
Southeast Pennsylvania.
Okay.
I mean, we're in the Philly suburbs. We still have so much vote out there and that will tell us a lot about the direction of Pennsylvania and whether we can get anywhere close. I know you keep asking, are we going to have an answer today? I'm not confident we're going to have a Pennsylvania answer today.
Right.
Like I said, you saw where we're headed with Wisconsin.
Right.
I think we're going to get an answer that heads to recount land. And Michigan, Michigan, we should also, I'd like to think before lunch.
What about Georgia? What about Georgia, North Carolina, those two?
This is something I think they haven't woken up.
Yeah.
I mean, because nothing has budged there.
Nothing's moved.
North Carolina could be a couple of days. So that could be a while. But Georgia, honestly, we're making some calls.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Chuck. Thank you, Andrea. Don't go anywhere. We're just getting started. Much more ahead, including some of the other issues that were voted on across the country. A couple of states legalizing marijuana. We'll tell you where that happened. But first, on a Wednesday morning, the morning after Election Day, this is Today on NBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning, guys. 8:30 on this Wednesday morning, morning after Election Day. And this is what you're looking at. And this is important. This is actually a county by county breakdown. Chuck's on the phone getting last minute results.
With our man.
Well, we needed that.
That's right.
Of where the vote stands this morning. This is when the nation and the world is looking at that map. We're trying to figure out who will call the White House home for the next 4 years. And at this moment in time, we just don't know.
We don't. And let's reset things for you. If you're just waking up after a long night, the race to 270 electoral votes, it's on this morning. 224 to 213. That's where it stands at the moment in Joe Biden's favor. But 9 states are too close to call or too early to call, including those epic battlegrounds of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada still out this morning, and we await Arizona.
Yeah, we were wondering if we may get results today to find out who will be president. Unlikely, but let's check in with Chuck Todd for the latest. So it's unlikely, Chuck, that we'll find out on this day who wins those gray states.
No, it's unlikely that we'll know who the president of the United States is today, but we're going to know some of those states. I mean, at Wisconsin, we're getting closer and closer to having the full count. It does look like Joe Biden's going to be ahead. The question is he going to be ahead with under a percentage point or over a percentage point? Why does that matter? Less than 1%. Easy to get to the recount procedure there in Wisconsin. But I'm going to go with what I said. We're waiting until all the votes in. And this would be one of those that if if you see the check mark, it will probably be an apparent winner because when it's that close and subject to recount and all of that stuff, you have that. Michigan, this is something we expect to be able to do today, maybe before lunch. As more vote comes in, we expect it to be all in the mail. And it continues to directionally
is there day of vote in already?
All the day of vote, right? And
so
that's
now they're waiting on the mail-in ballots,
which is why Democrats are so cautiously bullish. I think it's probably
optimistic. Okay.
We're all coming up with different new caveated language, right? Pennsylvania. I got good news for you. About 9:30, we're going to get a big dump in the Philly area.
Oh, that's
so we're going to
good.
find out what that looks like.
Big dump is vote.
And then we cheered.
I'm sorry, vote dump.
Bunch of votes.
I know. It's you know what I love? This is the one time at NBC that I can get caught talking on the phone, say something like vote dump.
Yes.
And you guys think it's funny.
No, you didn't say vote. No, you said vote dump. You said dump.
Pennsylvania big dump.
Rather than get the phone call from the executives going, let that guy off the Today Show. What are you doing?
No, we embrace it.
And then we have Georgia, which frankly is just going to be a coin flip.
Okay.
Pure and simple. North Carolina, I've told you, at best, I think Biden can get to recount territory. I don't know how he overtakes Trump. And as we have learned, and if you learn anything from the history of recounts, the candidate that's leading going into the recount, usually, the candidates behind going into the recount usually has a hard time ever overcoming it. So it's always very important when a recount begins, who's ahead.
Okay, you think we have a divided country? It is really going down to the wire in state after state. Chuck, stand by there.
Yeah, as the ballots are counted and new battle lines are drawn, how are the candidates going to handle the next days ahead? NBC's Chief White House Correspondent Hallie Jackson joins us with more on that. Hey, Hallie.
Hi, Hoda. Good morning. Listen, this is it, right? Sort of the shaping of the way that the day is going to go that we're hearing from both campaigns. And you have the Trump campaign advisors close to the president who are coming out very publicly, to use sort of Chuck's phrasing here, bullish in not a cautious way at all. I mean, there are some people who are campaign advisors for President Trump who are outright declaring that they feel like they could win this election, piggybacking a bit, although not going quite as far as what the president said overnight, which is when he did falsely declare that he believed he did win the election. Of course, we have to note that we do have, as we're talking about, millions of ballots yet to come in. I will tell you that in my conversations with folks over the last, 6 hours as this has unfolded in the wee hours of the morning, Georgia, Chuck was just talking about it, really, really important and really, really interesting. We started getting some indications late yesterday that this was going to be a lot tighter than I think the Trump campaign had thought. They are still feeling like they could possibly pull it out. They're still feeling pretty good about their chances and well positioned. But at this point, it really is anybody's guess in Georgia. Pennsylvania, there is still, I think, some optimism on the president's side about this. They're looking at some of the numbers coming in and the expectations of sort of where that vote is out and thinking that they could pull it out. But I have to tell you, the Biden campaign also feels cautiously optimistic about their chances in some of these key states as well. Will we hear from Joe Biden today? Possibly. That's the latest reporting from our team covering his campaign. Again, even though votes are in, right? People have voted. Now it's just all up to the counting. The candidates, I would imagine, may want to come out and be talking to voters, urging, in the instance of, for example, Democrats and Joe Biden, patience on the side of the president and his campaign, trying to put a positive spin on some of the numbers that have come in. And so I think that you will see some of those developments today, particularly if we do start to get more numbers from states like Michigan, which is not a place that the Trump campaign necessarily thought they would do particularly well. That looks close, but I think there's some reason for optimism from Team Biden there. Guys?
All right, Holly, we'll take a deeper dive into Michigan in just a second.
All right, NBC's Tom Costello has been following the vote count for us and has memorized all the rules of all 50 states plus DC. Hi, Tom, what do you know?
Yeah, it's head spinning. You know, I would just preface these comments by saying, you know, the United States is often criticized by other democracies around the world for having a very low voter participation. Yet yesterday we saw the highest voter participation in a century, 157 million votes. That'd be about a 65% voter participation. So that really is very encouraging. And as we've said many times, we're going to repeat this until we get results. No state ever formally decides who wins on election night. States all have their own rules, and they take days and sometimes longer to actually go through and count all the votes. That is appropriate, and that is completely legal. Let's start with Pennsylvania, a Republican legislature. You've heard already Chuck talk about it, and Hallie. The governor says they still have about 1 million mailed-in ballots to count. And they are awaiting data soon. They paused counting overnight. Absentee ballots postmarked by Election Day. Listen to this. Absentee ballots postmarked by yesterday can arrive by Friday and be counted. The Secretary of State insisted again that they will all, in fact, be counted. Let's move to Georgia. Some key counties paused voting overnight. There were some delays in Democratic strongholds around Atlanta, blamed on voting tabulation software issues and a water pipe, believe it or not, that burst in the State Farm Arena where they were counting votes. So we are waiting all of that formal data. That may come soon. Arizona, voters have 5 days in Arizona to correct their signatures on their ballots. They will not formally finish their vote count until November 10th. November 10th, could get more data on Arizona tonight. Nevada, mailed in votes postmarked by Election Day can still be counted. Nevada officials say there will be no final count from Nevada, formal final count until Thursday. Democratic-leaning Clark County is crucial. That's Las Vegas, of course, and that is still out. And also, the Michigan Secretary of State, you guys were talking about Michigan. She just said they would likely have a much more complete picture of Michigan within hours. Democratic-leaning counties there are still out. This is very much in Michigan about the mail-in ballots. You know, I think we should also make this point. There was so much concern about the possibility of unrest across the country. It is quiet across America right now. It is quiet here in Washington. It's quiet outside the White House, and across the country, no indication right now of any significant uprisings, if you will, or disturbances. And isn't this interesting? We came into this election very concerned about the possibility of foreign hacking, of more Russian interference, of Iranian interference, and the like. We can tell you that there was very, very little. And NBC News has confirmed that U.S. officials, U.S. cyber entities went on the offensive against Russian and Iranian cyber operations to ensure that they were not active during this election. And in fact, in the hacking world, the cyber world, it was very quiet. Guys, back to you.
That's good news. So on the hacking side, we still and may never know what was going on in terms of disinformation and that kind of effort that had been made by Russia in 2016.
I still remember when you spoke to the Homeland Security secretaries and they all sort of had that same theme. Everything's going to be fine. The voting's going to be okay.
Well, let's just count the votes and then see where we are. And I think it's a good and positive sign that right now things are calm, and let's focus on that. We want to now zoom in on Michigan. We're joined by Democratic Congresswoman Debbie Dingell, who won re-election for a 4th term in the battleground state of Michigan. And Congresswoman, you're also the Michigan whisperer here this morning. We just learned from Tom Costello that the Secretary of State there does expect to, as Chuck would say, dump some votes in the next few hours. How are you feeling about Michigan? You've been one to sound the alarm when you didn't think Democrats were giving it enough love.
So I said last week that I thought it was tightening. Some people got mad at me for saying that. I'm not surprised by what we're seeing, but I did not predict the race until Sunday. And Sunday I said that I thought Joe Biden would win. And I say that on Wednesday morning. We have to make sure that all the votes are counted, but the votes that are out are in the larger cities. There are absentee ballot votes that were cast early. Modeling predicts that there'll be 61% of those will be Democratic votes. And I think when we make sure that all the votes are counted, we got to give people time to do it accurately, respect that, stay calm, that Joe Biden will win Michigan.
Right now, 27,000 votes separates the two. How do you account for it being such a tight race?
It's 12,000 now.
Oh, 12,000.
The actual count, because we're down to 12,000.
Oh, wow. Okay, so even tighter. But how do you account for it being so tight?
But, I think women came out, by the way. A lot of women who didn't vote 4 years ago, who stayed home, came out. Women flipped. I think you want me to be blunt? I think Democrats and Republicans need to do soul searching coming out of this election. We're still divided as a country. I said 4 years ago, I thought Democrats needed to work with unions, working men and women more, that a lot of them felt that we looked down their nose at them. And I think some of the union votes we hoped would come back to Joe Biden stayed with President Trump. I had a lot of discussions, but I still feel in my gut that a lot of women were not happy with how COVID was handled, all of the issues that left the workforce, the frontline workers that got childcare issues. And that's why I think in the end, Joe Biden is going to win Michigan.
Congresswoman, as mentioned, you won re-election last night. However, Democrats were hoping to pick up seats in the House. Democrats will retain control of the House, but have not padded their majority, it appears. What do you think? What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, I said on Andrea yesterday, I don't trust any of the polls and I don't trust pollsters. I love my pollster, just so, but I always tell him I don't believe anything he tells me. Having said that, I think what it really is going to force us to do, Senate's going to be closer. It's not looking like the Democrats will take it, but it's still not clear. I think Gary Peters will win in Michigan as well as Joe Biden. It's maybe a little closer. We got to work together. If you've been out like I have these last few weeks, probably more than I should, but I'm masked and keep my distance. American people are scared. COVID's their enemy, not red states or blue states. There's a lot of people that are unhappy about all the political partisan bickering. They are worried about their jobs and they're worried about COVID. I think each of us, has to look at how we're going to come together and actually get some things done for the American people. Or quite frankly, in the next election, they're going to vote everybody out.
Well, and all the people said amen. Congresswoman Dingell, thank you very much.
It's going to be an incredibly tall order to find that unity she is talking about with the results of this election shaping up
it's
the
so
way they are.
interesting because when you look at divided government like that, and you look at a Senate and a House that's looking like roughly divided, one argument is that the American people are saying, hey, we want you each to have a role here to play and you should come together. But the fact of our politics is that there is really no incentive individually for any lawmaker to do anything but play to their base. So it's just one of those situations, we don't have time enough to talk about it, where you just wonder, how are we going to go forward as a country? How are we going to find a way to say that dirty word, compromise and work together?
We don't even have swing counties. How many times did you say, and I was telling people it's margins, and I was shorthanding it, meaning there's no vacillating. The only swing voter left in America are people that swing between voting and not voting. But when they vote, they have an idea culturally, and I really think it is a cultural realignment. It's been sitting here. It's not the economy. It's not COVID. It is how people, it is who represents
Who is my
me.
tribe?
Yeah.
Whose team am I on? Which tribe do I belong to? And people are deeper and deeper into those tribes. It's harder and harder to get out.
Think about what you just asked for. You don't get rewarded for being the Senate statesman.
Yeah.
I think Joe Manchin is popular. I think Kirsten Sinema is popular. I think Mitt Romney is popular. These are three I just pulled out. Casey knows. Yeah. They actually still attempt to try to work across the aisle. The minute they do, their own partisans just kill them.
Well, when was the last time you saw congressmen from other parties just even joking or laughing together, having a moment? Like, I was trying to remember the last time I even saw something that simple.
It happened.
Because if somebody sees it on social media, you get killed.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. And the results of this presidential election, the message is not work together. The message is stay in your corner. I want someone who's in my corner.
All right. Yeah, and is that the message that Americans really meant to send? That's the message that's coming through.
All right, kids. Just ahead, Craig's going to join us to break down some of the major issues that were on the ballots yesterday. A really good day for marijuana. More on that.
Craig's
coming
all
up
over that
after
story.
this.
Oh, geez,
Right
here we go.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think, Rick?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back. We are obviously focused on those 2 close to call races, the presidential race. There's some Senate races. Also, by the way, though, some major down ballot issues that were voted on in several states.
Yeah, everything from the legalization of marijuana to the rights of the so-called gig workers. Craig joins us now with more on that. Hey, Craig, morning.
Hey, good to see you, ladies. As you mentioned before the break, it was a very good night for weed. We'll start with marijuana. 4 states were added to the list of places that allow recreational marijuana use for adults over 21. Here are those states: Arizona, Montana, New Jersey, South Dakota. And if you'll notice there, in most of these states, the margin's pretty substantial. That means that now some 16 million Americans have voted to legalize marijuana in these states, joining another 93 million in 11 other states. So that means that right now, nearly 1 in 3 Americans will soon live in a state where marijuana, recreational marijuana, is legal. Some experts say that this could lead to a call to action for the federal government to pass some wide-ranging legalization, as well, as marijuana currently remains illegal under federal law. And in addition to those ballot measures, we should also note here that there were some decriminalization measures passed in a few states as well. Let's go from marijuana now to Mississippi. In Mississippi, voters there voted yes to change the state flag. This is what the state flag looked like. This was the immediate past state flag of Mississippi. It was retired in June after 126 years. One of the state flags that still included a Confederate battle emblem. There were two stipulations for the new flag. The Confederate emblem had to go, and the words "In God We Trust" had to be added. Here's what they ended up with in Mississippi. This is what they came up with. The new state flag of Mississippi. It features a magnolia flower, a symbol that has roots firmly planted in the South. And there it is, as you can see, under that magnolia flower, "In God We Trust," the new state flag of Mississippi. And finally, Proposition 22 was passed in California on Tuesday night. It allows companies like Uber, like Lyft, to continue to treat their drivers as independent contractors instead of employees. That exempts them from state labor laws that would have forced them to pay drivers for health care and other benefits. As a concession to labor advocates, though, the initiative does offer a wage floor. So there's just a look at a few of the down ballot initiatives that were passed around the country last night.
All right, Craig, thank you. We're keeping our eye on the presidential race. You can see the numbers there, 224 for Joe Biden. We got 213 for Donald Trump. Everyone trying to reach 270.
Yeah, but Chuck Todd says we probably won't have the final answer today, but we could get some answers in some of those key states. Let's go to Al, get a check of the weather. Hold that thought.
All right.
Hold that thought, Chuck. It's Al's time.
I know it is.
Sunny and
But
mild.
you know I have up stuff.
Thanks, Chuck. Nice and warm through the Southwest, Pacific Northwest, looking kind of wet into the central parts of the Northwest. Mountain snows on Saturday, Springfield out west, and we're in the east, and we're looking at a lot of wet weather through the Gulf. Sunday, another nice day. Heavy snow through the Western Plains and even into the Rockies. That's what's going on around the country. Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods. Sorry, Don. Couldn't. That's your latest weather. This is fun having a lot of people here.
I know.
Yeah, I missed it.
This is something I missed. I haven't physically seen any of my colleagues. I think, Casey, Hoda, Savannah. I mean, think about it. We're all been living these isolated video lives. So yeah, I was like, that's a physical representation of Al Roker, not just the
real
hologram
deal
in my TV.
No, he's real and spectacular.
Yeah.
Let's kind of just, as we close this hour, take a moment, take a deep breath in and put some things in perspective. And we've got John Meacham. He's an NBC News contributor, a presidential historian, a Rogers Distinguished Professor at Vanderbilt University. That's a new one, John. We gave your whole resume here. So, we were just having this conversation, all of us, about what this divided country and this divided government, no matter what the result is, that Americans clearly have voted for, what that means for getting things done on behalf of the American people.
It's getting harder and harder. We've always been divided. We were divided between patriot and Tory and North and South and agrarian and industrial and isolationist and interventionist. The division is part of the oxygen of democracy. If we all agreed on everything, it wouldn't be a democracy. The difference is, and it's a deeply troubling one, is that many people have set aside, it seems, their capacity to change their minds if circumstance suggests they should. And we all do this in our own lives. We all live lives, hopefully, where we learn and grow and change. Politically, interestingly, we seem to have suspended that capacity. And it's our team, right or wrong, come hell or high water. And hell and high water may be coming. My own view is that we should be calm. We should follow the law. The elections don't end on the night that when people want to go off the air and go to bed. This is not unusual in that sense. So let's just follow the evidence of our eyes and use common sense.
John, you always make us calm, first of all, and I always kind of feel like you're the flight attendant. If you panic, we panic, and if you're okay, we're okay. So as you look out, I mean, we're looking out at the streets boarded up. We are looking at people on edge.
Yeah.
We're wondering when the results are coming in. We're preaching calm, but if you could fast forward a couple of days or a week, what do you see?
A lot of this depends on how the president's supporters react to the way the president's going to behave. And there are any number of reasons you could have voted for President Trump, and that's your right. You can't be for democracy for people you agree with and against it if you disagree. But there is a rule of law in the country. There is a process that has served us pretty well for 2.5 centuries. And I think that a lot of folks need to use their own conscience here. They need to use their own heart and mind as they watch what's going to be a close election. I've been watching Chuck and his map obsessively. Which is a bad sign for all of us. We need to figure out a way to just think, you know what, I know the president may say this, but that's not what I think. And I'd suggest that the path forward in this election, and arguably the path forward as a country, will come when enough folks think for themselves, as opposed to reflexively following what their leader says.
Can I add one more to that, John? I just wonder what you think. I also, and we only have 30 seconds, I'm thinking about this morning, whoever you voted for, could you take a moment and imagine the person who voted for the other? And just assume that they're a good-hearted person who also loves their country. And I think that's a real starting point for all of us.
Good.
And you got 10 seconds to respond to that.
Democracies don't work without empathy.
Amen.
Perfect.
If we can't see each other as neighbors instead of adversaries, we're not going to make it.
Love you, John. See ya.
But first, this is Today on NBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle,
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
on the ground,
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
from every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground,
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
And a good Wednesday morning to you. Welcome to this special edition of the third hour of today, 9 a.m. here on the East Coast, 6 a.m. out west. And to put it simply, we don't know. We do not have an idea at this point of who the next president of these United States will be, because there are simply millions of votes left to be counted. A number of battleground states still outstanding, Chanel.
Absolutely. Good morning to you, Craig. Here's where we stand at this minute. This is the all-important road to 270, the number of electoral votes needed for a candidate to win the election. At this moment, Joe Biden sits at 224 to President Trump's 213.
And here's a look at the latest map. You can see all of the states that are outstanding here. The states that are in gray, either too close to call or too early to call, including crucial battlegrounds. And you know these states by heart by now: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia.
Absolutely. We'll be looking at this map all day, and with so much still unknown, it could be days, possibly longer, until we know who the winner is. So let's all take a breath this morning. We have our team of correspondents standing by to help walk us through everything that's happening today.
And by the way, if you think you're tired, you've got nothing on this next guy.
Absolutely.
Steve Kornacki has been at his trusty big board all night long. He's there for us once again tonight. NBC News, MSNBC's national political correspondent. Steve, where do things stand right now?
Well, Craig, let's take a look here. You see the electoral vote count: 224 for Biden, 213 for Donald Trump. A bunch of states here. Here's one of them, Arizona, where Biden is leading in the vote tabulation so far. Basically, the drama is there's a specific type of ballot here. It was absentee votes that were cast at the very end, that were basically cast like the day before Election Day, or that were brought in on Election Day. Those are the votes they haven't counted up yet. I think we just want to get a sense, once they start counting those up, do those look good for Biden, or do they portend some kind of late Trump surge here that would be unforeseen? So Biden, certainly, I think his campaign likes where they're sitting in Arizona right now. That state is uncalled. Nevada, again, slim here, but Biden does lead in the vote, in the tabulation right now. Nevada, not till tomorrow, going to release the rest of the vote. The rest of the vote, though, they are telling us it's mail ballots. It's things that are still in the mail right now, mail ballots that arrived today. So again, I think Democrats probably like that news better than Republicans, because the mail ballots have been good to Democrats. More Democrats voted by mail. Wisconsin, the lead for Biden, 20,000 votes right now. There's a lot of drama there overnight in Milwaukee County with the absentee vote putting Biden ahead. Not a ton of outstanding vote in Wisconsin. So that 20,000 vote lead, again, the Biden campaign feeling good there. Here's an interesting, wow, this just happened, Craig, as we're going through this. Joe Biden has taken the lead in Michigan. And this is one of those states where we were saying it looked like the late counted vote was going to favor Biden, because in a lot of these counties, big counties like Wayne County, where Detroit is, Macomb County, outside Oakland County, they were going to count up their mail ballots late. And we've been seeing Biden all morning make gains there. He's now taken the lead in Michigan. So now Biden has the lead in the tabulation in Arizona, in Nevada, in Wisconsin, and in Michigan. And if you look at the electoral, and by the way, in Maine, which remains uncalled, but statewide Biden leads there. And if you look at the path to 270, if Biden were to get Arizona, hold Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, and those 3 electoral votes from Maine, minus a congressional district there, if he were to do that, he'd be at 270.
Steve, this is changing minute by minute here. Give us some perspective. We have a little bit of time. In 2016, we know Trump won some states by mere margins, revealing, frankly, we've been talking about it all day, just how split the country was. 4 years later, are we seeing anything different at this point?
Yeah, I mean, we are, but it's not that much. I mean, take a look at the electoral map right now, and I'd say, where is there a flip? Where have we seen a red state from 16 go blue, a blue state from 16 go red? At this moment, the only flip we've seen is actually a congressional district in Nebraska. Let me see if I can call that up. You see this little splotch of blue here around Omaha? In Nebraska, they give out their electoral votes by congressional district. Joe Biden won this congressional district in and around Omaha. Trump had won it 4 years ago. It's a flip of 1 electoral vote. But otherwise, as of now, there's no flips on this map. Now, there could be. You know, Biden, as we say, Arizona would be a flip if Biden gets that. Wisconsin would be a flip. Michigan would be a flip if Biden gets that. So there is that could happen now. But so far it hasn't. And even in these states, I mean, look at this. Biden leads by 20,000 votes. Almost all the vote is in. The margin is 0.7 point. When Donald Trump won this state 4 years ago, the margin was 23,000 votes for Trump. And this actually worked out to 0.7 point. I mean, Wisconsin may swing here, but the swing is from a fraction of a point for Trump to a fraction of a point for Biden. And we were just looking at this map, whether it was Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, states all across the country last night. That was the thing that was really driven home to me. And state after state was, you just looked at the patterns that you saw 4 years ago in 2016. You found some change, but I think you found more where you said, wow, people are just dug in.
Steve,
people haven't changed. Yeah.
Steve, really quickly, can you go back to Michigan for a moment here as we saw those numbers come in real time and those votes that came in that gave Biden a bit of a boost there in Michigan? Do we know where those votes came from geographically?
Yeah, let's take a look here. I can show you. This is where the remaining vote is in. Let me try that again. The bigger the bubble, the more votes there are. And so what we've been seeing happen all morning in Michigan is about 4 counties here. Wayne County, that by far is the biggest bubble you have there. That's Detroit, that's Dearborn. And what you see happening there is a lot of the absentee vote, that is to say the mail vote, is being counted late. It's being counted this morning. It was counted overnight. It's the last thing that's being tabulated here. So that has been heavily Democratic as it's come in. And if you look sort of inside this bubble, you got Oakland County and Macomb County. These are big counties directly north of Detroit. You've also had a lot of outstanding mail vote there. And then Grand Rapids, which is Kent County, Michigan. These have been the biggest sources of the vote, and the mail vote in all of these places has been trending Democratic. So that's what we've been seeing. Donald Trump jumped out in the tabulation early on in Michigan to what looked like a big lead. That was the same day vote that gave him the big lead. The mail is what's brought this back.
It's a big deal there. Those
Steve,
numbers
while
in
you were
Michigan.
walking us through Michigan, the Biden campaign also just put out a statement with regards to Michigan, quote, we will be able to start claiming an insurmountable vote by mail lead soon. That just coming out from the Biden campaign, you know.
Phenomenal perspective there, Steve. Of course, we'll be checking back in with Steve coming up in just a little bit.
All right, let's turn now to Peter Alexander, our man at the White House. He's been listening closely to the Trump campaign. We heard from the president a few hours ago. Peter, have we heard from him again this morning?
You know, we haven't yet, Craig, not this morning. I guess we did this morning. He spoke after 2 o'clock this morning, but not since then, of course. But we are hearing from those close to the president, echoing his words, saying that he was reelected last night. To be clear, the president last night falsely and prematurely declared victory, something he said he would not do. He said, among other things, the baseless claim that he was the victim of fraud, saying that Democrats were trying to steal the election from him, basically saying that his voters were disenfranchised here and threatening to go to the Supreme Court. But the bottom line is his folks do remain bullish, even as you look at that map right there that shows real obstacles, real challenges for the president. Recognize if he loses Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, and Wisconsin, all places where Joe Biden appears to be growing his advantages. Right now, the president would lose to Joe Biden here. But the biggest takeaway, I think, from last night is the following. First of all, the president certainly overperformed what he did 4 years ago. Both Joe Biden and Donald Trump had more voters for them than they did 4 years ago. The president and his team were successful in finding more of those rural voters. But the biggest takeaway beyond that, perhaps, as we go to 35,000 feet is no matter what happens here, Craig and Chanel, the president, President Trump, and his politics are not going away. They are here to stay. While Democrats were really looking for a repudiation of President Trump and the type of politics that they say he stands for, they didn't get that. They wanted a moral victory, not just a political victory. They may get the political victory, but the moral victory doesn't appear that it's going to come right now. So many deep divisions between men and women, urban and rural in this country, and those with college degrees and those without, Craig and Chanel.
That is the reality at this point, for sure. All right, Peter Alexander
at the White House. Peter, thank you.
All right, now let's turn to the Biden campaign. NBC's Kristen Welker is live in Wilmington, Delaware, with what we're hearing from them this morning. Kristen, good morning to you.
Hi, Chanel and Craig. Good morning to both of you. Well, you know how you were just talking about with Steve, the fact that things are moving quite quickly here? Well, I can tell you that that's what's happening inside the Biden's campaign. I've been talking to officials who tell me we're going to hear from the former vice president a little bit later on today. They expect that to happen this afternoon. And I am told you can expect Biden to be more bullish. He is going to lean into these latest results that we are seeing in Michigan and throughout the Midwest. The campaign is feeling very confident at this hour. Why? Because of those Midwestern states, that so-called blue wall that did not hold for Hillary Clinton. They think they're going to hold it. So they like what they see in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and even Nevada. So those are the states to be watching quite closely at this hour as this continues to be a moving target that is changing moment by moment. Now, in terms of what Peter was talking about, the fact that you had that extraordinary statement from President Trump overnight, essentially coming out and claiming victory before all of the votes have been tallied, the Biden campaign blasting the president for that, the campaign manager saying that it was outrageous and unprecedented. Let me read you a little bit of what she had to say, and then we'll play some of Biden's sound from overnight. The campaign manager writing, "We repeat what the vice president said. Donald Trump does not decide the outcome of this election. Joe Biden does not decide the outcome of this election. And the democratic process must and will continue until its conclusion." That is the core message from Joe Biden himself, that people need to let this process play out and they need to let all of the votes be counted. Again, he did address a crowd of supporters here. They were socially distant, many in their cars. Here's what he had to say. Take a listen.
We knew this was going to go long, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
So a really confident, defiant statement there from Vice President Biden as he remains here in Delaware, watching these results come in along with the rest of the world. Guys, back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker there in Wilmington covering Joe Biden. Kristen, thank you. Chanel, one of the first battleground states, if not the first battleground state to fall last night, Florida.
Absolutely. NBC's Carrie Sanders is live in St. Petersburg with how the night went in Florida. Carrie, what a night.
It was an incredible night, and Biden supporters in the state are saying, how did that happen? While Trump supporters are not only gleeful, they're praising how President Trump effectively targeted a voting group within a group.
This morning, Trump voters in Florida celebrating, dancing in the streets of Miami's Little Havana.
Donald Trump's, the values he stands for me, it's the same values I share.
Donald Trump has a special touch. He's got something. He's amazing.
Overnight, the president himself reveling in his win.
Florida was a tremendous victory.
Miami-Dade County key to Trump's Florida victory. It's home to a large number of conservative Latinos, unique in the state and country.
You know, Miami some would say is Hong Kong, right? The rest of Florida is sort of, is kind of connected. Miami's its own thing. It's its own entity.
Good to go down as one of the most progressive presidents in American history.
A flood of political ads tying Biden to socialists struck fear in many Miami-Dade Latinos who'd escaped communist regimes in Cuba and Venezuela.
People that like me that was born under a socialist regime, we don't want that happening in the United States.
And though the Biden campaign outspent Trump in Spanish language ads, they came too late, according to one Democratic advisor, helping get out the Latino vote. To Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans, socialism is like kryptonite. Did the Biden campaign miss that?
I don't think they missed it. I think they missed the opportunity of starting earlier to combat that.
The upset catching the Biden campaign off guard.
Everybody knew that Florida was going to be the problem child.
The Latino vote also strong in other states like Texas, which stayed red, and New Mexico, which went for Biden.
It just shows state by state, population by population, the Latino vote couldn't be more different.
Back in Florida, some Biden supporters on social media ready to cut the whole state loose.
A lesson for politicians that at your own peril, misunderstanding a group can cost you. Guys?
Very, very good point, Kerry Sanders, as always. We'll be talking a lot about what happened there in Florida. We'll stay with this. Up next, we'll be right back with more of our election coverage.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
And welcome back to the special edition of the third hour of Today. Up until last night, Chanel, so much of the talk was about the potential for voting irregularities, mail fraud, foreign interference even. But so far, it looks like things, at least from that perspective, went pretty smoothly.
That is some good news today. NBC's Tom Costello is monitoring the vote for us. Good morning to you. Where do we start, Tom?
Yeah, hi, guys. Well, let me just pick up on the point you just made. You're absolutely right. Homeland Security cyber election officials were very concerned about the possibility of foreign interference, disinformation campaigns, misinformation campaigns. They say it went remarkably well. Really very, very little activity in the cyber world. And part of that is because NBC News has confirmed that U.S. cyber entities, if you will, went on the offensive in the last 24, 48 hours against Russian and Iranian targets that they know would have targeted the U.S. election infrastructure. That may be why it was really a pretty quiet period in the cyber world. Thankfully so. Let's go through where we stand on the various states and when we can expect any sort of a decision. And we should remind the audience that we've talked about the possibility going into the election of a red mirage that turns blue, a blue mirage that turns red. So we have, in fact, seen some of that already. We begin right now with Pennsylvania. And the governor there is saying that they still have about 1 million or so ballots to count. And they are just specifically waiting data soon. They paused the counting overnight. Absentee ballots postmarked by Election Day. This is important. Absentee ballots postmarked by yesterday can be counted if they arrive by Friday on 5 o'clock, and all the postmark is correct and accurate. The Secretary of State, again, insisting that every vote will, in fact, be counted. Let's go to Georgia very quickly there. Some key counties paused voting overnight around the Atlanta area. So we're starting to now get that data in on the Atlanta area vote. The delays there were because of some problems with the voting tabulation software and also a water pipe that burst in the State Farm Arena. So we are waiting for a more complete picture out of Georgia. Arizona. Voters have 5 days. Voters have 5 days to correct their signatures on their ballots. They will not finish voting or counting the vote, we should say, until November 10th. November 10th. So we expect we may get some more data, though, an updated piece of the pie there today. Nevada, mailed-in votes postmarked by Election Day can still be counted. Nevada officials now say that they will be having no final count announced until Thursday. They're waiting for more data, specifically from Clark County around Las Vegas, which, as you know, tends to lean Democrat. I just quickly wanted to mention Michigan because going into the morning, 3.5 million absentee ballots had been cast. The Michigan Secretary of State is suggesting that we may get those numbers in pretty quickly. They're rolling in as we speak right now. And lastly, you know, if you went to bed last night concerned about the unease and the anxiety, regardless of which candidate you were supporting, you'll be glad to know that it is calm across America today. We've had no major concerns, no major reports of disruptions. Washington, D.C. is calm. The White House is calm. Yet again, adding into this notion from Homeland Security yesterday that this election really went amazingly well, not a lot of drama, and thankfully, no real significant signs of disruptions. Guys, back to you.
Well, Tom, another silver lining here, if you will, turnout, the sheer number of people who participated in democracy, it really is astounding. What are the numbers on that?
Yeah, and you know, I got to tell you, it's one complaint you often hear from foreigners, from other democracies. They think, why is your participation level so low in the greatest democracy in the world? The participation level went up dramatically with this election. About 65% of the electorate voted. We have 157 million votes cast. So that is the strongest voter turnout in a century. So very encouraging for people who say, listen, I don't care if you vote red or blue, vote. It's about what the country is about. And that number is very encouraging.
Absolutely.
And oh, by the way, those millions voting in the midst of a pandemic as well. Tom Costello for us there in Washington. Tom, thank you. Chanel?
Another important part of all of this, we're certainly not the only ones waiting to see how this plays out. Around the world, people are closely monitoring the election results. Let's go to NBC's senior international correspondent, Keir Simmons. He has a look at that part of the story. Good morning to you, Keir.
Hey, Chanel, good morning to you. Tom there talking about the greatest democracy in the world, and there is no doubt that around the world people are watching closely. Let me just show you a couple of British headlines on a knife edge on that newspaper, Battle for America's Soul. It's making the front pages here in the UK and around the world, even without a result.
It's the election the whole world is watching.
Millions around the world overnight,
Neck and neck.
watching a divided America's democracy tested.
Good morning, Britain. America decides.
It is pretty chaotic.
A nerve-wracking election, says Israeli TV.
I was not surprised, and as a matter of fact, I was awake all night.
A long night watched through the day in Asia and Australia.
I think it affects us all.
The politics, for me, it's like a sporting match.
Americans overseas glued to television coverage, like these Democrats in Thailand.
It's the future of the country, and I think we all need to pay attention.
If Trump wins, that it's definitely going to have a huge impact on the world.
In Europe, the candidates' competing claims came in the early hours.
The U.S. Supreme Court.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted.
A former German ambassador worried indecision in America will impact its alliances.
I'm afraid we will be looking at continued polarization in American politics. That, for us in Europe, is not exactly good news.
Britain, America's closest ally, expressing faith in the US system.
We respect the values of democracy and the checks and balances reflected in the US system.
America's friends holding their breath.
I always thought it was going to be closer than people thought.
Very depressed. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be drawn out. It's going to be like the 2000 election again.
America's foes quick to criticize. In China, the hashtag US election has been viewed 3.4 billion times. America is without hope, says one senior Chinese state media journalist. In Russia, pro-Kremlin media warning of chaos in America. While the Middle East, a region that perhaps more than any other looks to America for leadership.
We will not have a good solution from the United States as a Palestinian.
I've never seen America that divided, to be honest.
Wondering where the world goes now.
And while America figures out what it voted for, who it voted for, it's no exaggeration to say, guys, the world is trying to work out what American leadership is going to look like in the years ahead.
All right, great report. Thank you, Kier. Now it seems like a good time to take a little breath. Let's get a quick check of your local weather. All right, we're all in this together. Ahead, we'll get the most up-to-date vote count. Steve Kornacki is back at the big board. Hang with us. We'll be right back.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
And welcome back to this special edition of the third hour of Today. At this hour, the votes are still being tallied. The race for the White House is still undecided, and it could be days before we know the winner, Chanel.
Very true. All eyes are now on a handful of states that will swing this election. Right now, Joe Biden is holding a slight lead in the race to 270, the number of electoral votes needed to win the presidency. Over the past several weeks, both campaigns have focused in on the state of Pennsylvania and its 20 electoral votes. And right now, of course, the Keystone State is certainly too early to call.
Here's what the Biden campaign had to say this morning about the vote there specifically. Quote, "We feel confident and we expect Philly vote by mail to drop tonight or tomorrow." And Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, is where we also find NBC's Stephanie Goss. Stephanie, good morning to you. Why is the Biden campaign so confident about Philadelphia?
Well, Philadelphia will be really a stronghold for him. I'm standing in front of the convention center. This has been called the counting factory here. 10 to 14,000 votes an hour are being counted. When you look at the numbers right now, you'll see Trump has a double-digit lead. But you have to put that into context. The outlying and outstanding votes in this state will predominantly go for Biden, but he has to make up a lot of ground. You talk about the counties that have the most votes still to count, includes here Philadelphia. Then it's the Philadelphia suburbs, Montgomery, Chester, which actually is a very conservative suburb and will go for Trump, but we'll have to keep our eye on it to see if Biden can run up some numbers there. And then it's Allegheny County. That's where Pittsburgh is. They went home last night. They're coming back and restarting their count at 10 a.m. It could be days before we know what's happening here in Pennsylvania. And you saw last night Governor Tom Wolf hitting back at the president who had called on the counting after Election Day to stop. He said that was partisan interference in this election process. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Steph, the Attorney General there in Pennsylvania. Looks like Steph's putting her earpiece back in, so I think she can hear us now.
Can you hear us now, Steph?
Steph, can you hear me?
I got you, Craig.
Okay. Okay, the attorney general there was on our air just a few hours ago and said that they were preparing for lawsuits in Pennsylvania. Any idea whether lawsuits there will affect when we could learn the outcome of the election in Pennsylvania?
Well, that's a good question, and it'll be the nature of the lawsuits. You know, there is a federal lawsuit statewide taking a look at the mail-in ballots. The focus will certainly be on those ballots. We just don't know if that's going to delay or if it becomes then them contesting the results that are announced by the state. We don't know that yet. And of course, it will depend on whether it really does come down to the state of Pennsylvania. Although that looks like a distinct possibility, there are paths here to 270 that don't include Pennsylvania for Biden. So we have to wait and see what unfolds. But you can imagine if it does come down to the state, and it is a narrow margin, it is going to be contentious, and there will certainly be legal battles, Craig.
We can certainly all feel the pressure there. Stephanie Goff there in Philadelphia. Thank you, Stephanie.
All right, how about we stay in the Commonwealth here for just a few more moments. We have Democratic Pennsylvania Senator Bob Casey with us this morning. Senator Casey, good morning to you. Let's start with the 620,000 or so votes that separate President Trump from Vice President Biden. We understand that they're going to start recounting votes roughly 30 minutes from now. What's your assessment of the current situation there in the Keystone State?
Well, thanks. Good to be with you. We're still counting, of course, and that will go on for a good while. But in the end, Joe Biden's going to win Pennsylvania, probably win it by more than 100,000 votes. I don't know when we'll have a final count, but we're going to get a lot of very strong indicators today when, as your team has just reported, when the suburban county mail-in ballots are counted, or at least a lot of them, Philadelphia is going to have a lot of counting done today. So we're going to get a good indication today, but he'll win by over 100,000 votes.
You know, the challenge is, as you know, overnight, the president falsely claimed he's won the election. What's your response as votes are still being counted to that narrative that's still being pushed out?
Well, first, he's wrong. He's not going to win Pennsylvania, and he should act like any responsible leader would, which is to say, count the ballots. But the Constitution and the way we count votes and conduct elections in America are just going to roll over him. He's going to lose, and I'm certain he's going to lose in Pennsylvania, and I think he'll lose the Electoral College. So the good news is most Americans are not listening to his lies about what's going to happen or where we are. The good news is the American people believe in the Constitution, and that will roll right over them.
Senator, I want to go back to something you just said there. You predicting that Vice President Biden's going to win Pennsylvania by at least 100,000 votes. What are you basing that assessment on? What are you seeing in the numbers there?
Well, it's not just something that I came up with myself. I try to talk to people who are better number crunchers than I. But here's what it means. It means that when you calculate the number of mail-in ballots that are out and the percent of the vote that Vice President Biden is winning them by. Give an example. Montgomery County, our third largest county, right now, there's still a lot more counting to do there. His margin there is almost equal to Hillary Clinton's margin last time, and she got a big win there last time. So you can see what's left outstanding, but you can also see the rate at which he's winning. In some counties, he's winning 8 out of 10. Or 80% or 80-20, I should say. And then other places it might be lower, but even in red counties that Donald Trump will win, there's still some mail-in ballots coming in, and Joe Biden's doing well on those. So that's the best estimate right now by folks who are really good at this. And I think 100,000 is a conservative number. Some people believe it'll be higher than that.
When do you think we'll know for sure?
Don't know that, but I think we could know a lot by the end of today, maybe enough to make a projection.
Hey, Senator, really quickly here, I mean, with all due respect, there had been some talk up until last night that Democrats were going to put Texas in play. Not going to happen. The Democrats may be able to put Florida back in play. That's not going to happen. It looks as if there was significant slipping with the Hispanic vote in Florida, specifically South Florida and Texas as well. What happened last night?
Well, look, I can't profess to know what happened in Florida and Texas. I don't know those states like I know Pennsylvania, and I think there'll be time to analyze whether or not. What's that?
What happened to Democrats last night? I mean, again, with all due respect, well, I mean, the president of the United States, historically unpopular, his job approval somewhere around 46, 47, and it's this close.
Well, number one is Joe Biden is going to win Pennsylvania, and he's going to win the presidency. So Donald Trump will be defeated, but we can analyze how, why one candidate got a certain percent of the vote versus the other. But Joe Biden's going to win the presidency.
And to Craig's point here, I think the bottom line is that this isn't a landslide, no matter how you cut it. What would you say to people watching? Because clearly we are divided.
No question about it. We were before the election and we will be after. But I do think that by electing Joe Biden, we can have someone who will not just talk about unity, but will work on it every day. He has the experience to do it, the character to do it. And unifying people means you have to work hard. We've had 4 years of a president who spent every day fear and smear, demonize and divide. Every day, that's all he said. That's all he did. And he's been pretty effective at smearing people and dividing them. But that day is coming to an end. But we're all going to have to figure out ways to work together, because the problems we face are a set of problems that no group of Americans have faced in maybe 75 years, with a 100-year, once in a 100-year public health crisis, a jobs crisis, climate, so much ahead of us, including healing our racial wounds and bringing about reform. So we're all going to have to work at it, but I think a lot of people are willing to put in that work.
All right, Democratic Senator Bob Casey for Senator Casey, thank you. Thanks for that.
All right, up next, Steve Kornacki is crunching the numbers. We'll have the very latest results just coming in when we come right back.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
And welcome back to this special edition of the third hour of today. We, like all of you at home, are also waiting for those votes to be counted in the race for president. As of right now, there is no clear winner.
It's been a long night for all of us, but let's check back in with Steve Kornacki, national political correspondent for NBC News and MSNBC. Steve, have you learned anything or any movement in the past, let's say, 30 minutes since we spoke to you last?
You know, it's getting glacial at this point. I have to say, we're down to a few states. We're down to a few counties in some of these states. I can show you Michigan again here, where about 20 minutes ago when I last talked to you, we saw Joe Biden take the lead in the vote. Now Biden has built that up to about a 12,000 vote advantage in Michigan. And again, if you just look where the remaining vote is coming from in Michigan, you see one big circle right there over Wayne County where Detroit is. These are heavily Democratic votes coming in. Also, that other circle, decent size there, Grand Rapids, and it's the Grand Rapids mail ballots. So again, these are also favorable for Joe Biden. There are some other much smaller pockets of vote coming in, but two areas that are very favorable to Biden are reporting in now, continue to, and you see Biden building that lead. One other we can look at here is Pennsylvania. Again, this is the most confusing puzzle piece on the board because there is just such a wide disparity between how various counties are counting the vote. There are some counties that just as we speak this morning are opening up their first mail ballots and beginning to process and count them for the first time. There are other counties that went through that last night. So what it means is there's a very different mix of votes that are kind of in play in various counties right now. Heavily, though, what's been counted is slanted to the vote that was cast yesterday on Election Day, the folks who went out and voted in person at the polls yesterday. It's what Trump was encouraging his supporters certainly to do. He's got a big advantage with the voters who went out and did that yesterday, and that is heavily what's accounted for in the vote returns in Pennsylvania. What's not accounted for nearly as much, especially in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh and some big Democratic areas, are the mail ballots, which again, in some places, they are just getting to right now. So we expect, long way of saying, we expect Pennsylvania to tighten significantly. And the Biden campaign is expressing confidence that when all is said and done, they will overtake Trump there and get those 20 electoral votes from Pennsylvania.
So, Steve, walk us through again what that would mean for the path to 270.
Yeah, let's go through it right now. So from where we stand right now, we'll call up our road to 270 map. And if you'd used, what I'm going to do here is start in Arizona. So in Arizona, Biden's leading in the tabulation. I think later this evening, there's going to be an update from Arizona officials on where things stand. If that continues to go in Biden's direction and he gets Arizona, temporarily say, what if, put that in his column. Nevada, as we said, Biden leads in the tabulation. Not till tomorrow morning are they going to report out their next round of votes, but they've told us that that next batch of votes is mail ballots and provisional ballots, both of which are likely, we'll see, but likely to be favorable for Democrats. So for the time being, what if Democrats also then get Nevada? We showed you Biden has opened up a 20,000 vote lead in Wisconsin, running out of places that have not already reported their votes in Wisconsin. If Biden hangs on to that, then Michigan, we should just showed you what's going on in Michigan. If Biden can hold on to and build that lead, now there's Pennsylvania. If he were then to get Pennsylvania, he's down significantly in the vote count now. If he were to get Pennsylvania in this combination, that would put him over. But let's say that Donald Trump instead hangs on to that lead that he's built early in Pennsylvania. One other state to mention here, Maine. The state of Maine has not been called so far. Now, they do the electoral vote in an interesting way there. If you win the statewide vote, you get 2, and then you get 1 for each congressional district. And right now, Donald Trump is ahead, actually, in the 2nd congressional district of Maine. But Joe Biden's ahead in the 1st district, and Joe Biden is ahead statewide. And if that held in this combination, let me try that again. And if that held in this combination, this is going to be a big dramatic reveal. Biden would be at 270. So that's, Pennsylvania right now. If Biden is able to get all these first states that we put in the blue column there, Pennsylvania would not necessarily be essential to Biden at this point. Although, again, his campaign is sending signals that they're confident about it. It's Trump right now who's got to turn some things around on this electoral map.
Steve, thank you. Really quickly, Steve, there are so many variables. I think people haven't had a lot of sleep, so we're staring at this map. We're looking at red and blue, and it's a little blurry. What is the next thing we need to be watching for? And is there anything that you're watching specifically that could tip this either way, in your opinion?
Yeah, like I said, it's Michigan where there's a very clear trend that's kind of been established here. Let's just watch as the remaining vote comes in. It's mail-in vote. It's the ballots that were, cast in many cases long before Election Day, but they weren't allowed to touch. Election officials weren't allowed to touch those ballots basically until yesterday or the day before yesterday. And that vote, that mail vote, looks so far like it's favoring Biden pretty significantly. So a lot of the vote in Michigan, we just want to look and see, does that trend continue? If it does, that's why the Biden campaign is feeling good right there. Obviously, Pennsylvania took you through the situation there. You also see Georgia here. What we're waiting on today in Georgia, this area right here, the Atlanta metro area, you see Trump is leading by 100,000 votes statewide right now. This is heavily where the uncounted votes are. You can see they're blue. You can see these are big Democratic areas. There's a possibility here of Biden squeezing out enough votes to overtake Trump. We'll see. That's the drama in the next couple hours. That's the drama today in Georgia. I also should mention North Carolina. Donald Trump this morning is leading by 75,000 votes. It's a decent margin for Trump. The one variable left in North Carolina is this is a state that allows ballots that were sent in the mail yesterday. If they were postmarked by Election Day, they can arrive a couple days later and still count. And frankly, we just don't know how many votes exactly, how many ballots are in the mail in North Carolina right now on their way to election officials. It'd be an awful lot for Biden to overtake it, but we got to see what that number is before any decisions made and how to call that. So that's the big variable there in North Carolina right now. So there's different things to look for in different states right now. That's kind of the picture, though.
Steve Kornacki, take a nap, please. You've been going by our count at least 16 straight hours. Thank you so much. Thanks to your big board as well. As we wait to find out the election results, one thing we can tell you is that it was and continues to be, by so many different metrics, historic. Let's get some perspective on that part of the story from NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss. Mr. Beschloss, it is always good to have your perspective in times like these. Contested elections, consequential elections. You've been around for a lot of them. Where does this rank?
Well, elections have been contested and take a long time to count pretty much all the way through American history. In the 19th century, does anyone think that it didn't take days, at least sometimes weeks, to make sure that the votes were properly counted? And the other thing, Craig, is that here we are, with a contested election that may take a while. Well, it's not taking as long as 2000 when Bush v. Gore was decided by the Supreme Court, took over a month. 1876, there were 3 disputed states, which were Florida, South Carolina, Louisiana. It dragged down for 3 or 4 months. There had to be finally a deal to get Rutherford Hayes elected as president of the United States, one that remains controversial and provocative to this day. Here we are now in the day of early voting. That is probably only going to increase in the future, Craig. And as it does, the chance that it will take a while to count these ballots. Is anyone suggesting that we shouldn't count ballots coming in from our warriors overseas or from states where early ballots were mailed in properly and are ready to be counted? The whole point of democracy is to make sure that all the ballots are counted fairly, fully, accurately.
Michael, can you give us some perspective on this division? I live here in New York City, and driving in here to 30 Rock, it felt like a war zone. There are boards all over buildings. I was talking to my grandparents last night. My grandfather's 96. My grandmother's about to be 91. And even they're saying how divided it feels. They're in Kansas. And clearly, they've lived through a lot, civil rights and everything else. But for some reason, they've been talking about how now just feels so different and frankly, a little scary for a lot of us.
Well, it is a divided country, Chanel, absolutely. But that has been true for all of American history. We've got big differences. We're divided in all sorts of ways, geographically, in terms of where we came from, what we'd like to do, what we want to see from this society. That is totally in keeping with everything we've done all the way back to the beginning of this republic. At the same time, you remember just a couple of days ago, people were predicting violence on Election Day and gangs interfering with voters and disturbances in various places. Let's take a moment to notice everything that has not happened. Great for us to have differences, but at the end of an election, we have to unify and look to whoever is the next president to say, we're all Americans. There are some things that bind us all together. That's the way it's always been.
Good point.
Hey, Michael, Tom Costello hit on this point a few moments ago. While obviously millions of votes are still being counted, one thing is clear: turnout through the roof. More people voting in this election than any election that we've seen in more than 100 years in America. What does that tell you?
It tells us that there are big signs of health in this democracy, and that our democracy, at least in certain ways, is flourishing, because any political scientist will say that if you want to see how healthy a system is, find out how many people care enough, think that elections matter enough to turn out and vote. Until this year, the highest modern turnout was about 63%, 1960, Kennedy versus Nixon. A lot of people interested in that campaign, height of the Cold War. Here we are in 2020, and if the result is that we set a record this year, that's wonderful news. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton against Donald Trump, you would think that a lot of people would have wanted to vote, but only about 55% did. It looks as if we will by far beat that record with what happened in the voting the last couple of days.
We only have about 20 seconds left. Yeah, we just thank you for your time this morning. You really put that in perspective for us.
Pleasure. Have a great day.
All right. Craig, it's been a long night, hasn't it?
Long night, long morning, probably in for another long night, probably in for another long morning. But we will get there, as we always do in this country, right? Let us take a moment, my friend, and just for a quick moment here, and get a check of your local weather. Okay, again, 270, that's the magic number. And right now, still a number of states where it's too close to call and too early to call in others. But as Steve Kornacki pointed out and Chuck Todd pointed out before him, there is reason to believe that we should get some information in from at least two of those states at some point over the next 12 hours, Savannah.
Absolutely.
Excuse me, Chanel. See how long it's been?
If you squint, we kind of look alike. Well, speaking of Savannah, Hoda and Savannah are in up next. Thank you for waking up and joining us this morning. We're all in this together. We'll continue to cover it. We'll be right back.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. No decision 2020. The presidential race still up for grabs with millions of votes being counted in crucial battleground states. Overnight, Joe Biden expressing confidence but urging patience.
We feel good about where we are. We really do.
The president falsely claiming victory and threatening a fight all the way to the Supreme Court.
This is a major fraud in our nation. As far as I'm concerned, we already have one.
This morning, we'll take you to the states, still counting votes that will decide the presidency, the potential paths to victory for both candidates at this hour, and reaction from across America and around the world as we wait to see what happens next. Today, Wednesday, November 4th, 2020.
From NBC News, this is a special edition of Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb, live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to this special edition of Today. Thank you for being with us on a Wednesday morning. Oh, Yuhu, yes, we are still here.
Yeah, it is a marathon. You probably went to sleep last night wondering who won the election when you woke up. Well, here we are, 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 in the West, and we still do not know who the next president will be. It's a day filled with uncertainty and a lot of unanswered questions.
And votes still to be counted. We're going to guide you best we can through everything there is to know, one step at a time, and let's get it started. And here's where it stands at this hour on the electoral map. You will see 224 electoral votes for Joe Biden, 213 for the president. Remember, the goal is 270. That's what it takes to win the presidency.
Keep your eye on those states in gray. Those are either too close to call or too early to call, including the battlegrounds of Pennsylvania that may not be called for days. Also, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona.
Well, we do know this. It is coming coming down to the wire when it comes to the vote count in Pennsylvania. We could get answers on when to expect answers at the bottom of this hour. We'll take it at this point after a long night. The state's governor and Secretary of State have scheduled a news conference for 10:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Pacific. That's in Pennsylvania.
Anxious to see about that. Also this morning, there's also the battle for control of Congress. NBC News projects Democrats have maintained their grip on the House, and over there in the Senate, Republicans are clinging to their majority, but several races are still undecided.
Yeah, that congressional races did not shake out as some had expected. Republicans having a better night than even they expected. So let's start breaking it down. We've got NBC's Chuck Todd with us. He's got the numbers and the maps, but let's get started. NBC's Peter Alexander at the White House. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. The president's aide speaking to reporters just moments ago saying they still feel confident in their math. They believe the president will win this thing. But the president last night did something that he said he would not do. He falsely and prematurely declared victory. Of course, the winner of the presidency has not been determined. Several states, as you note, still counting votes as we speak. Still, the president did defy expectations last night. President Trump overperforming his performance as a candidate in 2016, holding on to key battlegrounds like Ohio and Florida that the Democrats had hoped to flip blue.
By hundreds of supporters falsely claiming victory.
Frankly, we did win this election.
With millions of legitimate votes still to be counted, the president making a baseless claim accusing Democrats of trying to steal the election.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Repeating his earlier claim on Twitter, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. Twitter quickly flagging that as disputed and possibly misleading. While the president correctly tweeted votes cannot be cast after the polls close, it is legal and within voting procedures to keep counting them after the polls close. The president also claiming that his early leads in some battleground states are insurmountable, despite hundreds of thousands of legitimate ballots still outstanding.
With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch.
President Trump is overperforming candidate Trump from 2016, holding on to key swing states like Ohio and Florida that Democrats had hoped to flip.
We won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot.
The president relying heavily on an influx of election day voters, part of his get out the vote strategy, and drawing new voters sympathetic to his message, many of them from rural counties. Among the president's biggest gains with Latinos, especially Cuban Americans in South Florida, evidence his attacks on Joe Biden as socialist resonated.
Back to the president's false claims declaring victory early this morning. The president's attack on the democratic process really was jarring, even irresponsible. And that's in the words of some of his Republican allies. President Trump saying that he would take his case to the Supreme Court. It's still unclear how he would do that or what the legal basis would be. And notably, Vice President Mike Pence struck a very different tone last night, speaking immediately after the president saying that he wanted all the votes to be counted, but not declaring victory, saying simply that he thinks they are on the path to victory. Savannah and Hoda.
All right. It's still anyone's race at this point, Peter. Thank you.
NBC's Kristen Welker is covering the Biden camp. She's there in Wilmington, Delaware. Hey, Kristen, good morning.
Hey, Hoda and Savannah, good morning to both of you. Well, the Biden campaign is feeling increasingly confident today. They like what they are seeing in Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Georgia. And at the same time, they are blasting President Trump for those comments overnight for prematurely claiming victory. The Biden campaign manager calling it outrageous and dangerous.
With the results in several states too close to call, Joe Biden projecting confidence overnight that once all the votes are counted, he will come out on top.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
Biden addressing a drive-in crowd in the early morning hours, saying he is now focused on rebuilding the so-called Blue Wall, which fell in 2016. Wisconsin, Michigan, and the crucial battleground of Pennsylvania, where both campaigns have spent significant time and money, and where ballots are still being counted.
It's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. But talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see.
The former vice president failing to flip 2 states on the campaign's wish list, reliably read Texas and Florida. That's despite multiple visits to the Sunshine State by Biden and his former boss, Barack Obama.
I need you to cast your ballots.
Exit polls show Biden underperformed in a key voting group, Latinos, including the large Cuban American population of Miami-Dade County. But Biden remaining emboldened with a strong showing in Arizona, a state that helped send President Trump to the White House 4 years ago. Still too early to call. Biden also closely watching an unexpected battleground, Georgia, which hasn't voted for a Democrat in a presidential election since 1992.
We're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected.
Biden trying to set the narrative by addressing the country before President Trump and telling his supporters the election is not over until the final vote is counted.
As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome.
Now, we expect to hear from Joe Biden a little bit later on today. Sources familiar with his comments say you can expect him to be more bullish. Now, as for the president's comments that he is planning potential legal action, Biden campaign officials say they are ready. They have a team of lawyers ready to take action if needed. Hoda and Savannah.
All right, Kristen Welker for us there in Delaware. Kristen, thank you.
It's a tight one, and there are still votes being counted as we speak. NBC's Chuck Todd is here. Casey Hunt. We've been watching the returns come in all night, and we just got some more results from Michigan. What can you tell us?
We're happy about that, just to get new numbers anywhere these days. Well, look, as we were telling you, as we would see very slowly, some of these numbers come in Michigan for the first time. Well, he didn't do it yesterday, so it's the first time. Joe Biden now leads in Michigan. He's pulled ahead 9,800 votes. We still got a lot of vote to come in. And again, all of this is the vote that the Secretary of State told us last week was going to take perhaps 2 or 3 days. We'll see. We think we're gonna get Michigan vote all day long. Okay, and this is the assumption a lot of Democrats are making, and some Republicans, that as this comes in, it probably means Biden starts to build a bit of a lead here. I can tell you on the Senate side of things, Gary Peters, the Democratic incumbent, he's still trailing John James. They both have been sort of moving. He's still trailing. Why don't I just show you? Instead of doing that, as you can see, it's 35,000 is the advantage for James. The question is, as more of this vote comes in, this lead has been shrinking too. This one's a little more precarious. I think I'd still rather be Peters than James, but this is going to be super, super tight.
Let's go to Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Wow, we both wanted Wisconsin.
All right, that's good. We're in sync there. That's good. That's good. Here we have no updates since the last time we checked in with this a couple hours ago. We're still waiting for some new vote out of here, and we think we're going to get. We don't think there's that much vote left. In fact, I think there's now right around 100,000 left. So this would take a lot for the president to overcome. Look, let me remind you where we are on our what the percentages are on recount situations, right? So it's 0.5 percentage point in Georgia. In Wisconsin, it's 1%. So I want to go back to Wisconsin here a minute and just show you. You'd think my memory.
It's in recount territory.
Exactly. We are not right now. He does not lead by 1%. So this is one of those states where it's likely we'll see all the vote. We might call an apparent winner, but because of recount and all of that stuff. So you may see a check mark and all of that, but we are basically saying, hey, this could end up to be litigated or recounted.
Okay, let's look at Pennsylvania.
You got it. All right, let's get back here. Pennsylvania. again, we've gotten nothing new. Well, it looks like something came in because his lead shrunk below 600,000. But look at how much vote we still expect.
Well, this is one of those
1.7.
situations where President Trump has said, look, I've got a huge margin in Pennsylvania. People just looking at the numbers, they say, okay, I see that too. Why do you expect this number for Joe Biden to grow? Is it the early vote? How much early vote is outstanding?
I'm just telling you right now, I'm going to show you Philadelphia County.
56%. Wow.
Okay. We got
That's a Democratic stronghold.
Democratic stronghold. Philadelphia County, believe it or not, that's where Philadelphia is. It's one of those where the name actually tells you where it is. Not all counties do that, in fairness. I will. So this is a place where, in fact, I'll just show you. You can see how much in previous years, what kind of gap you get out of Philadelphia County. Over 400,000 for Hillary Clinton.
Hey, Chuck, what happened?
Nearly 500,000 in 2012. Right now, it's 245, right? So we expect that share to double just out of Philadelphia County. So you're going to make up 200,000 votes. You saw that's almost half of the deficit already out of one.
What happened in Scranton where Biden's
glad you asked. Where are we here? I'm going to get Troy Lackawanna County. There it is. How much? Almost all in. Well, this is what we thought he would.
So we're waiting. Yeah, I just want to do the big picture here. Can you put through the big map up there? We're waiting on calls in Georgia. It's too close. In North Carolina, it is too close. In Arizona, it's too close, but we do have Biden leading a bit. Nevada, we're still waiting on. And let me bring Casey Hunt in here as we look at this map. And I know you're looking at the congressional races too. I mean, the big picture is that Republicans in the Trump operation had a better night than even they were expecting.
That's absolutely right. I mean, they were expecting to likely lose control of the Senate, or at least be hanging on to it by the skin of their teeth. And instead, we're looking at them likely retaining a Senate majority, although we still have a ways to go before that count is final. And what I would say at this hour, Savannah, and obviously we've all been up for many hours covering this, but the difference between 7 a.m. and 10 a.m. here on the East Coast is that the Biden team starts to be feeling more confident about where they stand here as these final votes are starting to come in. Now, we'll see if that holds or if there are new votes that make that a little bit shakier, but I think they feel stronger in their standing right now than they did just a few hours ago when we had less information about the vote. And I know Chuck can show you all the different paths that are still available to the Biden team.
Well, and in fact, and we should remind people and just say the key question here is Pennsylvania going to matter? And right now, if you're Joe Biden, I would argue you don't want Pennsylvania to matter. Right now, he's leading in Nevada, and I just went ahead and assigned Alaska to Donald Trump for this exercise. We'll see. Nevada, Arizona, Biden is leading, right? So if you look here and you just add Wisconsin and Michigan, and the 3 electoral votes in Maine that we do expect Biden to get here. You see where that gets him. He can get exactly to 270. It's a win without Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia. If you're the Biden campaign, this is a black box right now. I'm sorry when I say that, meaning we don't know what kind of litigation shows up. We don't know what kind of once you start down that litigation road, you just don't know where it's going to go.
That map is probably Biden's best case scenario because
to avoid
Georgia's so tight, North Carolina's so tight, and Pennsylvania is a morass.
And we still could have that recount in Wisconsin, even on this map.
Yes,
still could be.
I'll be honest. I think we're going to have a recount in North Carolina. I think we're going to have a recount in Georgia, and I think we're going to have a recount in Wisconsin.
What about Trump's path? Would you pop him up?
I mean, Trump's path is pretty simple. He needs Georgia to stick, as you can see. He needs North Carolina, right? And then he needs Pennsylvania. But here's his problem. He needs one other, right? He needs, we talked about Nevada. It's not going to happen, but Nevada would have done it. We're not calling Arizona because, there is a very remote possibility that if the vote that's remaining out is somehow Trump plus 20, he could still get there. We're going to wait a little bit, but that would do it. He needs to find another state. And so, look, if you're the Trump folks, what I have a feeling they're going to do when you look around here, I think you suddenly start to think, Well, let's try a recount there.
Yeah. Well, in
Right.
Pennsylvania too, I mean, this is part of why, and we already know a little bit about the litigation strategy from the Trump campaign. It's part of why he mentioned the Supreme Court when he spoke overnight last night. It's extremely complicated, but it basically involves how to count the mail-in ballots that perhaps come in to the state after Election Day. So anticipate, that's why it's going to be so messy for the Biden campaign if we end up coming out.
Lots to talk about. Good thing we have a 2-hour show. Chuck Casey, hang tight. They're going to be with us all morning long. And just ahead, we're going to take an even closer look at those 3 undecided swing states. Live reports on what we are hearing at this hour from election officials in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Arizona. Our correspondents are on deck right up to this.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Morning, the morning after the presidential election, a race that at this moment at 10:19 on the East Coast still remains up in the air. We don't know who the winner is yet. It may take days, if not a little bit longer.
The reason? Votes are still being counted in those battleground states. We've beat the drum on throughout the campaign. We got 100 million folks who voted early, either in person or by mail. So that's taken time to tabulate. We've got reports from 3 of the battlegrounds. We'll go from east to west. Let's start with NBC's Stephanie Goss. She's in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, the center of the political universe this morning. Hi, Steph.
Yeah, it is. I mean, Chuck was running through that scenario where it may not be, but you know what? It probably will be. And we have a press conference coming up with the governor and the secretary of state, which will in part just be to calm nerves because there is still a lot of vote out there. It's not a surprise that there is. And you may remember that the governor actually ran a commercial in the days leading up to the election saying, this is where this state is going to be. And why is it here? Because of that unprecedented mail-in vote. 2.5 million ballots have been received. 1.1 were counted late last night. That number is going to change pretty quickly, but that's less than half. And all of those votes centered almost entirely in places that could go for Biden significantly, including here in Philadelphia. You also have some suburbs, the counties of Montgomery and Chester, and then you have Allegheny, and that's where Pittsburgh is. They stopped counting last night. They've just resumed recounting. And so the message today from the governor and secretary of state, please be patient. Guys, back to you.
All right, Stephanie, thank you.
Wisconsin is another swing state that remains really too close to call. Razor thin margin between the candidates. NBC's Cal Perry's with us now. He's in Milwaukee. Hey, Cal.
Hey, Hoda, good morning to you. So this is probably very difficult for the Democratic Party to watch, but they told us this was likely what was going to happen, that they could be down at midnight in the state of Wisconsin, but up at 3 in the morning. And that is what happened. We saw these votes come in, those early votes being dramatically walked across a parking lot and counted at 3 a.m. And when those votes came in from Biden, that has what put him over the top. 20,000 votes, the campaign telling us they are confident that they have won this state, though we still have not called it. Another 100,000 votes to come in. The difference here was that urban versus rural divide. Hillary Clinton lost this state by 25,000 votes. Democrats looked at the city of Milwaukee. They thought they could make gains, and they did. They picked up 20,000 votes in this city. They're hoping to replicate that both in Detroit and, of course, in Atlanta. Guys?
All right, Cal, thank you so much.
So let's head over to Arizona. A fight for the 11 electoral votes there still going on. NBC's Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale for us. That's one of the suburbs in Maricopa County that it may prove to be decisive. Vaughn, what are you hearing?
Yeah, Savannah, the lead for Joe Biden has dwindled down to just 3.4 percentage points. And a top official with the Trump camp here tells me that the campaign is holding out hope that they can close that margin, close the gap, and overcome Joe Biden in this state. Of course, it's a tall task, but when you're looking at the ballots that are left to be counted, there are still several 100,000 ballots that have to be processed here in the state of Arizona. And all of these ballots are ones that have come in the last several days. And after Democrats came out with a large lead here among returned ballots early on in October, in these last several days, it was Republicans that these ballots were trending towards. You know, if we should note, Joe Biden does ultimately clinch the state of Arizona and its 11 electoral votes. The base of voters that we will be talking about are those independent voters, particularly in these suburban areas. They long lean towards Republicans, the likes of Senator John McCain. But what we are seeing from our data right now is that those voters in this election went to Joe Biden and could ultimately be the group that clinches it for him in the presidency.
You mentioned McCain, Cindy McCain, John McCain's widow, of course, coming out and endorsing Joe Biden late in the campaign. We'll see if that had an impact as well. Vaughn Hilliard, our man in Arizona. Thank you.
Indeed, 10:23 on the East Coast. Our Decision 2020 coverage will resume in a minute. You guys were the ones up all night. What the heck is wrong with me? But let's check in with Al Roker with the
Our
weather.
loopiness is contagious.
It's on me.
Hey, look, you guys are doing yeoman-like work. Thank you so much. Let's take a look. The really only big thing going on the weather map is out west in the Pacific Northwest. Storm after storm going to be coming in here. You can already see on the radar, we're picking this up. This cold front will move inland. Heavy rain for coastal Oregon and Washington State. As this continues to move in tomorrow, the rain will spread into Idaho and Montana. As you get up into the elevations, we're looking for that snow to start dropping as the cold air starts to expand. Rainfall amounts generally anywhere from 1 to 3 inches, but could see upwards of 4 to 5 in some localized spots. Rest of the country, we are looking at a beautiful day in the Southwest. Desert heat, record highs in the plains, turning milder here in the Northeast. We're going to get to your local forecast coming up in the next 30 seconds. And that is your latest weather. Guys?
All right, Al, thank you very much.
Coming up, more of our special election coverage just ahead.
That's right. We are awaiting more results from Pennsylvania. All eyes on that state. And in just a few moments, we will join live a news conference with the Pennsylvania governor, the Secretary of State, expected to update the vote counting efforts there. Also, a little bit later, Georgia's Secretary of State is going to join us live. Georgia is a nail biter at this hour, and we are still awaiting votes. So we will check in with Pennsylvania, with Georgia, and the other states in gray you see on that map as we very much await the results of the election. We'll be back in a moment. But first, this is Today on NBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them?
Hey guys, I guess the stream came off, so I'm gonna try to bring it back. Hold on 1 second.
reached out to their local postal officer to make sure that we were going to have, really regular service. And we had worked through any questions there might be. They understood the importance of making sure that all those mailed absentee ballots got to where they needed to be to all your county election offices.
Real quick, you said 2% left to count. Ooh, 10 seconds. Are we going to get it today or no? Yes or no? That's all I got time for.
Yes, you'll get it
All right,
end of the day.
Great. We love a short one-word answer. We're back first. This is Today on NBC.
We're back. We're back.
There's nothing that he can do to stop the people this
Election day. That's right. And once again, the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, reading its own constitution, its own state constitution, said that if that happens, the goal.
There's nothing that he can do to stop the people of this nation from voting in overwhelming numbers. There's nothing that he can do to stop the people of this nation from voting in overwhelming numbers and taking back this democracy.
The time, if now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up, watching and waiting. This morning, millions of votes still being counted. Several crucial states too close to call. Overnight, the president falsely claiming victory.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Joe Biden ready for a fight.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election.
We'll have the latest on where everything stands as results are still coming in today, Wednesday, November 4th, 2020. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome back to you today. It is Wednesday morning, and the beat goes on. 11 a.m. on the East Coast, 8 a.m. in the West, and still a lot left to be decided in the presidential race.
I'll say the president itself, let's reset things, okay? In the all-important race to 270 electoral votes, NBC News has Joe Biden with 224. The president stands at 213.
Well, 9 states, we're going to list them for you: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona, Maine, and Alaska. At this hour, too close to call or just too early to call?
Also still at stake in this election, control of Congress. So far, Republicans clinging to their majority in the Senate with several races still outstanding. And NBC News projects that Democrats will hold the House.
There's a lot to analyze and discuss with our team of correspondents. We'll start with Chuck Todd.
Yes.
Chuck, why don't you ease on down the road to your
I will a little bit. I'm going to start with Pennsylvania because we've gotten a trickle.
Oh.
Okay, a trickle in, and at least will tell us. Oh, I'm in Senate here. Didn't mean to be there. Sorry about that. So we've gotten a trickle, and what it is, just a trickle. We still got a lot to go, but the lead's down to 540. Again, we're waiting for the southeastern Pennsylvania. You talk to various people, Savannah, and you and I have different sources that are basically saying the same thing. You'd rather probably be Trump than Biden, but it's going to be awfully tight in Pennsylvania. So if you're Joe Biden right now, you really don't want Pennsylvania to be the be-all, end-all. And if you're Donald Trump, you're wondering, what can I pair up with Pennsylvania here? Because he may need one more. But that I would argue, that's of the 3 blue wall states, this one is probably the one right now where you'd rather be Trump than Biden. In the other 2, at this point, you'd rather be Biden than Trump. We haven't seen a lot new. This is 9,000. Debbie Dingell says the votes are coming in a little bit faster than that. They've built a little bit of the lead. It's basically a smattering in Detroit, a smattering in Flint, and a significant chunk in Grand Rapids. On paper, that should be Biden leading. It is going to be just slightly tighter in that Senate race. And I'll just show you that Senate race here.
Hey, Chuck, for
with the
people
Republicans still ahead.
Real quick, for people who are just tuning in and they're wondering, these late votes, these are all the absentee votes. These are what votes are these? Like, what are we waiting for overall?
As I to do a little refresher here, we've been tracking the type of way people voted, right? You had people that went to the polls yesterday. That's the yellow. All right. Then you had the people that did mail-in ballots or voted early. Right now, that's the orange. We expect this to be a lot more here. And of this number that's left, most of it is mail vote. And that, of course, has been Democratic leaning this year. So that is why there is this pessimism on the Republican side, because they think they know what's left, and it looks pretty good for Biden. Again, I go back to the same thing I was saying with Pennsylvania. In this case, you'd rather be Biden than Trump with what's remaining. And then we've got Wisconsin, and this is a 20,000 vote lead that he's had. Anything 1% or under, you're going to see recount. At some point, we should get the rest of the vote in here. And again, I would just watch this. That's what's going to be to watch here. Is the spread greater than 1%?
Is it mail-in or day of vote that we're waiting for?
We think it's all absentee and mail-in, but unfortunately, we have not seen. They've been putting all of it together, so we have not been able to break that down as well as we've been able to do with other states. And very quickly, a little bit of Arizona presidential popped in. He's got a 93,000 vote lead. That is fairly significant with what's left. But this is one of those cases with what's left, Trump would have to win it by about 20 points. It's not impossible, but it's a huge, huge climb.
The leftover vote, he would have to have a margin of plus
20%. Yeah, exactly.
In order to make up the gap there.
So not impossible. Look, we're seeing, we could see that very thing happen. And despite what the Secretary of State said in Georgia by saying, oh, we don't expect it to move the numbers at all, that's just not true, because all of the remaining ballot leans heavily Democratic. The question is just, is there enough of it to overcome 100,000? And our models indicate there just might be.
Well, if you had going down to the wire, potentially lasting few days, demanding recounts and lawsuits, then you won the lottery for 2020's presidential election. We'll keep you nearby, Chuck. Let's go to the White House. NBC's Peter Alexander. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. So the president's campaign manager actually within the last hour is trying to frame this race in the president's favor, saying that they trust their data, they trust their math, and arguing if they count all the legally cast votes, President Trump wins. Now, to be clear, there is no evidence of illegally cast or fraudulently cast votes at this time, but that language does preview what is the likely legal fight we could see ahead. One example, the Trump campaign has talked about publicly challenging ballots, specifically in Pennsylvania, that are received by Friday, postmarked by Election Day, but received by Friday. Legal ballots that the state has said will be counted, a decision that was upheld by the Supreme Court. The Trump folks, they want those knocked out. And this morning on Twitter, the president's trying to cast doubt again on this normal vote counting process, saying his early leads last night are, in his words, magically disappearing, baselessly claiming surprise ballot dumps are being counted. Twitter quickly slapped a warning label on that tweet, saying that it's disputed and possibly misleading. Last night, President Trump falsely and prematurely declared victory, as you've noted. Of course, the winner of the presidency has not been determined. Take a listen.
Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight, and a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people, and we won't stand for it. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
Even Republicans have fiercely criticized the president's comments there overnight, calling them irresponsible, among other things. Notably, the vice president, Mike Pence, he had a very different tone when he spoke last night, speaking immediately after the president, Savannah, saying that he wanted all the votes to be counted, not declaring victory like the president did there, but saying that he thinks they are on a path to victory. Back to you both.
All right, Peter, thank you.
As for Joe Biden, he has urged his supporters to be patient while insisting he is on track to win the White House. NBC's Kristen Welker in Wilmington, Delaware, where we did hear from Biden overnight. Hey, Kristen, morning.
Hey, Hoda and Savannah, good morning again to both of you. Well, I can tell you that inside the Biden campaign, they are feeling...
As we speak, I can tell you the latest that I know, which is not definitive. We're in a pretty good position in North Carolina, but not able yet to declare victory. In Maine, they have an unusual situation in which if either candidate fails to get to 50, they go back and apply something called rank order voting. In other words, you put down your second choice, and then they start adding second choices. As of the moment, Senator Collins is over 50. If that were to sustain until they finished, she would win without going to rank order voting. So it's not a runoff, but your second choice if neither candidate reaches 50. In Georgia, the only state in the union that requires you to get 50%. Is an open seat, and under Georgia law, the way open seats are done is like a jungle primary. Everybody runs, and if anybody doesn't get to 50, the top two have a runoff. And so in the other one, we know there will be another race January the 6th in the other Georgia Senate race.
Get counted, and those states finally certify their canvasses.
Well, I think we've talked about this before, but how you vote is determined at the state level and not in Washington. Every state does it differently. We did it differently this year under an agreement between the governor and the Secretary of State. And our job as candidates to adapt to however they want to conduct the vote. And there's no question that there are a greater number of states doing more both early and absentee voting this year because of the coronavirus. So we have to adapt to whatever the rules are in given states. It's not up to the federal government to determine how that's done. Well, as you know, I don't just sort of engage in random observations about those comments. I can give you my point of view, and I might, if you're talking about the presidential election, I think it's taken that they a close election in the popular vote count. When would the litigation ever stop? What the Electoral College guarantees is that you have finality in 50 separate places. 50 separate places you get to a final outcome. We saw under the Electoral College in 2000, close election in one state created a 5-week challenge to get the outcome in the Bush versus Gore decision. So we ought to be grateful for the Electoral College in a close presidential election like this. There will be finality reached in 50 separate places. It may take a while for the voting to finish, and both sides will probably be lawyered up if it's a close election. That's happened before, and it will happen this time. No, I'm not, because the Democrats have got lawyers out there already. I mean, looking at the Senate, both sides are lawyered up in Georgia, North Carolina, Maine, both sides. Going to court is the way we resolve uncertainty in our country. So no, I'm not troubled at all by the president suggesting that, because the other side's already doing it too. And you can anticipate in close elections, both sides will be lawyered up and we'll end up in court. It's happened over and over and over again. Nothing unusual. I'm having a hard time understanding you. Well, it's not unusual for people to claim they won the election. I can think of that happening on numerous occasions, but claiming you win the election is different from finishing the counting. And what we're going to see here in the next few days, both in the Senate races and in the presidential race, is each state will ultimately get to a final outcome. And you should not be shocked that both sides are going to have lawyers there, both in these close Senate races and in the presidential contest. Well, disputes. That's the way we do it in this country. Having close disputed elections is not unusual. It happens all the time. So I don't think the president should be criticized for suggesting he may have some lawyers because the other guy.
But the poll workers were working together, and then there were bipartisan poll observers who were there as challengers to make sure that everything was going smoothly. And they were making sure, too, that there was no voter intimidation or voter suppression. So by all accounts, by all of the people we spoke to up and down the chain, yesterday was a very smooth sailing operation.
And Jude, you've done a lot of reporting from Michigan throughout the summer. It has been a tense time in the state.
We don't know who won the presidential race yet. We'll see I don't know whether I'm going to be the majority leader or the minority leader. As I've told you, I've been both. Majority is better. And, but we're awaiting the judgment of the American people. Now, on the Senate, there is a chance we will know by the end of the day. I'm told we're more likely to get a definitive answer, and this could be incorrect, by the way, but I'm told we're more likely to get a definitive answer in North Carolina and Maine by the end of the day than we might be able to get a final answer in Michigan, or whether or not we're going to have 2 runoffs in Georgia instead of 1. You know, voter behavior is obviously impacted by the campaigns that you put on. And we tried to make as an aggressive argument as we could that my opponent was pretty much in line with every issue. And you heard me say over and over again that that's certainly not where I am, and that I allow Kentucky to punch above its weight. So I think it was a pretty clear choice for the people of Kentucky. And I'm glad they decided that our arguments were better than hers. It's been an amazing transformation over my time in the Senate. When I first ran, and by the way, I won by 1 vote a precinct in 1984. If you drew a line from Bowling Green to Owensboro, there wasn't a single Republican state representative or state senator, all of that area of Kentucky, not one. Today, there's not a single Democrat. And after yesterday's election, that could almost be said all over Kentucky, except for our 3 largest counties, Jefferson, Fayette, and Franklin. Eastern Kentucky did a complete transformation. I think that's a legacy of President Obama's war on coal, and then the popularity of the current president added on to that has flipped counties that I used to get 40% if I was lucky in to getting 60 and 70%. So, yeah, I think Kentucky's undergone a political transformation. It was happening, but really speeded up after Obama and Trump. And the last indicator is registration. 2.5 to 1 Democrat 36 years ago, almost even now. Registration is the last thing to change. Change your voting behavior before you change your registration. Yeah. I agree. I'm disturbed by 2 things that I think we need to do better nationally. For Act Blue, I think it is an incredibly effective model to reach out and to a lot of small donors and pull them together and target them in a particular direction. We were way behind on that model. We set up Win Red last year. Some of us did pretty well. I, for example, had over 1 million donors, average donation $35. But we are behind overall in this business of online fundraising, which harnesses small donors, which I think is win 2 seats, 1 back and 1 kept in the suburbs of this county. Whatever slide we witnessed last year in Northern Kentucky, I think I reversed that yesterday. So I think that turned out well from my point of view. But yeah, I think if you look at our situation, Republican situation nationally, I think we need to win back the suburbs. We need to do better with college-educated voters than we're doing lately. And we need to do better with women. So nothing's perfect. We had overall, I think, a better election than most people thought we were going to have across the country. But yeah, we have improvement we need to make. Well, you could argue that. To improve on. Yeah, as I've said repeatedly in the last few months, we need another rescue package. The Senate goes back in session next Monday. Hopefully the partisan passions that prevented us from doing another rescue package will subside with the election. And I think we need to do it, and I think we need to do it before the end of the year. As you noticed, we had some big differences about what to do. The Speaker laid out a $2.5 trillion package with all kinds of things that I felt were simply unrelated to the subject. I laid on the Senate floor, not once, but twice, $500 billion. We can all remember when that was a lot of money, targeting the school situation, the need to replenish the PPP small loan program, which has been an enormous success. 50,000 Kentucky businesses drew down $5.2 billion. Huge success. They need to be replenished. And we need another round for hospitals because clearly, clearly the coronavirus is not gone. In fact, we've got it worse now than we had it in the spring, I believe. And I think that's true in a lot of other states. So I think that's job one when we get back, hopefully with a more cooperative situation than we had. And we also need to fund the government. And the Speaker and I agree that we ought to do an omnibus appropriation bill and do it in December, no matter who wins the election. It's a basic function of government that we haven't handled very well in recent years. And we need to do that. So we have two big things to do here before the end of the year. And it won't surprise you to know there's some more judges to do. Won't surprise any of you. And we're going to continue to confirm lifetime appointments to the courts as well. Well, we've already sent Louisville, I believe, I don't know, Terry, do you have the figures, 137 million or something like that? Yeah. We did $150 billion for state and local government in the CARES Act, which basically was written by myself and my team. And it's a possibility that we will do more for state and local government. Many state and local governments are doing very well. So what happened as a result of that state and local plug that we put in the CARES Act is some states are flush, others aren't. And we need to look at the formula. If we do that again, we need to look at the formula and make sure there's a real need there. And also we need to make sure we're not basically allowing state and local governments to cover up or cover over pre-existing problems like pension problems and other problems that they've created for themselves. And so it's not quite as simple as it sounds. This is a big item for the Democrats, as you can imagine. And they're still going to control the House. And so we'll have to reach some kind of agreement, but it's not something that my side is very, very fond of because it's hard to figure out who really needs it and who doesn't. Well, as long as we, until we get the vaccine, we're still here. I mean, you all have seen me emphasize wearing a mask and practice social distancing since May, everywhere I go. And this vaccine is not going to go away till we kill it. So that's job one. We've already allocated an enormous amount of money toward testing, treatment, and vaccines. We may need to do more in the next rescue package because ultimately you got to kill the vaccine before we get back to normal. There's no other way to get back to normal. You can keep pumping money into the economy forever and it won't solve the problem until we kill the virus. Having said that, there are other sectors that need help, and I outlined what I think is appropriate, but I don't get to make the final decision. We have to deal with the Democrats. And what I'm saying is, I think now that the election's over, the need is there, and we need to sit down and work this out. And state and local could end up being a part of it. I'd like to see it done a little more skillfully. Regardless of their need. Yeah. Well, Morgan, you know, it depends on state law as to how they do this. Some states, I think, have adopted a system that strikes me as kind of absurd. I mean, there are a couple of states that literally send out ballots to everybody on the voter rolls. They do that in Washington, D.C. I know people in Washington who live in rental apartments who've received ballots from addressed to 6 different people who used to live there at some point. To me, that guarantees the opportunity for fraud. Most states don't do that. There's some verification process that you are who you are. And so it's not a massive problem, but there are systems states can adopt. For example, California has what's called ballot harvesting, which you can go around and collect ballots from people and turn it in for them. Unfortunately, most states don't do that. And my personal view is it's none of the federal government's business how states decide to conduct their election. I mean, I think that has been for 230 years a state decision, and we have to adapt to how states choose to do it. Perfectly okay to complain about a particular system if you don't like it, but ultimately, if there's a dispute over it, it's going to be resolved in court. Well, the results are accepted when you get finality in 50 separate states. And the finality decision is up to states. And we're waiting, whether I'm going to be the majority leader or not, the outcome of a state decision in North Carolina, a state decision in Maine, a state decision in Michigan, and a state decision in Do I feel what? Well, in March and April, we came together and passed the CARES Act without a single dissenting vote. So it's not impossible for us to get together. As I've said repeatedly, I think the closer we got to the election, the more that interfered with getting an outcome. The election is over. We don't know for sure all the outcomes, but hopefully we will by next week when we go back in session. And we need to sit down and talk to each other like we did back in March and April and address the problem. And I'm confident we will, no matter who ends up running the government, no matter who's in the White House, no matter who's, I think we know the Democrats are going to run the House. And no matter who runs the Senate, it's time to overcome all that and get results. You're trying to get me to answer a question. Well, obviously, I'd a lot rather be the majority leader than the minority leader. If it appears that, as of today, at this moment, that we are in a pretty good position in North Carolina and Maine. We may, as I said earlier, know later in the day how that turns out. If my math is correct, if we win in North Carolina and Maine, I'm still the offensive coordinator. So we may know by the end of the day. And then there are others that are still to play out. One or two specials in Georgia and the Michigan Senate race. We have a fabulous candidate up there who's got a real shot. Well, I sure hope so. You know, Ruth Bader Ginsburg said last year, not Mitch McConnell, Ruth Bader Ginsburg said last year, 9 is the right number. Talk about destabilizing the courts. Imagine if you started, every time the power shifted, you started adding new judges, they'd have no credibility at all. It's a terrible idea. And I was disappointed in my old friend Joe Biden for not just ruling it out, which surprised me, frankly. I think the president ran a heck of a race. Everybody was writing him off, said he had no shot. And he went out and literally worked himself to death for the last 2 months with multiple rallies every day and turned it into a cliffhanger against everybody's expectation. So it was an extraordinary campaign. I think it also helped us in our Senate races. The places, with the exception of Maine, the places where we have the best chance of winning are places where it looks like he won. So I'm going to take one more, and I think we've probably covered it. Yeah. Yeah, I never comment about security. As you all know, that goes with this position. And I've had it since I was whipped almost 20 years ago. And my wife, it goes with this position of cabinet members. But beyond that, we don't comment on security issues. Okay, thanks everyone.
Congressional, I bet you that freaked a whole bunch of people out. Like, oh my God, Trump's winning. Arizona. As you can see here, Biden's got nearly 100,000 vote lead here. We expect at dinner time tonight, probably dinner time out west, but when we're on in prime time again, doing election night part 2 in America, we think we will get an Arizona call on that front. And Georgia is just waiting for all that Atlanta vote. Sounds like we will get it throughout the day. So this is something else we will find out. How close does it get? I told you our models say 0.1%. But it all depends. It's a lot of Democratic vote is out. Joe Biden's got to win it by a big number. Think 70-30-ish type of thing. Not out of the realm of possibility because of where this vote is. And then North Carolina, we just have ballots that are going to come. We were just talking about ballots that are going to keep coming in for more than a week. So you'll see here 10,000, a margin of 10,000 could trigger a recount. And look, we'll just have this could be something that we just wait for the vote to trickle in And if the margins keep shrinking, then we'll keep waiting. And if they don't, then this is you'd rather be Trump than Biden in North Carolina.
So, hey, Chuck.
So there we are. I think what that would mean is, let me take us through the what if map, right? And if we get the calls that we think we're going to get, okay, just to sort of get, right now we're going to give Alaska to the president. We're going to assume those lean this way. Wisconsin, recount land, Michigan. So you see there that would head.
Well, I want everyone to know the sound of my voice that every legal vote in Georgia will count. And right now we have about 200,000 ballots that are left to be counted. With the absentee ballot process, county worked on scanning those as many as they could. And then there are also about 40 to 50,000 early votes that need to be counted. Every legal vote will be counted.
So is the president right there?
We're saying that every legal ballot will be counted in Georgia because that's our process and we follow state law.
I hear you say that you want counting to be done today. Is that realistic in counties with tens of thousands of outstanding absentee ballots, counties who run elections? I don't. Them to complete it today, but is that actually possible?
We're pushing really hard for that. If we can get that down, if we don't get it there, but we get the number so small that then there's no question of who actually the winner is, I think that'll be helpful. Really remove a lot of those questions that people might have. Yes, ma'am. That'll be something I'll get with our election team, and we'll get that out as soon as we have that information.
There's a word that USPS was supposed to do a sweep of their facilities, make sure all the absentee ballots had been delivered, and in some places that didn't take place. Do you know if that happened in Georgia? Is that any concern?
Well, it would always be a concern. We want to make sure everything gets to us. Don't have anything specific on that, but that's why we also instituted the absentee ballot drop boxes. Our concern actually was that voters were way too long and then it'd be too late to mail. And that's why we had the absentee ballot drop boxes, which was very well received by voters in Georgia.
So you don't have word that that took place?
We'll circle back and get that information out to you. Can I get with this, ma'am? Well, it's several counties, but we know that DeKalb, Fulton, Forsyth, even has 7,000 voters. So it's really, it's something when you have such a large number of absentee voted and then you have some early votes, it's really multiple counties and we're just knocking those down one at a time.
Sir, can you speak to the process of absentee ballots? I know that this was timing kind of a moving target. Today. For those who may be wondering why the delay and difficulty of absentee ballots.
Yeah. So the state election board gave the counties the authority that they could begin the process of scanning the absentee ballots, which is very helpful. So I know that down in Muskogee County and Richmond County, they were really current with everything they had received, but then all of a sudden, we also had additional ballots come in on Monday and then Tuesday, so they're being dropped in. So so they'll be getting that as soon as they. It is a 2-page ballot. It just takes longer to get those ready for the scanning process. Is there another question back there? Well, I know that right now that we have, my numbers here were 52 to 54,000 in DeKalb. Right now we have 74,000 approximately Fulton County absentees. And 43,000 early votes in Fulton County. And I have about 7,000 right now in Forsyth. We can get you the entire list because just we make sure we include all the counties.
Secretary, can you walk through what the rest of the election process looks like from the military ballots coming in to the audit certification process? What's the next part before we can say Georgia's certified?
Well, the next process obviously will be to make sure we get all the counted, then also the UOCAVA, the overseas military ballots, to get those in and have them incorporated. The risk limiting audit process later this week, which is really important. So many people are not aware of that. This is the first time we're doing a statewide audit. And so what that will really give you, first of all, we have, I think, a higher confidence of voters. I know there's a lot of information out there, a lot of misinformation out there, and some of it's just lack of knowledge. And we understand that. And that's why the risk limiting audit, what that will do will verify results. So if there's a race that was, say, reported a 51-49, when we do the audit, then we can verify what the result is, and we have over a 90% confidence level. That gives people additional assurance. I think also having that paper ballot, voters were very comfortable. That just gave them that comfort feeling that looked at it before they cast their ballot, and that's a good thing also. We then will have the certification. So nothing gets certified until after we do the risk limiting audit.
And then with the president race, probably going to be so close, and even some down ballot races maybe within the margins. You talk about what the procedures are.
Well, if there's a race that was in 0.5%, it is your right as the candidate that is close but not over the top, that you could ask for a recount. So we actually could have a request for, say, a state representative, county commission race, or any race that's within 0.5%, and we'll just wait till we get every ballot counted, and that's why it's very important we follow through the process. It'll be actually pulling out, running those through, and then it'll be actually seeing where that brings us, and then you're looking at the words that are on the ballot at some point.
Mr. Senator, can you explain what you know about what's happening in Gwinnett County? Apparently they're having some issues with scanning or getting to rescan thousands of ballots.
Follow through that viable paper ballot, that you can rescan that, but also that's why if some of the ballots do kick out, and the reason they kick out is if they don't fill out the ballot correctly, or they put an X, or they circle a name. That's why we have the adjudication panels, the Republican, Democrat, and then the election official, to have 3 sets of eyes on there to verify that. So we want at least a 2-1 adjudication vote on each ballot, so we can make sure that we capture the correct voter intent.
If there are legal challenges made to the votes cast before 7 o'clock yesterday, absentee ballots, will your office in the state defend those ballots against legal challenges?
Yeah, we want to make sure that we follow state law. We are always going to look at what is the state law, and that's why Ryan Germany, our legal counsel, can answer any legal questions you have. But we want to make sure the law is very clear, and we follow the state law, and we don't believe that judges should legislate.
I could just get a quick assessment from you of the timing of this is taking. Is this taking longer than
And that's why we're really pleased with the state election board allowing us to scan that. If you look at some of these states, this morning is when they actually opened up their absentee ballot, boxes, and that's when they started actually the process of separating out the absentee ballots. That's a very extensive process, verifying the signature and going through there, separating it out. We have saved days and days. You're going to be waiting a long time in some of these states, much to many people's consternation, because we understand it's a close election. Yeah, we're doing fine, and we're really pleased with. We'll be off everyone's radar, and they'll be worried about the states up north.
Your website doesn't keep up with the absentee ballot progress.
Right. Yeah. As it's getting reported, then it'll be just added to that total.
So how do private citizens keep up with
And it's just because it's a process, and we just keep on adding that, and then eventually, when we have them all done, you'll know that we'll notify or put a note there that these are the final totals for that particular county. Sir.
Archie with Nexstar. A question about the ballot. I know we talked about that. These are coming in. What last time? Have you heard anything about rejected ballots and what happened to those ballots?
Well, yes. Last time we actually had about 1%, but of that, probably 0.75, 75% of those rejected ballots were actually received late. So very few of those actually were rejected by the adjudication panel. When they actually looked down at that, all 3 of the folks, or 2 out of the 3 folks, were saying, yeah, they really wanted Mary for this race here. They really wanted Bob for that race there. And that's a good thing. So very little of the actual ones that get through the adjudication panel are being rejected. So thank you very much. As we get more information, we'll get that to you. If you have any legal questions, Ryan Germany's here. Results out to you as soon as we can. Thank you very much.
A nerve-wracking election, says Israeli TV.
I was not surprised, and as a matter of fact, I was awake all night.
A long night watched through the day in Asia and Australia.
I think it affects us all. The politics, for me, it's like a sporting match.
Americans overseas glued to television coverage, like these Democrats in Thailand.
It's the future of the country, and I think we all need to pay attention.
If Trump wins, that it's definitely going to have a huge impact on the world.
In Europe, the candidates' competing claims came in the early hours.
The U.S. Supreme Court.
And it ain't over till every vote is counted.
A former German ambassador worried indecision in America will impact its alliances.
I'm afraid we will be looking at continued polarization in American politics. That, for us in Europe, is not exactly good news.
Britain, America's closest ally, expressing faith in the US system.
We respect the values of democracy and the checks and balances reflected in the US system.
America's friends holding their breath.
I always thought it was going to be closer than people thought.
Very depressed. I think it's going to be very close. It's going to be drawn out. It's going to be like the 2000 election again.
America's foes quick to criticize. In China, the hashtag US election has been viewed 3.4 billion times. America is without hope, says one senior Chinese state media journalist. In Russia, pro-Kremlin media warning of chaos in America. While the Middle East, a region that perhaps more than any other looks to America for leadership.
We will not have a good solution from the United States as a Palestinian.
I've never seen America that divided, to be honest.
Wondering where the world goes now.
And you know, Hoda and Savannah, I think America's allies at least understand that America needs to be given time to figure out who it voted for. But just think about the list of international issues that lie ahead. Should American troops be withdrawn from Afghanistan, America's longest war, the Iran situation, the environment and climate change, and then that behemoth issue at China. There are a lot of decisions to be made once this decision of who is president gets made, guys.
Yeah, all right. We may wait a few more days for this decision, though. Keir, thank you.
All right, at times any absentee ballot does arrive from that voter, and of course every ballot is barcoded, then that ballot arriving, that absentee ballot arriving, would be invalidated and spoiled and not counted. So that's the sort of bifurcated process. You see one scenario, you'd have provisional ballots, one you'd have an actual ballot. In all scenarios, only one vote is counted per voter. And I imagine a lot of the details, and to the extent that and either of those scenarios played out in our precincts yesterday, will be sorted out in the days to come.
Hi, Secretary Benson. I wanted to ask, you mentioned there's about 100,000, maybe a little more than 100,000 outstanding votes. Are all of those absentee ballots, or are there a few in-person ballots that are still outstanding? And if there are a few, about how many of those would you say are remaining?
These are, if not all, the vast majority are absentee ballots. The ballots voted in person yesterday were reported soon after the polls closed, and those were really the first returns that you started to see, alongside some absentee ballots in smaller communities that had not as many absentee ballots to go through. So you saw a mixture of both, but you saw in many communities, like a Detroit or like some of our larger jurisdictions, just the in-person vote coming through, if that. And so now we're at a point where a lot of that in-person vote has been reported, and the remaining ballots are primarily those, if not all, those voted absentee. Again, remember, and particularly for folks nationally, here in Michigan, we have a very decentralized process, particularly when it comes to counting. We have 1,520 local election jurisdictions within 83 counties. And that counting process happens on the local level. So we're also very mindful of that process. It's another reason why it has always taken several hours, if not days, for results to come through our state, because that process is continually effectuated at the local level and then reported up to us at the state. So we're always also mindful of communication that is en route, as I'm speaking to you now, that may have happened at the local level but didn't get to us yet. And that's why, again, patience and vigilance is really key. And just knowing we're really committed to getting this right and to counting every vote. Megan?
Secretary Benson, thank you. We are hearing reports that attorneys are coming to the TCF Center to challenge the vote or the count. What can you say about any sort of legal challenges that may or may not be going on with the count right now?
Yeah, as I mentioned before, we understand the heightened focus that our state is under and that our processes are under. And so we fully expect that there will be a number of people watching the process, or perhaps even, as we've already heard, putting out allegations about the process or anything in between. The bottom line for us is that we're just focused on getting this right. And we're focused on getting this right in a way that can withstand any court challenges. I'll also mention, and we've seen this not just in Michigan, but in other states, a lot of times court challenges or allegations are thrown around to further political agendas as opposed to actually legal claims. So we're mindful of that as well. And that's why for us, we're just laser focused on counting every vote. We welcome people to observe the process as they have throughout this entire day and yesterday and since the polls opened and the counting began. And we'll continue to do that as we, again, stay focused on providing everyone with the confidence that we're going to count every vote, every valid vote in Michigan, and we will, work to protect the legality of that process in every way that we're called upon to do so.
Riley Pegan, Bridge, and then we'll just take one more question.
Hi, Riley.
Hey, Secretary, thanks for doing this. Your office had mentioned yesterday that there were some live calls sent to voters in Flint and Grand Rapids related to misinformation about the possibility of being arrested at the polls. Do you have any updates on where those came from, what the scope of those calls were, and if it might have affected the vote there?
We know a couple of things. One, when calls came to our voters, they were almost immediately reported out to our Attorney General and to our office. Our Attorney General then swiftly went to work both debunking the claims and launching an investigation. And we're, of course, supporting that investigation, and we worked and really doubled down our efforts to inform every voter about their rights in any community that was affected. We know that robocalls and text messages and a number of other efforts that were targeting our voters yesterday in an effort to depress turnout and deter people from voting. What I saw yesterday, however, is that they didn't work. Numerous people voted, record-breaking turnout in communities all across the state, and particularly in the communities that you mentioned, we saw a large number of people vote, both during the day and absentee. So that's a good thing. It's an encouraging thing, and it shows to me, the goal of misinformation is to cause citizens to lose confidence in the results of their election and believe that their votes don't count and their voices don't matter. But we really have been working in Michigan to make sure if and when misinformation hit our state and hit our citizens, as it did yesterday in certain areas, that they knew not to believe it and they knew what to do with it, which was reported to us. And that's exactly what happened. So it was really gratifying. It was actually a great thing to see. And again, we all worked together as a team to make sure that we educated our voters. We continued to encourage people to know with confidence that if they showed up to vote, their vote would count, that they would be safe and secure. And indeed, that's exactly what did happen for everyone who voted in person yesterday.
Hi, Secretary Benson.
Hi.
I was wondering if the department had a breakdown of rejected ballots and reason for rejection yet, and if not, when one would be made available.
Well, as you know, that's something that we've consistently looked upon and tracked in many elections so far this year. And as you also may know, in past elections, it takes a few days to get those counts. And in fact, in the past, we've tried to let you know as soon as we could when there have been ballots that otherwise have been rejected. We know oftentimes it happens when a ballot arrives late, postmarked prior to Election Day, but arrives after. Sometimes the ballot arrives in an envelope with a signature that doesn't match or that is missing. Notably, our clerks were required for this election, if that happened under state law, to follow up with the voter, to give them an opportunity to confirm their identity and cure their signature. So we're still sorting through a lot of those details and a lot of that data. We certainly will have it in the days ahead. And once we have it, we will let you know about it. As you know, those numbers are important to me as well, as someone who's committed to ensuring that every valid vote is counted. And we want to continue to educate voters and the public if there is ever a time in which a vote is not able to be counted, why that is. And that's why I really just want to close by reemphasizing our process here and what everyone can expect in the days to come. Right now in Michigan, tens of thousands of ballots, absentee ballots, remain to be counted, and particularly in the larger communities I mentioned, parts of Detroit, all of Flint, all of Grand Rapids, and all of Kalamazoo City, and as well as some smaller jurisdictions throughout the state. So we anticipate by the end of today, we'll have a much clearer picture of the counts in those and other communities. And we'll again continue to update you throughout the day. And feel free to reach out to us if you have additional questions. After that happens, when we announce the full statewide tabulation of every vote in the state, That is the unofficial tabulation. There is then a subsequent process, canvassing the vote, auditing the vote, confirming the vote at the county level and ultimately at the state level with the State Board of Canvassers. That's going to happen over the next 2 weeks. And we also know, and we're already seeing, and you may already be, we're prepared for any challenges that are going to come in that same time period. So, we're still moving forward with that methodically, with our eyes laser focused on counting every vote and protecting every legal vote in the state of Michigan, ensuring that it's part of our official results ultimately when we get there. But this process will continue in the days ahead, and we're going to continue to update with you with all the data points as they become as they reveal themselves to us throughout this process in the days ahead. And I really want to close by, again, thanking the election workers who stayed up all night throughout the state to count these votes. Those who showed up in Detroit at 9 p.m. last night and stayed until 5 a.m., counting through the night methodically and securely, taking on the challenges that came their way to make sure every vote was counted, proudly doing so. I've talked to so many of them, and all they just wanted to know, like we all do, is that every vote was going to count, and they wanted to be a part of that process. And so right now throughout the state of Michigan, a lot of that's still happening. And I want to, more than anything, just respect their work and stand back and let them do their jobs so that we can all be confident when we get the results from those absentee counting boards that they're accurate and they're a reflection of a lot of hard work. But just also know that we are working as efficiently as possible within the confines of our current law to get that data out to you, again, with great gratitude and thanks to the election workers who have been working tirelessly, meticulously to count every vote. So thanks, and I'm sure I'll talk to many of you in the hours ahead.
Decision 2020 coverage. Still a number of outstanding states in the race for president. We want to go right now to Chuck Todd. Chuck, set the stage. Where are we right now?
Sure. Let's go through. Look, the next few hours, we expect a little bit of action, and where I want to look, the big one is, I believe we just called a state that we've been waiting on calling, and that is the state of Maine. And that would be 3 of the 4, I believe, because right now we know that the president is winning that 2nd congressional district here. So that's 3 additional electoral votes with Maine. We had not called Maine. We were waiting for a little bit more to come in, but that puts us 3 more there, and they're all crucial here right now for Joe Biden. But here's where we expect some action, I think, in the next couple of hours. I'll start in Michigan. Vote is trickling in. It looks like vote that favors Biden. You'd rather be Biden than Trump now. This is something that we think in the next few hours, we're going to start to see enough vote that we may be able to characterize that race. Wisconsin, right now, our boiler room guys are essentially looking at the data, seeing if there are any mistakes, seeing if there's anything in here. We think this could be all the vote that's there. We had an estimate that there was possibly another 100,000 votes out there, but we have heard from the Wisconsin election folks, they think everybody's turned in all their votes. So we're going to make sure there's no double counting, anything like that. But this falls within 1%, a recount that allows you to get a recount in Wisconsin automatic, but 20,000 votes is the difference. We were discussing there is no recount we can think of where somebody made up more than a couple of hundred and occasional 1,000. Nevada is not a state we expect to be able to call today. We know Nevada is going to be tallying a bunch of mail-in vote from Clark County. We think it is. We assume, not just assume but our data indicates that this mail-in vote's likely going to lean Biden. We'll see, but this is something we'll likely deal with tomorrow when they report their new number. Arizona is something that tonight, East Coast evening and maybe West Coast dinner time, we should get a little bit more vote in that should allow us to feel comfortable. Biden is almost outside this margin of callable, but there is a path for President Trump perhaps to catch him, but it would take something. And then look, I'm going to be honest with you. We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia. We're waiting for more of the vote count. The Georgia Secretary of State told us about an hour ago that he expects all of that vote count to come in today. So let's see what it is. There's 100,000 vote difference. We think there are about 400,000 votes out. We think most of these votes are in very blue counties, very blue areas, not just in and around Atlanta, but a few other pockets, a couple of heavy African-American rural counties as well. There is a mathematical possibility, and our models indicate it's very possible this ends up at 0.1%. And then North Carolina, we're not calling this probably for a week. Absentee ballots that arrive with a postmark, that are postmarked on election day can arrive up to a week later and then some. So there's going to be vote that trickles in. You'd rather be Trump than Biden here, but you can't say it is out of the realm of possibility. So there's your lay of the land. Today, we should see some movement in some form in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Arizona, some movement in those 3 states today and tonight.
And we just saw, as you noted, Maine fall into the Biden bucket. Did you ever think that Maine would play as key a role as it is, at least at this moment?
Well, you know what? I will confess that I have a 269 map picture as my screensaver on my phone. So I've been playing around with these congressional district, these 2 states, which can give us this nightmare of the 269. Every electoral vote counts, and that's what we're finding out here. And, Maine, again, what's interesting is the president's doing well in the one part of Maine that looks like a lot of other areas around the country where the president does well with these votes as well.
All right, Chuck, we'll keep chatting. In the meantime, let's bring in White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, the president overnight prematurely, falsely declaring the victory and tweeting today about mail-in ballots. What's the read right now coming from the White House?
Yeah, that's right. Actually, Lester, we heard from the president within the last 5 minutes, casting more doubt on these mail-in ballots, these last-minute votes that are still being counted right now. Moments ago, he tweeted they are finding Biden votes all over the place in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. He writes, so bad for our country. To be clear, they are not finding ballots all over the place. They are counting ballots in several states where they hadn't completed their electoral counts to this point so far. What's notable is when we heard from the president last night in those remarks were, as you noted, he falsely and prematurely basically declared victory, said he had won this thing. He also said, we want all voting to stop. But we're getting a different message as we hear from, specifically from his campaign manager. They're saying basically they want more of the counting to continue right now. They say if we count all legal ballots going forward, they believe they will win this thing. The bottom line is they need to find some additional votes, particularly in places like Arizona and in Nevada. And a conference call with reporters earlier today of Pennsylvania, they said they would win. In Nevada, they said late-breaking votes would benefit them as well. But consider what I'm telling you from the campaign with the math that you just heard Chuck demonstrate to you as well. As for the president, a little bit earlier today, Twitter flagged him for a tweet that I want to post up for you on screen. They put one of those warning labels on it, basically saying that it was disputed or that it could be misleading, saying, as the president did, that one by one, they started to magically disappear, saying his leads around the country were going away as surprise ballot dumps were counted. Again, there is no evidence of these surprise ballot dumps that the president is referring to at this point. Lester, we should add that earlier today, we are now hearing from the Trump campaign in the form of a fundraising email, a request that they're blasting out to their supporters right now, saying President Trump needs you to step up and defend the results. To step up and defend the results. He appears to be asking for money and support, but the idea of defend, which he mentions in all caps, does sort of give you this image of a physical defense. Remember, it's the president himself who said that the sort of situation that we're in right now could induce violence in the streets. Some of his critics saying that type of language by the president himself is problematic. Lester?
And Peter, the president tends to say things out loud. So the idea that he's now discrediting the results, we heard that months ago.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. We got a sense of this may be where it was going. You know, you've heard this phrase, the red mirage, right? That's that idea that on election night, as we told you about on Nightly News and on the Today Show, on all of our broadcasts, that early on, those election day votes would disproportionately benefit Donald Trump, his voters. A lot of those more rural voters would come out. And then as the day went on and the days that followed, we'd see more of the early vote, that mail-in count, that absentee ballot count, the early folks who deliver their votes in person. Those numbers would rise. And it appears that the president was right, that would be what's happening. It appears to be what we're seeing right now, this idea of a red mirage. The president suggesting that that means something was done fraudulently. There's nothing fraudulent about it, as we've demonstrated to you. This is just all of the votes to this point being counted. But clearly for the president, that's a real frustration, as it has the potential to erase advantages that he saw at least late last night.
The votes are being counted. All right, Peter, thank you. Kristen Welker is at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware, where overnight the former vice president urged his supporters to be patient as all the votes are counted, and we expect to hear from him in the next few hours. Kristen, we've obviously heard the view from the White House. What more do we expect from Joe Biden today?
Well, I am told, Lester, that when we hear from Vice President Joe Biden a little bit later on today, he is going to be increasingly bullish about his chances for winning the White House. And that is really the mood inside the campaign right now and among some of Biden's closest allies. Why are they confident? Because they like what they're seeing in Michigan. They like what they're seeing in Wisconsin. They're watching Nevada very closely. They're also watching Arizona. Pennsylvania, of course, is all. That's why you had Joe Biden visiting the Keystone State 14 times, more than any other battleground state, because he knew that it could hold the key to this election. So I think you're going to hear that reflected, and I would not be surprised if the vice president took fresh aim at President Trump. The fact that he declared victory falsely overnight before all of these votes have been cast, and we got a sense of that from a statement that the campaign released overnight. The campaign manager essentially saying that the president's language is outrageous, unprecedented, and dangerous. For his part, Biden, when he did address his his supporters here overnight, Lester, and as you know, it was really the middle of the night. His main message was, let's be patient, but he also said he believes he is on track to win. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he had to say overnight.
As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election.
So I think you are going to hear even more confidence from the vice president when he addresses the nation a little bit later on today. Now, in terms of what is happening inside the campaign, they are still bracing for what could be protracted legal battles, with President Trump signaling that that is the direction that he intends to go in. In a call with reporters earlier today, the campaign quite defiant about that, saying that they have a team of lawyers ready to go, and one of their top lawyers saying that the president would be embarrassed if he took this case to the Supreme Court. And so far, they say they've seen no evidence that that's actually going to happen. But again, they are bracing for the possibility of legal battles, even as they feel increasingly confident about this vote count that is happening within these key battleground states.
Both
Lester?
sides weighing the how this will appear, kind of playing the crowd, if you will. Let's go to the Sun Belt of the Southwest. Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona, traditionally a Republican stronghold, but now a state where Joe Biden is ahead. Vaughn is in Scottsdale in Maricopa County. And Vaughn, we've been watching this since I left here last night. It looks good for Biden, but hasn't fallen in his column yet.
Exactly. The margin of Joe Biden's advantage right now, Lester, has shrunk down to 3.4 percentage points after initially results showed him with more than a double-digit lead. And that is because the ballots that have been counted on the later end here in Arizona have trended towards Republicans. You know, yesterday, in-person voters in Maricopa County, the greater Phoenix area, they were trending towards Republicans by a 2-to-1 margin. And so what you have seen as these ballots have been processed across the state is that number continue to shrink. Now, this is where it becomes interesting, is because here in the state of Arizona, I just got off the phone with a state elections official. They are currently trying to identify just how many uncounted ballots there are. There's a couple 100,000, but how many 100,000? We don't know, because these are ballots that were either hand-delivered or received by county officials on election day. At this moment, they are trying to tabulate exactly just how many of those are outstanding. I was talking to a top official with the Trump camp here in the state, and they said, of course, acknowledging that the margin is very thin, but that they see an outlet where in the situation they saw a surge, particularly in the rural part of the state. Voters that didn't even vote in 2016 that came out at the last moment to cast a vote for Donald Trump, that it could turn here in their favor. We should note at the same time, you know, if Michigan falls, if Wisconsin falls to Joe Biden, it could be these 11 electoral votes here in Arizona that clinch the deal, clinch the presidency for Joe Biden. And if that is the case, our data shows that it could be independent voters. Well, there is a surge of Republican voters here at the finish line. We're seeing that independent voters here trended towards Democrats, towards Joe Biden. This is a place where those independent voters that make up a third of the electorate have long steered towards Republicans, you know, the likes of the late Senator John McCain. But what we have seen here is that those numbers, particularly in these greater suburbs around the Tucson and Phoenix area, went to Joe Biden. If this is in fact a close race, it could be an independence here in the state of Arizona that sealed the deal for Joe Biden.
All right, Vaughn, thank you very much. Washington Post columnist and NBC News, MSNBC political analyst Eugene Robinson is with us, as well as NBC News political analyst and former Senator of Missouri, Claire McCaskill. They join us now with their analysis. Claire, let me begin with you. We heard a moment ago that the Biden folks feel good about what they're seeing right now. Is that just happy talk, or is there something specifically you think they're holding on to that says this is doable?
Oh, I can assure you it's not happy talk. They have people digging into every single county, every single precinct, every single vote that has been counted and not counted. They are checking this over and over again. They are confident because they believe their path is very clear: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. And then, of course, Pennsylvania and Georgia are still out there, but that would be gravy. The 4 states are the states they're looking at, and they feel very good about the numbers in those states.
And Eugene, you're looking at all this right now, and we had talked, as Peter Alexander pointed out earlier, we had talked about this red wave notion. So is what we're seeing really all that much a surprise, or are we just impatient?
We're just impatient. we're impatient. I mean, we knew, the phrase that everybody used in the days before the election was "watch out for a potential red mirage." Watch out for it potentially looking as if President Trump was in the lead and perhaps on his way to winning on election night because many mail-in ballots wouldn't have been counted, and we know that Democrats very heavily voted mail-in, and so as those votes were counted, we would start to get a true picture. And really, that's exactly what has happened, and that pattern has been repeated in state after state. And as Claire just said, those 4 states, Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, and Michigan, have all trended in Joe Biden's favor. In Wisconsin, I believe officials have said they've finished their vote count, and there's around a 20,000 vote margin there. It's not the kind of margin that gets overturned in a recount, even if there is one. So that is, but what we're seeing, yes, is what was basically predicted.
And Claire, let's talk about Joe Biden and what happens next as he waits for these states. We expect him to come out in the not too distant future and speak again, the second time he will have spoken. What does he need to say? What do you think he'll say in response to President Trump's remarks?
Well, I think, first of all, he needs to be himself and be authentic. And that means he'll talk about being a leader and respecting the voters. But I think he also has to be very aggressive and be on his front foot. What this president is trying to do is despicable. Of course, these votes should count. People cast these votes with full faith that, like any other election, that their ballot would be counted. And the rules that were set for these ballots, especially in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, were set by Republican legislatures. These weren't rules that some Democrats swooped in and said, this is what we're going to do. These are what the Republicans decided the rules were. So the idea that he would try to, act as if following the rules set by Republicans is somehow cheating him is really, really bad.
Eugene, have you allowed yourself to visit that place, trying to think of what the next 4 years will be, no matter who wins, given the experience of this election? Or you're not going?
Well, yes. I can try, Lester. Look, this is a divided country. This is a divided nation, and we will have. Most likely, we don't know if, but at the very least, the House stays in Democratic hands, and we're going to have a divided government in some way, shape, or form, and it's going to be a bumpy ride at a time when there are things that we need to do urgently, and we need to work together to do urgently. First and foremost, controlling a deadly pandemic that has killed nearly 250,000 Americans and then is entering potentially its deadliest phase. We need to find a way to work together. And after this election, we're going to be kind of battered and bruised, and we're going to have to pick up the pieces and find a way to move forward.
All right, bumpy ride. I'm going to add that to my list of understatements for the day. But thank you. Both will ask you to stick around. We're going to bring you back in. We're going to take a break, and then we're going to talk a little bit more about what the next 4 years could look like as it pertains to the U.S. Senate. We'll be back after this.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast. Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. We've got an update on the race for president. Let's take a look. This is a call that occurred in the last half hour, and it is the state of Maine. NBC News projects that Joe Biden wins the state of Maine. 4 split electoral votes there. There you see it on the screen. Now to our senior national correspondent, Kate Snow. Kate, what's the latest on the Senate races and the potential balance of power going forward?
So no big change in the last few hours about the balance of power. We still don't know, Lester, at this point, whether Democrats might be able to take the majority in the Senate they had hoped. But as Casey Hunt, my colleague, has reported all morning, it's looking less likely. Let's take a look at some of the key races that have not yet been projected. I think we can start with North Carolina, if we've got that. Maybe we don't have those, Lester, but I can tell you about North Carolina. There it is. Okay, so that's Tom Tillis's seat to lose. He's the incumbent Republican there. Cal Cunningham running against him. It is too close to call. That's a state where there was a lot of money put in. The Senator Tillis is very close to the president. Cunningham, in the last several weeks, was embroiled in a bit of a scandal involving sending romantic messages to someone who was not his wife. That one's really close. Then in Georgia, there are 2 races there. This one is Perdue, David Perdue, the incumbent, versus Jon Ossoff. This would go to a runoff if one of them did not get over 51%, but we're still not ready to call that. It is too close to call. Then we look at the other Georgia special election. This was what they call a jungle primary, lots and lots of candidates. These are the 2 that advanced to a runoff. The current senator, Kelly Loeffler, who has been very close with President Trump, appeared at many events with him, versus Raphael Warnock, the competitor. And then in Michigan, one that we're still watching, too early to call, the incumbent Senator Gary Peters up against John James, who's a black veteran running a very strong campaign there. And at this point, with 90% in, looking good for James. And then Alaska. This is a bit of a sleeper, Lester. This was not one that I was really aware of until last night. Too early to call. This is a Republican incumbent senator versus an independent who is an orthopedic surgeon and is running with the support of Democrats. So we're going to watch that one closely as well.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. Back to the race for president. Wisconsin is a tight one. Every state we're talking about at this point is a tight one. NBC's Cal Perry is in Milwaukee. The Biden folks say they feel good about Wisconsin. What's to like there right now for them, Cal?
Yeah, they feel great about it. They think they've won the state. We heard last hour on the Today Show from the administrator of the Wisconsin Election Commission. She said that all the votes in Wisconsin have been counted. Now, what that means is we're still waiting for the municipalities, a few of them, to report up to the counties. Once they do that, we will have official results. Joe Biden up by about 20,000 votes right now. It really mirrors, Lester, what we saw 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton won the state by 25,000 votes. And the Democratic Party, they went looking for those votes, especially in places like Milwaukee County, where I am in now. Diverse county, biggest county in the country. And it was those early votes that were counted at about 3 a.m. that has taken Joe Biden over the top. Democratic Party in the state telling us they expected to be behind at midnight, but winning at 3 a.m. And that is exactly what happened. If things shake out here for Joe Biden, if the numbers hold up, which we believe they will, they'll look to duplicate what they had here in Milwaukee and in Madison and the other states that we've been talking about all day, places like Michigan, places like Georgia. You look at those cities, Detroit and Atlanta, they're hoping that they can replicate the numbers that they were able to improve upon in this election, Lester.
Hey, Cal, how does the pandemic weigh in Wisconsin and what we're seeing? I was there a few weeks ago as the number of cases surging. I'm just looking at the numbers now. Their COVID cases 7-day average up 41% in the past 14 days. Did that turn something, or how does it had an effect?
Daily highs here in the state. This is a hotspot, not just in the Midwest, but in the country, really in the world. It was a top issue for voters when we were out there talking to people. It seemed to be a motivating issue for Democrats in the city of Milwaukee to find other people to come and vote. Keep in mind, the president said here in this state that doctors were receiving money every time a coronavirus patient died. That is, of course, false, but it was a real motivating factor for voters here. I think the other thing worth mentioning, Lester, as we're all standing by and waiting for these results, we saw thousands of election volunteers come out yesterday, not just in Wisconsin, but across the country in the middle of a pandemic. And we ran an election in this country. It is really, in many ways, hugely impressive, Lester.
All right, Cal, thanks very much as we wait for more of the more of the vote in Wisconsin and these other states. As Chuck Todd told us, we may see something a bit later today. We may begin to see some movement in some of these states that have seemed to be in suspended animation. Kate, I got it here at 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I can't even remember.
Turned on the computer a few hours later thinking to see a whole new day, and it was like something's wrong with my Wi-Fi.
Yeah, no, we're not really getting quick updates here, and we may not. I mean, this could go, I hate to say it, this will go hours, if not days.
You and I were both talking about being veterans of covering the 2000 election.
Tallahassee, Florida.
Thinking that you'd never see anything like that, and you certainly would
That's
never
right.
see anything like that again.
I remember eating Thanksgiving dinner out of a styrofoam container on the steps of the Capitol in Tallahassee. And yeah, thinking it was a once in a career story. Well, maybe not so much.
And as of right now, there's no reason to believe this goes as far. But again, we don't know what the legal challenges are going to be to all this. So I'll still a lot of parts in play here. We are going to continue to take you through them and bring you the calls and characterizations as we get them. You're watching NBC News coverage of the 2020 election results. We'll be back with more right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
And back with more of our Decision 2020 coverage on NBC News. You're watching on the screen there, Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes in play. It is still too early to call. A lot of votes have not been tallied up, but this is the one that many believe could tilt this thing one way or the other. Rahema Ellis is in Philadelphia. Rahema, Joe Biden's from Scranton. He spent a lot of time with voters in Pennsylvania, including the final days of his campaign. But President Trump, as you saw on the screen, is up there right now. How should we be reading all of this at this hour?
That people are going to have to wait a while longer, Lester. Within the hour or so, the governor of Pennsylvania and the Secretary of State, who is overseeing elections, said that Pennsylvania has received more than 2.5 million mail-in ballots, and the results of that has not yet been determined. What they are going to do first is report out the in-person voting that was cast yesterday, and then they're going to tally up all of the results from the mail-in ballots, and they're going to release that. We have some pictures of some counting here in Philadelphia. It's going on right behind me. And here at the convention center, up on the second floor, they're calling it, some people are calling it the counting factory, because they're trying to count now anywhere from 10 to 12,000 ballots per hour. And they say they will continue at that pace here in Philadelphia until all of these ballots have been counted. One thing we should remember about all of this, and that is that, as I mentioned to you, they've got these mail-in ballots that are coming in, and they have a 3-day extension to receive them. Up until Friday at 5 o'clock, they can receive ballots that have been legally stamped with a mail stamp on it by 8 o'clock yesterday. They can come in up until 5 o'clock on Friday, and they will be counted. Election officials told us one other thing that we have to remember, and that is they're also going to be counting military and overseas ballots. And the deadline for them to receive that is next Tuesday, which is November 10th. They also have said that once they have all of those ballots counted, they're going to release that in bulk. At least that's
according to law. Our municipal and county clerks have worked tirelessly throughout the night to make sure that every valid ballot has been counted and reported accurately. Today, the Wisconsin Elections Commission staff will be standing ready to assist clerks as they start the process of triple checking the results. The statutorily required canvass process begins today before we can certify those results. This includes the random selection of 5% of voting equipment that's used in this election, which must be audited to make sure that the paper tally is the same as the voting equipment. So all those things have to happen before we have certified results. Yesterday's voting process and election night counting went very well in Wisconsin and across the country. Despite more absentee ballots, the evening proceeded in a very normal fashion. Our election was executed with precision. And it's also, every step of the process is publicly observable. And I think that's really important. Every step of the elections process is publicly observable. You can observe Election Day and voters casting their ballot. You can observe the votes being tallied at night. The voter registration records are public information. The absentee data is public information. Each of the results are posted on the county's websites. So again, our job as election administrators is to follow the law. And what the law says that on election night, that each municipality submits their unofficial results, unofficial being the key word, to their county, and the county then posts the unofficial results by reporting unit on their website. There is no certified election night aggregate of results. That is according to state law. That is not a process that we made up or adopted. That is according to state law, and we followed state law. Part of democracy is following the laws that have been prescribed by our elected lawmakers. And the elected lawmakers have prescribed this process for canvassing in our jurisdictions. I'm incredibly proud of the work done by Wisconsin's election officials, and I feel 100% confident in the election that they conducted, and that the laws that are established by our elected lawmakers were followed in yesterday's election. So there's no calling elections at the state level, right? That's called certification. And certification is a very meticulous, careful process that commences with the certification at the state level on December 1st. Up until that point, there is no statewide aggregate. There is no calling in the election. Any of those predictions that you're hearing are predictions by the media and other groups based on unofficial results. And I just think that's so important. And I know for so many of us, we've spent the last few months talking about this on end, talking about the mechanics of how the process works. And so I think, as we head into today, it's really important to continue to convey that message that we've all been working so hard to understand exactly how the process works and bring those mechanical facts to Wisconsin voters. Unfortunately, earlier this morning, I may have misspoken about all of the unofficial results being in from our municipal clerks around the state. So again, we have 1,850 municipal clerks around the state. And it looks like, according to looking through, again, all those county websites, that every single one of those jurisdictions has submitted their unofficial results, except for one tiny township of less than 300 voters. And they're working to get their ballots finished and counted and posted as we speak. And so beyond that, we have no reason to believe that there are any other ballots that have not yet been counted and included as part of those unofficial totals. But again, the canvass process, so important, right? The canvass process is where the municipal election officials double check all of the results to make sure that they have the correct number of registrations, to make sure that everything checks out. Then the counties, they do the same. So today at 4 o'clock is actually the deadline for the municipalities to start their canvass process and to then route the materials over to the counties where they start their certification process at the county level. They again do those double checks. All this publicly observable. You can go watch in your local communities. If you're skeptical about the process, engage. You can go watch the process in your local community. And so then it goes to the county level. They do their double checks. From there, it comes to the state. By state law, on December 1st, at the public meeting of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, is when those results are certified. And that's when we will have the official winner. We'll have the official results of the election at that December 1st meeting, as prescribed by state law. And so with that, I don't know, Reed, if you had any other background you want to lend, then we can open it up for some questions.
Sure. Just the only other thing to let people know is that the results that you're seeing reported on websites and newspapers, on cable TV, on whatever, those are numbers that are based on news gathering. The Associated Press, other news gathering organizations get those numbers from the counties. They aggregate them, they report them. The Wisconsin Elections Commission doesn't get any numbers from the locals until starting next week when the counties start to certify their numbers. So if you're asking us, is this number right? Is that number right? The numbers that you're seeing are from the news media. They are generally very accurate, but they're not official. And we don't have reports in from the counties ourselves. So that's just something to make sure that you all know. So if you want to take some questions, Megan, the first one is from Nick Bohr.
Good morning. Thank you. The president was referring to elections this morning early as a fraud and saying that they're, quote, finding votes everywhere. Anything you'd like to say about that and how the process went late into the night, early into the morning in Wisconsin?
Thank you for the question. I won't respond to that, but as I always do, I'm happy to talk about the facts of how elections work. And elections are such a deliberate, meticulous process where each of our local election officials in our local communities are conducting this process in a public setting. Every piece of data is publicly available. And so there's no opportunity to add additional votes to the tally, right? Because you have to make sure that everybody's registered to vote, that they have a lawful absentee request on file, or that they sign the poll book where they show their photo ID. There is no opportunity to count a ballot that did not go through that incredibly meticulous process to make sure it was issued correctly, to make sure that it's counted correctly. And then again, it also has to go through those 3 steps of canvass at the municipal, the county, and the state level before we have certified results. And anybody's welcome to watch that process. Some of the places even live streamed their tally last night. And so I think that it's insulting to our local election officials to say that yesterday's election was anything but an incredible success that was a result of years of preparation and meticulously, carefully following the law.
Next is Cinnamon Janzer.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Cinnamon. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just have a couple quick questions on the canvassing process. So was it 4 p.m. today that the municipalities start their certification, or is that when they're supposed to be done? And when it shifts to the counties, do the counties have a scheduled time for canvassing, or are they allowed to start whenever they receive results from the municipalities?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And, it is sort of a cascading series of events and timelines that's laid out by the statutes. So today's 4 o'clock deadline is for the municipalities to begin to route their materials to their county. The county then, once they receive the materials, each county will notice, just like the municipality did, they'll notice when their canvass is going to occur. And the same thing happens at the municipal level. They notice their municipal boards of canvass. And then once that's complete and the county receives the materials, the county then convenes their county board of canvassers and begins their certification process. So it is going to vary by jurisdiction, by county, when they convene those boards, but they'll all be publicly noticed and they'll be available for people to observe and engage with.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Next is Scott Bauer.
Hey, Megan, thanks again for doing this call. Can you talk to me a little bit about provisional ballots? Do we have an idea of how many are out there? And if not, can you give some historical perspective on how many we should assume might be out there?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. And that's another, and thanks for bringing up provisional ballots too. So provisional ballots is if somebody didn't have a photo ID yesterday, they're able to cast a provisional ballot under law. And they have until Friday at 4 o'clock to bring in their valid photo ID and still have that ballot counted. Historically, we have very few provisionals that are cast in the state of Wisconsin. And I know today our local election officials are getting that information into the system, posting their number of outstanding provisionals. But if we look back historically, I believe it's been fewer than 1,000 in a general election of provisionals that were issued. We don't have those official numbers yet because they're still being entered as the clerks are finishing their canvass process. But we will have those shortly. But we're not seeing anything to indicate that we would have more provisionals than usual. I don't know, Reed, if you remember what the 2016 presidential provisionals looked like.
I wish I did, and I can't remember it right off. I'll find it and send it out along with the video link for today's session.
Good idea. Yeah, we'll send that data along.
Next is Emily Davies.
Thank you so much for taking this call. I'm sure you had a late night too. And I just wanted to ask if any candidates that have their results are 100% in. If they are looking to do a recount, I think the one in our area was the Van Orden kind race so far would be probably within that margin. Has anyone indicated that? And can you just speak about recounts a little bit?
Yeah, so there is a whole statutory recount process. The recount statutes say that any an aggrieved party, so it has to be one of the top 2 vote getters, if they're within 1% of the margin of victory, that they can request a recount. If it's between 0.26% and 1%, then the aggrieved candidate pays for that recount. If it's 0.25% or less, then that cost is absorbed by the state. There's no automatic recounts in the state of Wisconsin. And the filing deadline for recounts, and I just had this in front of me. Reed, I hate to call on you again, but do you remember what that date is?
Which date? The date for which?
Recount, when you can file for a recount.
So when we get the last county's official results in, then there's a 3-day window that opens, and the aggrieved party or the aggrieved candidate has 3 days in which to make a request.
That's right. So it's not really quite a solidified deadline. I think another thing we can send out with this video is the memo we did with the timelines of when all the certification happens, because some of those deadlines, aren't set on a specific date. They're triggered by other events that happen in the certification process. So it's, it's not a set date, but it is 3 days after we receive that final canvas from those counties.
Just a quick clarification on that one too. So like with that kind Van Orden race that obviously wasn't a statewide race, would it be all the counties that were in that district once those are all in, or would it have to be the whole state's numbers?
Just the counties in that congressional district. Once the last one comes in, then somebody can request a recount.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Next is Savannah Tomei.
Hi, Megan. Hi, Reed. Thanks as always. I just wanted to ask kind of more quantitatively, you guys have been prepping for what feels like such a long time. We're in this heightened polarized political climate. And then of course we're in the middle of a pandemic. How does it feel to kind of be on the day after so far? And it seemed like everything went smoothly. Even though things went late into the night, we were expecting it. Really no big surprises in terms of how things were counted and how the process went.
Yeah, thank you, because it really was no surprise. Nothing about yesterday was surprising to me at all. And election officials gave their heart and soul to yesterday. Every one of our local election officials, our staff around the country in Wisconsin. And so I think we're just really proud of the work that we did yesterday, because I just feel so confident that every single valid ballot was counted in the state of Wisconsin. And I think that we should feel really proud about the election that was conducted yesterday, because there were some really trying circumstances this year. There's no doubt about it. And I think that we ran an excellent election. And I think that, again, our local election officials followed every rule with precision. And it's really something that we should all have a great deal of pride in.
Thank you.
Next is Jason Calvi. Jason, you got to unmute yourself.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you so much. Really quick, one of the things we are hearing is, people were saying they saw those numbers stuck overnight last night. Those numbers weren't moving. It's leading to speculation, or did lead to speculation, that Wisconsin stopped counting, which we know wasn't the case. We saw the counting happening with our own eyes all night long. So can you respond to that? And then secondly, why not release absentee ballot counts numbers in real time so it doesn't look like a vote dump in the middle of the night? Can you respond to both of those criticisms you're hearing today?
Sure. So, and it looks like we've got a lot of new folks on this call. So we've been having weekly media briefings for months now to talk about the mechanics of elections. And I think it's been a really useful conversation to talk about things like absentee and central count. So not to get too far into the weeds, but there are first of all, the law is structured to say that when a reporting unit is finished, only then can that reporting unit be posted. Now, for most jurisdictions across our state, and again, we have 1,850 municipalities, they count their absentees at their polling place. So my ballot, my absentee ballot is sent down to my polling place. I'm assigned a voter number at my polling place, and my ballot is processed at the polls on election day with the in-person voters as well. But in some jurisdictions like Milwaukee and Green Bay and Kenosha and 39 of our 1,850 jurisdictions, they count their absentees centrally. So their absentees aren't sent to the polls, they're counted centrally. And again, this is all a process that's allowed and prescribed by law. This is not a policy decision. This is something that is allowed under law and is outlined very explicitly. In those jurisdictions, they're counting absentees for all the reporting units, right? So they're not just counting individual reporting units, they're counting all the absentees there. Publicly observable, you can go watch. There's challengers there all day. There's observers there all day. There's the parties there observing the process as well and involved in counting those ballots, just like at the polls. But with that, you're going to get the result set all as one with all the absentees from all the reporting units. And then those are going to get added in to each of the individual reporting units. And so really it's a process prescribed in law that allows larger jurisdictions to centrally count, any jurisdiction, but larger jurisdictions to centrally count their absentees. And a lot of our large jurisdictions do that because it allows them to do that a little bit more efficiently than if they were to try to send the ballots to all the individual polling places. So that's why you see at the end of the night, because you can't break up that central count result set. You can't break it up and say, okay, Ward 1 is done, let's send that over to Ward 1. You have to report the polling places and then add in all the central counts when all the absentees are done being counted. And so that's why you see the absentees being counted as they should be and added to the unofficial totals after that entire pool of absentees has been counted. But there are no dark corners or locked doors in elections. Anybody was free to watch those processes as they unfolded yesterday. They could watch those ballots being tallied. They could watch the unofficial results as they were transmitted to the county and added in to the county's unofficial result sets. All the materials for an election are publicly available to observe as well. Some of those jurisdictions even did things like live streams, so you could watch ballots being counted all day if you wanted to and all night. And so that's not the short answer, but that is the answer of why you see these large sets of absentees added to the polling place totals at the end of the night or early in the morning.
Okay. We've only got until about noon. So next is Emily Fannin. Keep your questions short so we can get in as many as possible.
Hi, yes, thanks Megan for doing this again. Real quick, can you describe to us what a recount will look like? Do they recount ballots at a central location or each polling location again?
Thank you for that question. So, we've had practice in this. So in 2016, we were the only state to complete a presidential recount as well. And that recount process is actually conducted at the county level. So we have 1,850 municipalities, but we have 72 counties, and the recount happens at the county level. So the county is the one that, today is the deadline for those municipalities to start routing the materials to the counties. The counties will have those materials, and then in the event of a recount, they're the ones that organize it. A lot of times they'll bring in help from their local election officials to help conduct that recount, but it does happen at our 72 counties.
All right, next is Ryan Curry.
Hi, good morning. My question is about voter turnouts. Have you been able to assess their turnout this year and yesterday compared to what it was in 2016? And how did that affect, I guess, the counting process for today and the process going forward?
Yeah, thank you for that question too, because also an important clarification. So another provision in state law is that participation, so actually going through and recording participation for an election, the local election officials have 30 days to complete that process. And so we don't have the official numbers in terms of turnout or voter registrations on election day until after that 30 days is completed and after the results have been certified. So, you can get an idea by going to each of those 72 counties and looking at the numbers that are posted there from each of the 1,850 jurisdictions to find out what the pool is of voters who participated as part of those unofficial results. But again, they're unofficial. And so I know some of our individual jurisdictions did report in terms of their turnout that they were seeing in their jurisdictions. And it certainly looks like, if we're looking at those unofficial results, that we had higher turnout in this election than we did in the 2016 presidential.
The only thing that I would add is that if you want to do a quick and dirty figure out of what turnout was, look up the Associated Press's numbers for each of the candidates, add them together, and divide that number by the state's voting age population, which you can find on our statistics webpage. So, I mean, that's how I did it when I was a reporter. That's how I've done calculations. We haven't had a chance to do it, but obviously turnout is much higher this year than it has been in the past. Ellie Kaufman is next.
Hi, Megan. Two fast questions. That town that you mentioned that has less than 300 voters left to count, is that the town of Willow?
It is. Yeah, the town of Willow in Richland County.
Thank you. And then my second question is, so just to clarify, if you're requesting a recount, you request, I just pulled it up from a 2018 thing you guys had put online. It says you can request no later than 5 p.m. on the first business day following the day on which the WEC receives the last County Board of Canvassers statement. So would that mean December 2nd?
No, that's too early. I mean, it's too late.
Okay.
It's after we get the last, we get the last county's reports in, and they have to have us, their deadline to get them to us is November 17th. We usually get them sooner than that.
Okay. So sometime in not this week, essentially, sometime around the 17th.
I think that's probably fair. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next, let's see where we go here. Phil Rogers.
Yes. Hi, Megan. Thank you. I'm in Chicago. Can you hear me?
I can.
Would you clarify, only because I'm in a different state and I want to make sure I understand your system. All of your mail-in ballots had to be in by yesterday, and I assume they are. So can you just clarify, have they all been processed now? Is some continuing counting still going on? Can you just kind of take me through, and maybe if you know any numbers?
Yeah, so all of the ballots had to be received by 8 p.m. yesterday to the place where they are to be counted in order to be counted, or a voter had to be in line by 8 o'clock and cast their ballot at the polls on election day. But yeah, there's no late return allowed in the state of Wisconsin. So if ballots were received after 8 p.m. last night, they cannot be counted. The only ballots that still need to be counted is potentially in that small township of less than 300, and also provisional ballots. So if there's any provisional ballots out there, those voters do have until Friday to bring their photo ID to their clerk's office and to have their ballot counted. But other than that, we believe that all of the absentees and all the ballots from yesterday's election have been counted.
Okay, thank you.
Next is Naomi Knowles.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. Have you guys been receiving calls from the public asking to check their ballot status or with questions about the process that needed clarification?
We have been receiving calls from voters, certainly asking us, trying to verify if their ballot was received or counted. It does get a little tricky. We made some changes to the myvote.wi.gov website so that voters can continue to see their tracker for their absentee ballot. But participation, where we can actually say your ballot was counted, again, our local election officials by law have 30 days to record that participation. So they have 30 days to go through the poll book and record, each person that participated. They have 30 days to go through each of those absentee ballots and make sure that they're entered in as being received and counted. If somebody's absentee ballot was rejected, so let's say at the polls, they decided that the certificate wasn't sufficient and they had to reject that ballot, they would also record that in the statewide system. So voters won't be able to see their participation until 30 days after the election. Some may be sooner. Some of our jurisdictions, that have more resources may be able to start doing that data entry right away. But for others, they may take closer to that full 30 days allowed under statute. So we have certainly been trying to message that to voters. We know how important it is that voters want to know if their ballot was counted. But each of our clerks are working diligently, I assure you, to record that information, and it will be available on myvote.wi.gov, where you'll be able to not only track your absentee, but you'll be able to see your voter participation as part of your record.
All right, we got time for one more question from Adriana Diaz.
Hi, thank you so much for doing this. I don't think anyone, have you responded directly to the campaign's announcement that they do plan to request to recount, citing voting irregularities in some counties? What's your response? And do you track irregularities? And if so, how many did you observe?
Yeah, so I had not heard that, but certainly I know that our local election officials, elections are a meticulous process. So everything is recorded by your local election official. If there's anything abnormal that happens, they record it in their inspector statements. And so there's a paper trail for everything, and all those materials are maintained. And we've had a recount before, and it showed that we have a really good process. We have a really good system, and our local election officials are doing a phenomenal job. And so I believe that would be the case if we had a recount again in our state, that you would find that we have a really solid system here, and that there's an incredible paper trail for every single request, registration, and ballot that's cast.
All right. So I think that's going to be it for now. I'm going to send out a link to this as well as send out some other information, especially if you guys are going to be covering the recount, if we have one. The recount manual is your friend. Study it, know it. It'll really help you. And I'll do the best to answer questions. You guys have been blowing up my inbox. I've got about 100 emails from media already right now. So I will try to get back to you today. And thank you for coming. And anything else you want to add, Megan?
No, just thank you. And thank you for being here. As always, I really appreciate your willingness to engage with the facts about how elections work. That's what I'm here for, is to talk about the mechanics. I'm like a boring elections textbook with no pictures, but thank you for being willing to engage on the facts about elections and to bring those facts to voters, because I think a lot of these things, voters may not understand some of these mechanics or the laws behind some of these processes. So thank you.
Voters and the vote count. Take a listen to a little bit more of what he had to say last night, striking a note of confidence.
Vote. It's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
So how is the vice president and the Biden campaign feeling today? Well, based on a number of conversations that I have had and the team here has had, Lester, our sense is that they are feeling increasingly confident. And I expect that you will hear that reflected in the vice president's remarks as well. What gives them confidence at this hour? They like what they are seeing in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Nevada, in Arizona, in Pennsylvania. They're obviously watching quite closely as well. Now, of course, they don't get to do the ultimate count. So just because they feel confident is not determinative of what is going to happen inside these states. But it does reflect a growing sense of optimism within the Democratic Party and within the Biden campaign specifically. Now, the campaign's also responding to the president's threats of lawsuits. We spoke with some of the vice president's lawyers earlier today, the top lawyer who said, look, they are prepared for, ready for, bracing for whatever type of legal battle comes their way. And according to one of the vice president's top lawyers, if the president wants to take this fight to the Supreme Court, he will ultimately be quite embarrassed. So we are in Wilmington waiting for Vice President Biden to make remarks where he will undoubtedly and very likely express an increasing confidence about where this race is headed.
And by the way, what's that parking lot looking like? Are supporters still there, or are they largely emptied out?
They have largely emptied out, Lester. When you and I were talking at about 2 a.m. in the morning, this entire parking lot was filled with cars. And it's really become one of the signature optics of the Biden campaign, these drive-in rallies, these drive-in events. He's done that so that he can adhere to the CDC guidelines to be socially distant. He's done that, Lester, because he wants to strike a very different note as it relates to COVID-19. His whole argument has been that he believes he's the better candidate to fight COVID-19. He's accused President Trump of waving the white flag against COVID. So that's why you see this drive-in rally that unfolded here overnight. Now, his supporters have left, and we anticipate when he speaks, it will be inside, and likely it will just be in front of a few socially distant people. So it's not going to be the same volume of people that we witnessed overnight, Lester. But I can tell you that in talking to Democrats who have supported the vice president, who've worked for the vice president, they are going to be tuned in and listening to every word he has to say. They felt as though last night was quite stressful. At some moments, it felt like a flashback to 2016 when we started talking about Hillary Clinton's blue wall that didn't hold those critical states throughout the Midwest. Now the fact that Biden is expressing increased confidence in those states, that is something that is giving Democrats writ large a little bit more optimism. But again, we have to wait for all the votes to be counted.
All right, Kristen, that cacophony of horns, I can hear it now. It's just kind of a signature of this campaign. I don't think I'll ever look at a traffic jam quite the same way. Thank you for that. Let's bring in White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, the president overnight already prematurely and falsely declaring victory, already now calling for a recount in Wisconsin. We know that all campaigns tend to offer a public face and usually a rosy face of what's before them. Is there a difference between what's being said publicly and privately that you're able to tap into there?
Yeah, Lester, I want to hone in specifically on that recount that they say they will be immediately requesting in Wisconsin right now. If we put up those numbers for you, you can see that Joe Biden is still maintaining a narrow 20,000 vote lead there, less than 1%, which means that the Trump campaign can request a recount if it desires. But I want to direct you to some context here, and that's from the former Wisconsin governor, Scott Walker, who a matter of hours earlier sort of questioned the wisdom of a recount there, saying that in the 2001 race for the Wisconsin Supreme Court, there were 131 votes. 300 votes that swung the opposite way. And then when there was a recount between President Trump and Hillary Clinton 4 years ago in 2016, that's when there were only 131 votes that swung in the president's favor. So in the words of Scott Walker, again, the former governor of Wisconsin, it is a, quote, high hurdle to think that the Trump campaign, Lester, would be able to overcome a 20,000 vote deficit that currently exists in that state, with almost all of the votes already counted. Lester.
All right, Peter Alexander, thanks. Go to NBC's Cal Perry. He is in Milwaukee right now. Been watching this all play out, and now this threat of a recount looming there. What's your view, Cal? Okay, apparently we lost Cal, but let me go to Kate right now. I mean, so many things in play here that we're not only waiting for numbers, we're waiting for reactions and then defensive reactions in this thing. We know that a lot of these states may be called perhaps by the end of today, by tomorrow, but we may not know for some time how this is going to
That's right.
settle out.
End of today might even be optimistic. I think, given what some of the secretaries of state are saying at this hour, it may take longer, especially in Pennsylvania. But you're right. This could play out. You and I were talking about this during the commercial break. If you look at the rules that I was showing earlier for when a recount is triggered or when one can be requested, the deadline in Pennsylvania, if an automatic recount is triggered or if someone requests, the deadline is November 29th, Lester. What's today? The 5th? I believe the 4th. What day is it? I don't know what day it is.
I think today is the 4th. Yeah,
it's the 4th. But I mean, that's a long way off. That's probably 4 weeks from now. Other states, in Nevada, it would be, what you were talking about with John, 10 days they would have to do the recount. So we're looking at timelines now, horizons that go out weeks potentially, if these recounts go forward.
And then when do we start hearing the term constitutional crisis? That's the next. I mean, you know, obviously there are legal options for recounts. They're built into some of these statutes in some of these cases. But you do start trying not only the patience of the American public, you start sowing potentially more doubt.
Well, and you wonder, the messaging coming out of both of these candidates, I think, really matters right now too, right? To keep the calm and keep the peace. If you have one candidate or the other saying, no, I've definitely won, and inciting people to hit the streets, that potentially is dangerous. That's why places around here, around Rockefeller Center, are boarded up right now.
Yeah, no, that's an ugly sight and certainly sad on so many levels. All right, thank you. And joining us now, MSNBC and NBC News political contributor and politics editor at the Daily Beast, Sam Stein, is here. Sam, give me your take on this particular point in time right now. We have been essentially in this holding pattern since the middle of the night. We did get the call in Maine, but there's this kind of, I don't know. I felt it walking down the streets here to work, this kind of suspended animation. Life is kind of going on, but nobody quite knows where this is going.
Couldn't describe it better myself. It's highly stressful and uncertain. If you look at the numbers, like you were talking about, it does seem like we have days, if not weeks, until we get a firm resolution. In terms of the politics, I think right now you would rather be on the Biden side of the ledger than the Trump side. There are small victories being tallied potentially in Wisconsin and Michigan. The numbers look promising in the right direction in Pennsylvania, but it's way too close to call at this point. And you have somewhat firm leads in Nevada and Arizona, all of which get you above the needed 270. But this is no longer just a political battle. It's going to be a litigation battle. It's going to be, a battle for PR between the campaigns. We've already had dueling conference calls today. So as stressful as it's been, it's going to continue at this heightened stress level for days to come.
Yeah, and talk about messaging, because once these races are called, once we're able to project a winner, how important is it going to be that the winner own it, so to speak? I mean, to assert that the votes are counted, let's move forward.
Sure. This is something that people who lived through the 2000 Florida recount know vividly. George W. Bush, then Texas governor, candidate for president, really lucked out in a way that the networks called it for him in Florida. He was able to say, look, I am deemed the winner. Al Gore is just a sore loser here trying to make up votes. We need to put this process to a stop. There is not just a rhetorical advantage, there's a political one from being perceived publicly as the winner. And so in that sense, what you see in Arizona, for instance, is beneficial to the Biden campaign. That being said, if you're going to preach patience on one side, you have to preach patience on all sides. And every legally cast vote has to be tabulated here. We have a lot of outstanding vote in a lot of states. This is no longer a time in America where you can think of it as election day. These are election weeks now. And so, while there are advantages to being early out of the gate, it doesn't mean it's permanent.
All right, Sam Stein, thank you for being with us. Appreciate it. I want to go back to Cal Perry now in Wisconsin. There's not a lot more vote left there, Cal.
No, according to the Election Commission here in the state, only 300 votes in one small town. They say other than that, they've counted all the votes. Now, we've been talking about this recount. The Trump administration saying they will ask for a recount. They need to wait 3 days before they officially do that. And then that recount needs to be completed within 13 days. That takes us to November 20th. So we're looking at roundabout Thanksgiving. The Democrats here in this state are very optimistic. They think they have won this state. They are, in fact, pushing the networks to call it. That from our own Mike Memoli. They ran up the score here in Milwaukee County, Lester, which they had to do. They had to run up the score here and in places like Madison. This was lessons learned from 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton losing this state by just 25,000 votes. They went looking for those votes, and they knew they could find them in this county, and they did. They found an extra 20,000 votes, so they are optimistic even in the face of a possible recount, Lester.
Cal Perry. Cal, thanks very much. We're going to take a break. We'll continue with more of our coverage of Decision 2020 here on NBC after this.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Looking at 93% of the expected vote in Georgia. NBC News still looking at Georgia as too close to call. The margins haven't really budged much, however. Blaine Alexander is in Atlanta, Georgia. And Blaine, I assume that there's still a belief there's more Democratic votes out there.
Absolutely. You know, the Secretary of State says that there are some 200,000 votes still left to be counted in a couple of counties that we're watching very closely, Fulton County and DeKalb. Now, Lester, we just got an update actually from Fulton County, which is the biggest, most populous county here in the state of Georgia. They say they're planning to hold a meeting this afternoon, an adjudication review for about 25,000 or so absentee ballots that are ready for that step of the process. But they say that on top of that, they've got another 42,000 or so that still need to be open. They still need to be scanned, and they still need to be adjudicated. Now, I will remind you that Richard Barron, who runs the county elections for Fulton County, said that they are still expecting to have all of these absentee ballots processed, scanned, opened and scanned by 7 p.m. this evening. Now, that's certainly major because we know that the Secretary of State is setting a similar timeline to have these numbers completed across the state. He's saying that of the 200,000 or so outstanding votes, possibly as high as 250,000 outstanding votes, they are still hoping that they see the results completed, tabulated, and tallied by the end of the day. Now, he's also saying this with the caveat that it comes down to the counties and what the counties are able to do. We know that they're steady working on those numbers. We know that in Fulton County, that whole process is taking place at the State Farm Arena. That's where we saw the early voting take place. And inside that room, there are about 4 dozen or so employees who are going through this rather painstaking process of opening all of the ballots that were turned in, sorting them, sifting them through scanners. They did it until late last night. They were back at it early this morning. So again, hoping that they can get that done this evening. Now, to put all of this into perspective, Lester, yes, you talked about those outstanding Democratic votes. This is where we're expecting to see them come from, those 2 counties. And that's really what's giving Democrats hope of, after nearly 30 years or so, finally turning Georgia blue, turning Georgia in their direction. They're looking at those metro Atlanta counties that shift heavily blue, and even the suburbs narratives around them that are becoming more diverse, and hoping that that will be enough to tip the scales in their favor. Lester?
Yeah, Blaine, go back a second. You said this adjudication review, this meeting today. Is this something standard, or is this something different?
You know, it's something that the county says that they have to do for all of these absentee ballots. So we do know that, one, they're doing them for a stack of files or a stack of ballots rather, that are already ready for that process, and then they have to do it for another few before they can go through the point and get them all completely tallied. So we're getting some more information about what exactly this meeting looks like, what this process looks like, but we do know that it's something that has to be done for all of these absentee ballots before they're able to give a final tally on these, Lester.
All right, well, it's good to know there's some movement there. We may see something this evening. Blaine, thanks very much. We'll keep checking with you to see where things stand there in Georgia. Kate, let's turn it over to you.
All right, it has been a roller coaster in the stock market over the past 24 hours, Lester. Let's bring in Stephanie Ruhle, because at the moment, Stephanie, it looks like stocks are surging. Explain.
Surging. Kate, the Dow is up almost 700 points. This is the strongest three-day rally we've seen since May. And I want you to think about this. The market has been moving up over the last few days over this idea of a blue wave, because that meant we would most likely see a more robust stimulus package and a united government. But look a little closer, and the market seemed to like a divided government even more. Why? Because they would get policy stability, most likely a national COVID plan with Joe Biden as president, but they'd also get some checks and balance with Republicans still leading the Senate. And for Wall Street, that basically means less of a risk of huge tax hikes, less of a risk of huge regulation. But where this is so ironic, remember, the president has used the stock market as one of his favorite scorecards over the last 4 years, and it's worked for him. Even in the last 24 hours, we see how well the president did with senior citizens, many who are reliant on their retirement savings, assuring them that he's the right person to have in office. And now here we are. Look at the markets. Professional investors are feeling like moving towards Joe Biden is a good way to keep the markets in the green.
Right. So just to put a point on it, Steph, they're assuming they're making the assumption that we're not there yet, but they're thinking that this is going to be a Biden win with a Republican retaining control of the Senate. And that's what's driving this surge.
Markets liked a blue wave. They love the idea of a divided government. And it is important to note, while the markets are moving higher, we're actually seeing volume, meaning the amount of stocks trading out there, relatively low, because they know, given this political environment and the three of us talking about this over the last 18 hours, things can certainly turn on a dime, but they definitely like the trend.
Well, we'll keep watching because it could turn again. Stephanie Ruhle. Thank you, Lester.
All right. Thanks, Kate. Joining us now, Shauna Thomas, an NBC News and MSNBC political contributor. Shauna, just give me your view of where we are right now and where this road leads.
So number one, overall, we do have to give credit to the people of America. They have improved their voter turnout. We still don't even know all the votes this time, but it looks like right now 136 million people have voted and 128 million people voted in 2016. And we know there's more to come. So people got the message from whether it's President Trump's side or former Vice President Biden's side that their vote matters. So that's number one. And that is a positive, even as we look at this division and the possibility of trying to figure out who won Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan taking even longer. So that's number one. But I think number two, the question is, the Biden campaign sort of thought that if they won this by a landslide, they'd have some kind of mandate to govern. That mandate isn't there. So how do you govern a country that is as divided as what these vote totals seem to point to? If you are Joe Biden, are you trying to figure out, how do I bring people together? Does the Democratic Party even want to do that with the progressive wing of the party? What does it mean to have more divided government as we move forward in this country? And I think that is a big question. That is something that Joe Biden has to figure out. It's also something that President Trump might have to figure out. Now, we know with President Trump, he has seemed to care a little bit more about the people who vote for him than other people. But he also, in theory, has a mandate to try to bring people together. What does that look like? Does anything get done? Even just the one thing Congress couldn't do before the election, which was pass more stimulus for for people who are suffering from COVID, who have lost their jobs. They couldn't do that. How do we do that moving forward? That is the question that I am grappling with right now, is that if you have a country that believes two very different things, how do they communicate at all? And one of these men is going to have to try to figure that out, or at least these parties are going to have to try to figure that out.
Excuse me. And Shana, we know that this president has had an uneasy relationship with many Republicans because of his unorthodox ways. But even if he ends up having a bad night or a bad week, as the case may go, Republicans may be able to look and say, look, we held on to the Senate. That is certainly not a sure thing right now, but they might be able to say that. They will certainly know that they've got a lot of conservative judges, including a new member of the Supreme Court. So in many ways, do Republicans lose no matter how this plays out?
Well, I mean, I guess they actually win in some ways, especially in terms of the Senate, depending on how that turns out. But And the president of the United States did improve his numbers with Latinos in some states. So that means that their message, some part of the conservative message, resonated with some people, especially in Florida. So I think the question for the Republican Party is, you know, that the president did run on divisiveness. He did run on fear. And what is the message that they take from that as they try to grow their party even more? Because in the end, Joe Biden is going to end up with the popular vote win, right? It's going to be much like Hillary Clinton ended up with the popular vote win. Maybe he'll also win the Electoral College. Don't know yet. We'll see what happens. But with the popular vote, the Republicans have to take a look and say, how do we get to that place where more of the country wants to vote for us, even if you take out the Electoral College part of this? Right. And I'm curious to see how the Republican Party responds to that.
Shana, thank you for sharing your thoughts. Appreciate that. Vaughn Hilliard is in Scottsdale, Arizona, where Joe Biden has really maintained a slight lead throughout the night and certainly into the middle of the day here. What's the view from there? What's the thinking from there, Vaughn?
Yeah, Lester, NBC News has not called the state of Arizona. Last night, the initial lead for Joe Biden was double digits. But then what we have seen over the hours since then is that Donald Trump has narrowed that margin significantly. It is now 3.4 percentage points. Why is that? Well, in large part, it's because the Republican voters in the state of Arizona decided to show up late. Now, only just yesterday in Maricopa County, by a 2-to-1 margin, Republicans voted over Democrats in person. And that is why you were seeing late last night in the middle of the morning, some of these results come in significantly positive for this president. So what are the big questions at hand here in Arizona? What are we waiting for to be able to call this? Well, there are at least 440,000 outstanding ballots, Lester, here in the state of Arizona. I've been talking with elections officials this morning and folks connected to the Trump campaign here as we've been trying to scratch through these numbers here. And what we are looking at is a 93,000 vote lead for Joe Biden here in the state of Arizona. When you look at that 440,000 lot left, that means Donald Trump would need to win about 60% of the vote over Joe Biden among those votes that have not been tabulated at this point. Can he do that? Well, if you look at the results of yesterday, of voters that voted in person, they trended to Donald Trump by more than 60 percentage points. But Democrats that I talked to in the state say, hold on a second. We had a lot of voters that came and dropped off their early ballots at the polling location yesterday because they didn't trust that the Postal Service would be able to get it in. So they say that we expect that margin to not be as high. Essentially what we can say, Lester, right now is that we should expect here through the rest of the afternoon a close race here in the desert, one that the Trump campaign believes that they could potentially get close or overtake Donald Trump or overtake Joe Biden here in the state of Arizona.
One of the interesting dynamics we are charting here as we move into the early afternoon of the East Coast. Vaughn, thank you for that. We're going to take a break here. We'll continue with Decision 2020 election coverage right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back to our NBC News Decision 2020 election coverage. I want to update you on some of the latest results in the counts in states across the country still underway. In case you missed it, North Carolina right now is too close to call. 95% of the expected vote is in North Carolina. There's Maine. NBC News projecting that Joe Biden will win in the state of Maine when all the votes are counted. Moving on to Georgia, providing some drama throughout the night and continuing into this day. It is still too close to call there, looking for votes that have not yet come out of the metro Atlanta area. Here's Michigan, 94% of the expected vote in. That is too early to call in Michigan. And we move up to Alaska, where Donald Trump seems to be out in front, but we're calling that one too early to call. And that's where we stand in some of these races right now. Morgan Radford is in North Carolina, where the presidential race, as we noted, is still close to call. What's holding up the votes right now? Do we know, Morgan?
That's right, Lester. Well, what's holding up those votes are the provisional ballots they are still waiting on, and also those mail-in ballots that were postmarked by 5 p.m. on Election Day, but still haven't arrived. Now, the Supreme Court decided last week that North Carolina would have until November 12th to count all of those ballots. So we're standing here in Mecklenburg County, and this is the largest county in North Carolina. Just behind me here, that's the County Board of Elections. These are the people who will be counting those ballots around the clock. They decide when they're going to have those meetings between now and on Thursday, November 12th. And that's how we determine what those final numbers are. Because the reality of it is, Lester, this is now down to the margins. According to the public data released by the State Board of Elections, Donald Trump is leading in this state by about 76,000 votes. So the question is that lead greater or less than the number of outstanding ballots that this state is still waiting on? The State Board of Elections does believe they will have an updated number by today or by tomorrow. But so far, that count is at 117,000. That is the number of people who have requested mail-in ballots but have yet to send them in. So we're watching things here on the ground. Lester?
All right. Thank you, Morgan. Professor and Pulitzer Prize winning historian Jon Meacham joins us now. I've been asking a lot of our guests, John, as we're in this point where we're kind of in this waiting game and there's talk of recounts and narrow margins, that where do we stand in right now?
Well, we stand in a place where every vote needs to be counted. Democracy is not easy. This is a big, complicated task. This is not all that unusual. We didn't know the results in 60, 68, 76, 2000, 2004, 2016 until well into the process. And I think that absent the president's remarks, I think that the temperature in the country would be a good bit lower. He's in a way kind of the unstable actor here but with his remarks in the middle of the night. But every vote's got to count. It's not as though voting is still going on. It's just we have to count an enormous number of pieces of data. And hopefully enough of us still have enough faith in the process, enough faith in these institutions to see us through.
There was so much talk of potential chaos leading into this election. We didn't really see much in the way of serious issues at polling places. But now you add some of the remarks the president has made, calling ridiculous public polling as a voter suppression tactic. At the end of the day, is there still a risk of chaos being injected into this process?
There's always a risk because America is a risk. I think that you're right. This has been moving, particularly given the pandemic, particularly given the divisiveness in the country. The process was moving along. And then the president got up and has mistaken early TV reporting for reality. And basically, I would urge everybody, be calm, deep breath. This takes a long time to do. That's the reason the Electoral College doesn't meet for a while. For much of American history, elections went on for over the course of several months. So there's nothing destabilizing about the democratic process. The destabilizing force is the president trying in many ways to short circuit it and sow a certain amount of chaos. But we've been through these things, and we'll get through this.
There has also not been any, at least any concrete suggestions that there was any efforts to hack the election, at least in terms of doing anything to the infrastructure, that there were ongoing campaigns to kind of influence people to tap into social media. Do you think that story has totally played out here, or will we go back and see fingerprints on this election?
I think we're in the middle of that story, Lester. I think that to some extent, I don't know the exact technological processes, but I can't imagine that there has not been some effort, just given the way history has been over the last couple of terms and the interest of different foreign powers. So I think that's going to be an important thing to keep an eye on, and particularly now. The process needs its integrity. And so far, fingers crossed, we're in pretty good shape.
All right, John, thanks very much. Let me continue that thought. Joining us now, former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security and former Arizona Governor Janet Napolitano. Governor and Secretary, thank you for being with us. I do want to get your governor perspective in a moment, but first on this issue of national security, the fact that we haven't seen anything obvious in terms of foreign meddling. Do you think that's because they didn't bother, or there are other things at work here?
I think it's too soon to tell. And I think that when all is said and done, there will be an effort to go back and trace and track and see what foreign powers may have been involved in the election. But the key point to make is that our election infrastructure itself is very sound. It is next to, if not actually impossible, to kind of interrupt the actual tally of the votes. And now what needs to happen is the votes need to be counted.
On that note, let me ask you to put on your Arizona governor hat a little bit, your experience there, and talk about the vote that we have seen so far in Arizona. It's been rather stable overnight, leaning toward Joe Biden, but there are apparently still a fair number of votes out there. What's your read on what how this will play out?
I think it's going to play out that Biden will carry Arizona, and that for the first time since 1996, Arizona will support the Democratic nominee for president. When you look at where the outstanding to-be-counted votes are, what counties they're going to be coming from, and how those counties have trended, I don't think the ultimate result changes.
Is this a permanent change for Arizona, or is this unique to this election?
Oh, I think Arizona has been moving from red to purple and now to blue over the course of the last 20 years. When I first ran for office in Arizona in 1998, it was a pretty red state and very difficult for a Democrat to win. And now, of course, it's changed. Both senators that Arizona will send to Washington, D.C. are now Democrats.
Secretary, this is a game of perceptions right now on many levels. We've heard from the president, both in person and through his tweets and recent statements. We also heard from former Vice President Biden, and we may hear from him again, perhaps as soon as the next hour. Can you share with us what you would expect and hope his tone and at least the framework of his message might be under these circumstances?
Well, I think that Vice President Biden will come out in a very confident way and say, based on his analysis of where the votes are and where the votes yet to be counted are, he will be the president-elect, but that it's important for the process to be completed so that the actual winner reflects the will of the American people.
All right. Well, Secretary Napolitano, thank you for your time. It's always good to speak with you. We'll take a quick break and be back in just a moment. You're watching Decision 2020 coverage on NBC.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Welcome back to NBC News Decision 2020 coverage. Some late-breaking developments in the Senate race. Let's turn it over to Kate for that.
So we've been watching the state of Maine and this race between Senator Susan Collins, the incumbent Republican, and her challenger, the Speaker of the Maine House, Sarah Gideon. What we've just learned is that a phone call happened. Sarah Gideon called Senator Collins. According to both of them now, Sarah Gideon just saying a moment ago, I just spoke with Senator Collins. I congratulated her on winning this election. I told her I will always be available to help serve the people of Maine. Ultimately, that's why I entered the race. So there's Sarah Gideon conceding, saying that she has conceded to Senator Collins. Again, Senator Collins, Lester, the longest serving Republican woman in the Senate. So she has been there a while. She's a moderate. She's from Maine.
Dems thought she was quite vulnerable.
That's right. And that is very interesting because, she took a lot of heat for being close enough to Donald Trump, especially on issues of the Supreme Court. And that was hurting her, it would appear, up in the state of Maine, where people have kind of an independent streak. And there are a lot of Democrats down on the coast of Maine, particularly around Portland, the capital. So people were worried that Senator Collins might be in trouble, but it certainly looks at this point, we've not projected it yet, but it certainly looks like she
But if
holds
that's the
that
case,
seat.
Democrats have a higher hill now to climb to try to get control of this.
That's right, because that would now be 2 seats that have turned to, that would be 1 seat that has flipped for Democrats, 1 seat that has flipped for Republicans, and nothing else has changed, essentially.
Those Georgia races are going to go to runoff.
Well, one is at least. So there are 2 races in Georgia, if you haven't been watching for hours and hours. There are 2 races in Georgia. One of them is definitely at this point going to a runoff in January. The other one is uncertain whether it will, but it may if neither candidate makes a certain threshold, 50%. What that could mean, Lester, if we game this out, is potentially, let's say that the Democrats do pick up Arizona, which we've been talking about. That's Mark Kelly, the former astronaut married to Gabby Giffords. If he were to win in Arizona, that would be a pickup for the Democrats. They would then need 2 more. And you've got these 2 Georgia races that could happen. It could be put off till January, right before the inauguration of the next president. So we could have a situation where Georgia becomes the moment in January where the Senate balance, why not, right? We've had so many other things happen in 2020.
We'll be in 2020. Things like that don't happen.
Right, exactly. But imagine the money that would flow into Georgia if these 2 runoff races are going to determine the fate of who controls the Senate. We're not there yet, but that could happen.
Part of the conversation. All right, Kate, thanks for that late-breaking development. President Trump has already vowed to bring his case over ballots to the Supreme Court, but how and when could that happen? NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joins us. Pete, what do we know in terms of lawsuits filed and those that we would expect will be filed?
Well, 3 have already been filed in Pennsylvania, and all of them have to do with mail ballots. And I think almost all the legal action that we're going to see from now on is going to deal with mail ballots. All these lawsuits were filed by Republicans. 2 of them are within the past 24 hours or so, challenging the way, the first one challenging the way that election officials in Montgomery County, which is the state's 3rd largest county, began to examine mail ballots before the official pre-canvass was to begin at 7 a.m. on Election Day. The county actually looked at the envelopes. They gave voters whose envelopes had an obvious problem a chance to come in and fix it. The Republicans say that should not have been done. Another lawsuit in Pennsylvania challenges the state's decision to let voters cast a provisional ballot if their mail-in ballot was declared invalid. The Republicans say state law doesn't allow for that. And then third, there's the lawsuit that's still pending in the U.S. Supreme Court. This one is over the decision made by the state Supreme Court to extend the mail ballot deadline by 3 days to Friday. Now, the Supreme Court has twice said no to the Republicans on that. First, the Supreme Court declined to block the effect of that ruling. That was a 4-4 tie vote in the Supreme Court. Then the Supreme Court said, OK, we might hear your appeal, but we're not going to put it on a fast track. So it's still sitting there, and they could grant that appeal. The Republicans could go back to the Supreme Court and say, OK, now will you take it on a fast track? They haven't done that yet. And then in Nevada, the Republicans are challenging the way the state uses automation to see if the signatures on the mail ballot envelope match what's on file in the voter registration list. That lawsuit says that that task has to be performed by people, not machines. So if the vote margins turn out to be razor thin in any of these states, what the lawyers call within the margin of litigation, then you can expect legal teams to fight this out ballot by ballot with lawyers for the candidate who's behind, trying to get as many votes thrown out on the leader as possible. And if there is a Bush v. Gore type case this time in the Supreme Court, this is what the big issue will be. This is what the courts have been struggling with in the last couple of weeks. In the states where election rules were changed, the question will be, are those changes improper unless they were ordered by state legislatures? There is a theory among conservative judges that only state legislatures can change the rules, such as extending the deadline for ballots. There are at least 3 members of the Supreme Court have said they think that's how it should work, too. And of course, Lester, we have yet to hear from Justice Amy Coney Barrett on that question.
All right, Pete, thanks for laying that out. I want to bring in now John Fortier, an election law analyst and an NBC News contributor. He's here to help us sort some of this out. Talk about this idea that states really control their own elections. So why do these cases end up before federal judges so often and are not settled at the state level?
Well, one difference in election law is that we have in the Constitution, states are given the ability to decide how the electors are selected. And that can mean even in our early days that they selected them directly. They didn't have elections or to have some strange arrangements like Maine and Nebraska have different arrangements. A little more controversial when you think about the idea that we've already got an election system in place by law. But in Bush v. Gore, there were at least 3 conservative justices who really entertained the idea that the states really might be defenders of that original system against state courts or others who would seek to change it. So in Bush v. Gore, when they felt, the conservative legislature in Florida felt like others were changing the system, they appealed to the court to say, keep our original system. Don't make all these changes. Stay with us.
Do the courts tend to look at these as for example, Democrats will call some of these lawsuits suppression tactics. Do the courts take any of that in consideration? The idea that voters could be disenfranchised, voters who placed a vote in good faith, believing that it was a legal vote?
I think that will be a big hurdle for some of these suits because at least the court has allowed some things to go forward and voters have relied on that. And so they've cast votes. But there could be issues, especially those coming up after the election where we already have a lot of ballots in place and people are starting, perhaps making changes to the law, saying, well, we should allow these ballots. They came in after the deadline. Other things that really change things after the fact. And I think that's where perhaps there might be some traction, but it's likely to be in small categories of ballots, not disenfranchising people who've really relied on what the court has allowed before.
And if the election is settled, there is a projected winner at the end of all this, or even a certified winner, do the courts then recognize that maybe this is something we don't want to enter?
Well, the court is often going to let other actors go first. So the counting may go forward and secretaries of state and others may make certifications. But there are a lot of actions in the period after Election Day. And I think the Supreme Court has said, at least with respect to its own federal courts, it's going to be very cautious in making some changes that would deviate from what the state would say. Even John Roberts, I think, who was mixed on some of these cases, really does believe that federal courts should be deferential to the state's scheme and not get in too quickly to change things, even for the sake of good.
All right. John Fortier, thank you for walking us through those waters. We do appreciate it. NBC's Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Chris, a place where you have spent a lot of time covering the elections. Give me your perspective as we wait for the numbers there and the other battlegrounds.
We've been saying for a long time it could come down to Pennsylvania, and the cliffhanger that is Pennsylvania continues. Slowly today, we've been seeing some more results come in from those mail-in ballots at counties all across Pennsylvania, but 2 counties in particular that we're watching very closely. One is the area around Pittsburgh, where Allegheny County, they've been counting fast and furious 24/7. And of course, Philadelphia, where there are at least 200,000 more ballots. But remember, in spite of the fact that we have a count now of how many outstanding ballots there are, those ballots can continue to come in until Friday. So we won't really have a final count until then. And those large cities, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, are areas that are expected to trend toward Joe Biden, who has been slowly closing the gap with Donald Trump, who continues to lead. The big question now is when. When will we know? Certainly not today. We heard from the governor, the secretary of state. They affirmed that no one is going to rush anything. There is a consensus among a lot of the county commissioners that it probably won't be until Friday. And you've been talking legalities. That's another thing that's going on here. Lawsuits being filed on both sides, and 500 lawyers that have descended on Pennsylvania. So you can expect more lawsuits potentially to be filed. Lester?
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Seems like it was just about a dozen hours or so that our first storyline of the evening was Florida and the likelihood that Joe Biden wouldn't be able to hang on. And in fact, it went to President Trump. Alicia Menendez is in Miami to talk now about the power of the Latino vote there. It'll take, I'm sure, a while to sort all this out. But, you know, if the Biden folks are doing an after-action review, what would it tell them?
Right. I mean, it would tell them that a majority of Latinos here in Florida did vote for Joe Biden, but that Donald Trump showed a lot of strength in Miami-Dade, making inroads among Cuban voters, among other elements of the Hispanic electorate here. I think they're going to be asking a lot about that line of attack we heard from Donald Trump against Joe Biden. As I heard from one voter, well, they didn't believe that Joe Biden was a socialist. They believed that he was a Trojan horse for socialism. That was clearly an attack that was meant to resonate with Cuban Americans, with Venezuelans. Did it have reach beyond those groups? I think there are also a lot of questions, though, Lester, that Democrats here in Florida are asking beyond the Latino vote. You know, going into Tuesday, they knew they had 9 million Floridians who had already voted, whether that was by early vote in person or whether that was by mail-in vote. They believed they had an advantage of about 100,000 votes. They knew that the challenge was that Republicans had about 150,000 more high propensity voters. But what I kept hearing from them on Tuesday was that they believed that those voters with no party affiliation were going to lean towards Joe Biden and could make up the difference for them. Where they started getting nervous was when they didn't see those numbers adding up. It also seems like the forecasting for Joe Biden on senior voters in this state, on college-educated white voters in this state, overstated their support for Joe Biden. Why was that? A lot of this, Lester, comes down to something that's pretty unsexy, which is the data, right? Why are these voters showing up in data for Republicans, but when Democrats in the state try to assess their overall electoral strategy, there are clearly just some voters that they are either missing or misunderstanding. How do they make it so that they can remodel it better in another 4 years? Lester?
We saw President Obama spend a fair amount of time in Florida making the case for Joe Biden, stirring up the crowds. Obviously not as successful as they hope. Is there any, what's your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was both an effort to gin up support among Latino voters, among Black voters. It is among the questions they'll be asking. I think at Lester, to some degree, it becomes a question of investment, messaging, and actual policies and delivering. I mean, you look at a state like Arizona, and many people feel that that provides a roadmap that Democrats need to be looking at more broadly. 2016, you had Hillary Clinton doing fairly well in the state, even though she didn't carry it. 2 years later, Kristen Sinema wins the state. And then this year, you know, we're still waiting to call that race, but you do see the numbers very, very tight there, potentially looking good for Joe Biden. They want to take that model and replicate it in other states. Can they take that model? Can they take the long-term investment and organizing that we saw there, not on the part of the party, but on the part of outside organizations, and apply it to a state like, say, Texas, where you don't say we're going to flip this in one election cycle, but we're going to invest and continue to invest, build the infrastructure there so that when the time comes, when you have the right candidate who can step into a position where they are running for statewide office, someone with a name, someone with national profile, that the ground will be right for victory. So I think overall, as Democrats step back and look at the map, there are also going to be a lot of questions about what this map looks like in another 4 years.
And just one last question on the COVID argument in Florida. COVID struck Florida hard, but there was also, from the governor there, a big push for this idea of reopening to lower restrictions. And then at the same time that the Biden folks were building their whole messaging around COVID. Did they miss the mark? Did they misread the crowd in Florida?
we're still reading those exit polls, but I'll tell you, every voter that I spoke with here talked about three issues: healthcare, the economy, and the president's handling of the pandemic. Obviously, their understanding and interpretation of the president's handling of the pandemic very divided along partisan lines. So that may be the real tell.
All right. Well, thanks for the view from Miami. We're going to take a quick break. Be back in just a moment. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school. What do you guys think? We're excited? Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back. Lester Holt in New York. We're coming on the air with more of our continuing NBC News special coverage of Decision 2020. Results still coming in. Things are changing minute by minute in this presidential election. Let's take a look at where we are right now. There's the road to 270. 270, the magic number, the prize. Biden with 227, 213 for the president on that road to 270 right now. And those roads going through increasingly narrow part of the country right now in some very close votes. There's the popular vote breakdown, 2.8. Almost 2.9 million right now. Pennsylvania still too early to call. That's the critical state in all this. Too early to call. We can put some more up here on the screen as we look at the battlegrounds. There's Wisconsin. Wisconsin is too close to call, and there's still a fair amount of vote out there. Michigan. With 94% of the expected vote in, that is too early to call. But there's some news on Michigan we're going to share in a moment. Arizona, too early to call. This has been leaning Biden's way throughout the night into today, but too early to call. Nevada with 6 electoral votes, too close to call, 86% of the expected vote in there. This is what Georgia looks like, 16 electoral votes. The Biden folks think they still have a good chance here, but you see it's too close to call, too early to call. North Carolina is too close to call. And we want to talk now about Michigan because the Trump campaign now is filing suit to stop the counting of votes in Michigan. Let me bring in White House correspondent Peter Alexander. Peter, take us beyond that headline. What's going on?
Yeah, Lester, so we just learned this within the last 3 to 5 minutes. The Trump campaign putting out a statement saying that it has now filed suit in Michigan court demanding access to those those counting stations, those counting sites where they're opening up the ballots and they are counting them. They say that they have not been given access to that, say that it's been denied to this point, and that's a real concern. The campaign insists because they say that it remains an extremely tight race there. As you just showed, the number now nearly 45,000 vote advantage for Joe Biden in that state that, as we've talked over the course of this time, has been crucial for Biden and for Trump. The president winning Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania 4 years ago. Now Wisconsin increasingly looking like it's favorable for Biden. Michigan also looking favorable for Biden as well. So that's the latest on that from moments ago. It follows a statement from the campaign only a short time earlier saying that it would be demanding an immediate recount of the vote in Wisconsin, where it was only, I think, about 20,000 votes or so that separated the two in that state. The former governor, Republican governor of Wisconsin, Scott Walker, saying that their demand for a recount there, he said, was a high hurdle. There have been a couple recounts in the last decade. One changed about 131 votes in 2016. The other one changed 300 votes in 2011 for a Wisconsin Supreme Court seat that was being discussed, that was being voted on at the time. So 20,000, he says, would be a long way to go. And just moments ago, Lester, we're also hearing from the president, who's now complaining, expressing frustration about what's going on in Pennsylvania. He just tweeted that we are winning Pennsylvania big, but he notes that the Secretary of State just announced that millions of ballots have yet to be counted. That's notable because you can see this, just sort of this rapid pace that the Trump campaign is now sort of bringing up these efforts to sort of go after the vote count in a variety of places where it appears right now that they are losing. At 3:30 Eastern time this afternoon, we've now learned that the Trump campaign will host a news conference with Eric Trump, the president's son, his wife, Laura Trump, Corey Lewandowski, his former campaign manager, and Pam Bondi, who is a familiar name to a lot of folks. She was the former attorney general in Florida, that they will be speaking, I'm told, by a member familiar with this news conference. They'll be focusing on ongoing election issues in Philadelphia as they describe it. Real concerns there that with so many outstanding votes, particularly in that urban area of Philadelphia and some of the collar counties around it, that the advantage that the president has there could be erased as well. But this is clearly the focus today, even as we try to see whether we'll hear from the president in any form today. A White House official, Lester, only a short time ago telling me that no decision has been made, but decisions are being made more broadly about the strategy and whatever the legal battles they're going to pursue going forward are. There have been meetings taking place since about 10 o'clock this morning at the campaign headquarters just across the river from Washington, D.C. in Virginia. Jared Kushner's been a part of them. I'm told the chief of staff, Mark Meadows, has been there as well as many of the top campaign officials. So a lot of real movement, notable because just last night, the president said that he said they had won. He said, we have already won this. Clearly that was premature. Clearly we knew it to be false. But now they're looking for ways where they think they can win this, and the paths are drying up. Lester?
Yeah, and this is what has been telegraphed for weeks, if not months, this notion of flooding the zone with lawsuits and lawyers, and it is playing out just as the campaign had told us. Let me bring in Michael Steele, former Republican National Committee chairman, Biden supporter, and NBC News contributor, and Guy Charles, an election law analyst. Michael, let me begin with you. Any surprise here now to see the Trump lawyers beginning to make their moves?
None, Lester, other than what took them so long. I thought they would have been filing those briefs at 9 o'clock this morning as soon as the courtroom opened. Look, this is a dartboard, and they are finding darts on the floor. They're trying to pick them up and throw them, but the problem is the darts have no tip. It's just not, they're just not going to land on the target. That's one. Two, let's just call this what it is. They're lying about what's going on in Philadelphia. They're lying about what's going on in Wisconsin and in Michigan. The fact of the matter is that there is no body voting right now. Voting is over. We are now in the process where the state secretaries of states and the county boards of elections are counting the votes. And every vote is going to be counted, and every vote will be certified, and a winner will be determined. And at that time will be announced. So all of this is just theatrics and machinations to create a narrative for Trump on the other side of all of this, Lester, to come out and say that this process was rigged. He threw that up in the air at the very beginning of this process of the election cycle, right after the last debate. And this is the running of that narrative, and he's going to run it right till he can't run it anymore.
Right,
so we need to be prepared for that.
But how does he win with a strategy like this? He can certainly cloud the air and toss out little bomblets. But how does that get him to victory?
Well, the question is if that's really the end game here, when you know the numbers are stacked against you. When I have minions out there who will then carry on the narrative after the fact, this will be as much a problem for an incoming Biden administration as anything else. This is not just the short game of trying to win the election, particularly when the numbers aren't there. You can't refute the numbers. It's the math. But the other side of that is that how do I continue a narrative, very much as we saw with the birtherism, long after Barack Obama even produced his birth certificate, he still claims that, in fact, it was a fake. So understand what the long game here is as well. It's about what happens during a Biden administration.
So, Guy, let me bring you into this conversation. So what we're seeing right now are moves before all the votes are counted. The process is still underway. If they wait with lawsuits until the vote is over and the projections have been made, let's say for Biden, does this become a much steeper hill to climb?
It definitely is. I mean, so the problem for the Trump campaign is that it is caught between a rock and a hard place. The rock is there's really not much they can do to stop the count. There are no real legal arguments. So you have to point to something that went wrong, that is going wrong. And so what they're trying to do is just throw as much as they can on the wall and hope that something sticks. And right now, nothing much is sticking. You just can't file a lawsuit simply because you want to. The hard place is that once you wait until the count has been certified, then both the narrative is against you and you have to overcome the official certification. So you've got to find a judge that will say something went wrong in the law, right? There's some violation to overcome that certification. So it doesn't have, the campaign does not have any strong possibilities here in light of the election returns and the election outcome. There's not that much that lawsuits can do unless you can find a legal violation.
Do you sense that these lawsuits we're seeing right now in Wisconsin and Michigan, that they were prepackaged, that they were loaded and ready to go at this moment?
Yeah, I think the lawsuits we're finding are ones that they probably came up with over the last day or two. Because first you have to figure out, okay, where are the places that we can make the best argument that we are in play, where the count is close enough. So there's some easy things, right? If you're within the margin of victory, or the vote is really close, then the recount is an easy thing to do. That's standard strategy. That's not unusual, and that in some ways that's prepackaged. But then there's the other problem when especially if you're outside of that margin, and what you're trying to do is to either stop the count, then you have to come up with something creative, and you have to come up with something that's unusual. And that part depends on which state that you think you have the best shot at overturning the count. And so that's one of the reasons why I think they were delayed, is just trying to figure out what is the best argument they could make and where could they make it.
Guy Charles and Michael Steele, gentlemen, good to have you both on. Thank you so much for your time.
All right,
Ali Vitale is in Wilmington, Delaware, the former vice president, urging calm and patience overnight, reminding supporters the votes were still being counted. We believe he's going to come out and speak this afternoon. Ali, what do you know?
Lester, that's exactly right. We're expecting to hear from the former vice president sometime this afternoon. But there's some important caveats that you've just been talking about. When President Donald Trump came out last night, it's not that he declared victory prematurely and while votes were very much still being counted, but it's that now we're seeing his campaign maneuver to stop votes from being counted in places like Michigan, mounting up those lawsuits. But of course, the important thing here is that votes are always counted after Election Day. That's just the reality. And the thing is that this year, a pandemic collided with the presidential campaign. And so all of these different localities are now in a place where they're having to figure out how to count all of these kinds of early vote ballots in a way that they've not had to do before in terms of the sheer numbers of them. So the Biden campaign, though, looking at those numbers, feeling good about where they are. I have to tell you, throughout the day, we've seen them grow only more bullish and more clear about the fact that they feel that they have multiple paths to victory here. And Wisconsin is one of those places that they continue to say that they think will eventually tip for Biden. That being said, they are also preparing for these legal challenges to continue mounting up. We know that both of these campaigns have had hundreds of legal teams at the ready, but now the Biden campaign mounting something called the Biden Fight Fund, something that's meant to fund these legal fights and these election protection battles for Biden as well as Democrats up and down the ballot. Biden's campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, saying in an email to supporters now, I'll read a piece of it. She says, if Trump makes good on this threat to make all of these legal challenges, our legal team is standing by and they will prevail. And I have to say that this morning, as I was talking to sources in the Biden campaign, the key word that they were using was things like patience. That being said, though, as we're seeing this Michigan fight as well as others drag on, places like Wisconsin, they're getting a little bit impatient to start seeing these results get called. All of this happening, of course, as we're seeing the Trump campaign take a more offensive stance. They always had a narrower path to victory, and now we're seeing them mount not just a public opinion battle, but one that's going to happen in the courts of law as well.
The votes, all right, the votes have, Ali, thank you. The votes have not been counted. We continue to watch as they slowly frame a picture here. We'll, of course, unveil and reveal that picture as we can. We're going to take a short break. Be back with more after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2020. We're watching Wisconsin closely. The commander-in-chief already calling for a recount there. Here's where things stand right now as we put up some of the numbers on the screen. Or my face, either way. But right now, let's go to NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow here. Kate, we're looking at some potential recounts, at least a call for a recount. But first, you want to give us a quick update on Maine.
Oh, yes. Well, let's correct the record for all the Mainers out there. I know that Portland is not the capital of the great state of Maine. I was born in Maine, Lester.
Okay, all right,
It's Augusta. And I took a picture of my son, my 17-year-old, in front of the Augusta Capitol just this summer. So for all those who
All is
are,
well.
yes, I mistakenly called
All right,
Portland the capital.
let's talk about recounts. Obviously, the Trump folks have laid that out of Wisconsin
That's right.
lawsuit. This may not be the first we hear of recounts.
Right. So Wisconsin, and we can put this up on screen. We went through this before. It's a lot. It's tedious, but bear with us here. In Wisconsin, there is no automatic recount. The Trump campaign at this point has petitioned for a recount, which can happen when the margin's within 1% of the total vote. They've already done that. So we expect that'll happen. Now, look, the recount deadline is 13 days. So we've got some time here that this may play out. And then let's talk about Michigan, where the Trump campaign just filed a complaint wanting to be able to have access to where they're counting the votes and saying that they need to stop unless they can have access. That's not quite the same as a recount, obviously. It's a different thing. But in Michigan, there can be a recount when the margin is within 2,000 votes. And again, this can play out over 39 days potentially. And then as we go down the line, Nevada, I think, is our next slide. No automatic recount in Nevada, although again, and earlier you were talking to John and he was saying almost anyone can ask for a recount in Nevada. As long as it's a tight race, you're probably going to be granted that. In Pennsylvania, there is an automatic recount that kicks in when the margin is within 0.5% of the total votes. So that's something to keep an eye on in Pennsylvania as they continue with more than 2.5 million mail-in ballots that have not yet been counted. In North Carolina, it's not automatic, but again, you can petition for a recount if you want to. We could possibly think that maybe the Trump campaign would be looking at these states like North Carolina. And then finally in Georgia, I think that's our last slide, not automatic can happen when the race is divided by no more than 0.5% again of the total votes. So many states, many different rules, Lester, and this is sort of one track going on as you also have the litigation track separately happening.
I'm glad we talked about this because some of this may come into play and we'll go, oh, I heard that first.
Right.
Okay, Kate, thank you very much. Well, we've talked about Wisconsin. We want to go to Cal Perry there. It's been a nail biter, very, very close. And of course, now this call for a recount of votes. Cal, give us the lay of the land in Milwaukee.
Look, it seems like things are really, really close. Election officials say there's just 300 votes that they haven't counted in one rural town in Wisconsin. Joe Biden's current lead is some 20,000 votes. The campaign is overly confident about it, saying that they believe they've won the state. They were actually pushing and nudging the news network some 4 hours ago to call it, but there are still votes outstanding. Now, Milwaukee County, as you mentioned, was the linchpin here for the Biden campaign. They needed to make up ground on where Hillary Clinton was. She lost this state, of course, 4 years ago by just 25,000 votes. They made up that ground and then some. Here and in Madison, they hope that they'll see similar type trends in places like Michigan, places like Georgia. But overhanging all of this now, Lester, of course, is this recount. As Kate sort of laid out, that recount could take us past November. Keep in mind all these election workers who've been volunteering through this pandemic. Wisconsin is a hot spot. I know nobody wants to hear it, but it sounds like we got another couple of weeks in front of us in the state of Wisconsin, Lester.
All right, Cal. Well, we've all brought our patients along. Thanks very much. White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor, joins us now, along with Barbara McQuade, law professor and former U.S. attorney for Michigan. And Barbara, we knew that a number of lawsuits would be coming. The Trump campaign's been talking about that for weeks, if not months. I remember when my kids were little, something would happen. They go, well, can you sue? And I'm like, well, you can sue for anything. So all lawsuits are not created equal. But what is the net effect if the Trump folks begin to just flood the zone?
Well, the reporting so far is that they have filed a lawsuit today, but it is simply to access the room where those ballots are being counted. There are rules in Michigan about how that works. Credentialed challengers can come in to the place where the ballots are being counted to observe and make sure there are no irregularities. But that would require that they're being denied access at the moment. And I've not heard reporting that they were denied access. In fact, to the contrary, I'd seen reporting that they had been granted access. So as you said, you can sue for anything, but you can only prevail if you have a meritorious claim. But I do think that this idea of flooding the zone is, as we heard Michael Steele say, an effort to kind of throw darts at the wall in hopes that one of them might stick. I think one place to look for something that could stick is in Pennsylvania, where we had a state court judge say that ballots cast on by Election Day, but arriving by November 6th could be counted. Those ballots were segregated. A split Supreme Court were 4-4, and so they allowed that state decision to stand with a new composition of a Supreme Court with Amy Coney Barrett there. If that should be renewed, that challenge, and if Pennsylvania ends up razor thin for Joe Biden, we could see Amy Coney Barrett playing a very significant role in a lawsuit there.
And by segregating those ballots, does that put the finger on the scale already on that challenge?
Well, it allows a challenge to happen. So if they had commingled them all, it would be difficult to say which ones came in after the deadline and which ones didn't. And so by setting them aside, they are making it possible to challenge those ballots. So I don't know that they're putting a finger on the scale, but they are still leaving the door open for either President Trump or Joe Biden, whoever is unsuccessful in that state, to cast a legal challenge to discard all those ballots. And if those make the difference in terms of putting the winner over the edge, we could see the result flip there.
Yamiche, let's talk about the last 24 hours. There was building expectation in some circles of this Sunbelt strategy somehow that would propel Joe Biden to an early victory. It didn't happen, and now we're seeing this race move into the Midwest. In many ways, was this entirely predictable? Are we on ground that we kind of saw coming?
Well, we knew that this was going to be a tight race. The Biden campaign didn't want it to be this tight. There's a lot of soul searching with Democrats, but especially in states like Florida, where you saw the president able to increase his margins with Latino men, but really overperform with white voters across that state. We're seeing that same trend all across the country. So it is in some ways a surprising place where we are, but it is expected because we saw the polls, they were tight. The thing that, of course, has been remarkable over this last 24 hours has been the stance of President Trump. He declared himself victor. He said that he was someone who had already won the election. This morning, though, we see the Trump campaign and Trump campaign officials trying to walk that back. They, on a call with reporters, did not say that the president had already won. Instead, they said they think that he will win. They also were pointing at certain states, including Georgia and North Carolina, saying that they should already have been called for the president. Those states have not been called yet, at least by the AP. That being said, you also see the Biden campaign really getting more and more blunt about this, saying that the president has absolutely no grounds to stand on as the Trump campaign starts to file lawsuit after lawsuit. I'm trying in some ways to slow down this vote, to take a pause here. The president feels, I'm told, that he is confident that he will win this, but the trends are making Democrats feel like the race is really moving in their direction in a way that they still feel comfortable with. Any
insight into what the evening was like at the White House while all this was coming down?
The White House, from my understanding, the president was anxiously watching results come in. He saw then Joe Biden make a statement. He decided he, of course, wanted to make a statement. All night long, we had been told that the president was at some point going to be making a statement, but the White House was being very, very cautious about whether or not the president would come out to deliver a concession speech or an acceptance speech. After Joe Biden came out really urging patience, that's when you saw the president go after Democrats, lash out at them, say that they were trying to steal the election. Of course, there's no evidence of that. And that's what we saw.
Going to interrupt you. We've got some breaking news. Let's put it up here. I think NBC News is now projecting Joe Biden is the apparent winner in the state of Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes. That was an important prize in the Democrats' blue wall. So again, NBC News projecting that Joe Biden, the apparent winner of Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. Peter Alexander, let's send it over to you.
Yeah, so Lester, obviously that's a big win for Joe Biden. This is part of that blue wall, as you noted, that President Trump won 4 years ago by just a limited number of votes. This time around, obviously, it's now favoring Joe Biden, the first of that wall to crumble for Donald Trump back in the Democrats' corner right now. You were having this conversation with Yamiche a short time ago. The president effectively declared victory last night, falsely and prematurely, but now they're backpedaling and trying to find what that path looks like. Even as over the course of this day, we know that the campaign strategists and advisors, and even the president's chief of staff and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, have been meeting together at the campaign headquarters to come up with their strategy, the legal battles that they want to pursue in the days ahead going forward. This does come a matter of hours after the Trump campaign insisted that it would be calling for an immediate recount in that state, given that the total tally is under 1%. So it's expected they will do that in the days ahead. But as we've noted before, but it bears repeating, the deficit there for Donald Trump in Wisconsin is more than 20,000 votes. There have been multiple recounts in that state, one in 2011 over a Supreme Court seat, another in 2016 during the presidential race. In those two recounts, in one of them, The Republicans were able to gain, I think, 131 seats swung for Donald Trump in 2016. And in 2011, there were 300, votes that swung. So 131 or 300, that's nowhere near the 20,000 that Donald Trump would need to sort of draw to his side if they were to revisit those votes. In the words of the former Republican Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker, Lester, that is a, quote, high hurdle. This one appears to be pretty solid for Joe Biden.
Yeah, Peter, thanks. And quickly over to Kate. Wisconsin, it would still take time, no matter the validity of it or not. The process of a recount.
Of a recount, right. It would still take time. And again, this is our NBC News projection, but this is not the final count that the state will do. I was just sitting here trying to play Chuck Todd for a second and looking at the map because I remember Chuck saying, you know, if President Trump loses any of those three, it's a really tough path for him to get to the magic number of 270. He could do it if he had Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania and Michigan. But those are a lot of ifs right now.
A lot of things have to line up. Well, I think we kind of knew going in this was going to be a tough slog, and it's certainly playing out to be for both candidates. We're going to take a break here and continue with Decision 2020 election coverage on NBC right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think, Rick son?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think, Rick son?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
All right, welcome back. We're going to put a period on our reporting earlier about the Senate race in Maine, and NBC News projects that Susan Collins will hang on to her seat. She will win in the state of Maine. And Kate, that was one Democrats really thought was flippable.
Yeah, in fact, I was looking at the numbers again. $160 million spent on that race, 90% of it, Lester, from out of state. Money sent in mainly by Democrats trying to overtake Susan Collins. Of course, she's a long-running member of the Senate. She's the longest-serving Republican woman in the U.S. Senate. And they thought she might be vulnerable this time around because she is moderate and maybe she wasn't close enough to Donald Trump to draw the upstate, the northern part of Maine to her side. But as it turns out, Senator Collins is in fine shape, and already Sarah Gideon has conceded.
All right, Kate, thank you for that. And if you just missed it a moment ago, NBC News has projected Wisconsin will fall into the Joe Biden column, that Joe Biden is the apparent winner in Wisconsin. Let me go to Cal Perry right now, who is in Milwaukee. Cal, any way you slice it, a far more narrow margin than I think a lot of people, including the Biden folks, had anticipated.
Oh, absolutely. Look, this mirrors what we saw 4 years ago when Hillary Clinton lost by 20,000 votes. And we know that that was traumatic, as an understatement to the Democratic Party. Everybody remembers that. And there was this vow to take the state more seriously. Joe Biden has visited here 3 times in his general election campaign. We shouldn't forget the DNC, the Democratic National Convention, was supposed to be here in Milwaukee. So the party put a premium on this state. They were able to drive up the numbers again in Milwaukee and in Madison. We've seen it across this country, the division between urban and rural divide playing out. Big numbers here, big numbers in Madison, and then Trump taking those more rural communities. But a 20,000 vote margin, Joe Biden is the apparent winner in Wisconsin. We will now focus on that recount that we know the Trump administration is already going to trigger. We'll see that paperwork go through in about a week, Lester.
All right, Cal, thanks. And I just want to drill down a little bit on that terminology, apparent winner. It means the person won the race, but the outcome is close enough that the results may depend on a potential recount or confirmation of the reported vote results. And that's why we're calling Joe Biden the apparent winner in Wisconsin. Wisconsin Senator Democrat Tammy Baldwin is joining us now. Senator, thank you for being with us.
To join you. Thanks.
React, if you can, to that slow slog to what we have just seen, that call in your state.
Well, we had a tremendous amount of voter participation by absentee ballot. This is, of course, in the middle of a pandemic. And it was unprecedented in our state to have 2/3 of the votes cast before Election Day. Those Election Day in-person votes were tabulated and reported first, and then we had a wait, quite a wait to see the tabulation of the absentee ballots. But when they were reported, especially from our larger counties, cities of Green Bay, Milwaukee, Kenosha, that's what turned the tide. And we just are pleased with a very high participation rate, and that despite what the president might have wanted, that we took the time to count every vote.
And tell us what the experience has been with recounts in Wisconsin.
Well, I think you got it right before the break that we have had recounts, and they have mirrored very closely the election night or final reported results. We're talking about maybe a swing of a couple dozen votes to one side of the ledger or the other, but there is an over 20,000 vote lead. And our municipal clerks work really hard to make sure that the tallies are accurate. Also, as you note, the process in Wisconsin is that first there is an official canvass of the results that will probably start tomorrow. And it's only after that canvass that a request can be put in for a recount if the margin is closer than 1 percentage point. That cost has to be borne by Donald Trump and his campaign in this case, because you have to be within 1/4 of 1% in order to get a recount that the state would subsidize.
We expect, Senator, we expect to hear from the former vice president perhaps as soon as this hour. His path certainly just became a little easier, but how important is his tone, his language, and any expectations that he may set?
Well, I think he hit the mark last night when he said that we all have to be patient. We have to make sure that every vote is counted. And he felt very encouraged about his chances of becoming the next president and earning those 270 plus electoral votes. But we had to let the process work its way through, especially when you have so many across the country during a pandemic casting absentee ballots, and different rules in different states about when those can be processed and begun, the counting process begun. And obviously in 2 states, we will have ballots that are postmarked by Election Day that will still be counted if they come into the election commission in a certain amount of time.
Very close to, again, why we're calling it a apparent winner. Senator Baldwin, thank you for spending some time with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Now to Pennsylvania. Chris Jansing in Harrisburg, a place she has spent a lot of time covering elections. Chris, Joe Biden, the son of Scranton, yet Donald Trump has the lead now. How should we interpret the numbers and what we're seeing right now in Pennsylvania?
Very carefully is the answer to that. Look, the largest number of uncounted ballots of any state at the start of the day today was here in Pennsylvania, and it's expected that it will take longer here than any other place. And of course, it all depends on where those votes are coming from. Obviously, a couple of places that we're looking at very carefully are the cities and the areas around Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. Let me just throw some numbers at you. Right now, Donald Trump is leading here by under 500,000 votes, but more than 1 million votes have yet to be counted. Those are mail-in ballots that they've received. There's another 500,000 ballots that were requested and have not yet been returned. There is no way to estimate how many of those will actually arrive in those elections offices by Friday. So a lot of that is up in the air. And add to that, that if it's a really close race here, you also have military and overseas ballots, which can contribute, but they are not required to be counted until the 11th. So a lot of questions still about the whole count, how long it will take. There is a growing consensus. It's not going to happen today. In fact, we've heard repeatedly from the governor, the lieutenant governor, the secretary of state to have patience, that they're going to do this in a very methodical and dependable way. Having said that, I think the consensus again, Lester, is maybe Friday at the earliest for a real count here. And then there are lawsuits, which are ongoing, more expected. 500 lawyers on the ground just here in Pennsylvania, Lester.
That's a lot of lawyers. All right, Chris Jansing, thank you very much. Yes. Pennsylvania has loomed large throughout this entire process, a key battleground state, potentially the tipping point in all this. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman joins us now. Lieutenant Governor, thank you for taking some time. Characterize, if you will, how you see the counting process in Pennsylvania.
Sure. Well, I would like to just start off by saying that voting in Pennsylvania went incredibly well and smoothly. You know, any idea that it was going to be chaotic or it was going to be difficult, they were proven wrong. And that's an important point to make, because we delivered a secure, safe voting environment, and the people of Pennsylvania weighed in. And right now, we are looking at roughly 1 million ballots that are going to be counted. They need to be counted. It's the law to count them. And just basic math would indicate that they are going to heavily favor the vice president. And as those numbers continue to draw down in the uncounted category, you're going to see the president's margin, I suspect, continue to decrease to a point where Pennsylvania could move into the positive category for the vice president.
You say that because of where those ballots are coming from.
I do, and let's look at key counties in Pennsylvania right now: Montgomery County, Chester County, Delaware County, to some degree Allegheny County at this point. These are all Democratic strongholds, and I don't envision there's a large cohort of Trump voters that are going to vote by mail at this point that are outstanding. I think they're going to break significantly towards the vice president, quite frankly. I mean, that's statistically been the norm.
But would you expect more lawsuits coming your way? Do you expect the next several days are going to be challenging?
Well, whatever. I mean, sure, go ahead. 500 lawyers doesn't turn a lie. It doesn't make it any more true. The bottom line is that these votes are going to be counted. These votes have been in clear well in advance of any extended deadline already. And the bottom line is that voting in Pennsylvania was secure, and the result that we're going to get is going to be a true reflection of the will of Pennsylvania voters.
Are you I'm sorry. Are you one of those who bought into the idea that Pennsylvania would be the tipping point, that this race would eventually land on your doorstep?
I think, the only Democrat in my state saying, look, we can't underestimate the president's strength here. I don't care what the polls are. I even tweeted out, The Economist said 93% chance of winning Pennsylvania. I'm like, no way. It's going to be close. And look at Michigan now, look at Wisconsin, look at where we're at in Pennsylvania. So I've always taken the president's threat seriously in Pennsylvania, and I was proven correct. But now, where we're at now with 1 million ballots outstanding, and given where they're coming from and given the nature of those ballots, math is clearly working in our favor. So send 1,000 lawyers to Pennsylvania. They're going to count the same.
There are obviously going to be a lot of conversations about the polls to come, but just your early view. Why has this been closer than I think a lot of people were led to believe it would be, not only in Pennsylvania, but across that map?
Well, the reason I gave in the weeks running up to it is that the president is intensely popular in Pennsylvania. And if he is successful in producing the kind of margins that put him over the top in 2016, it's going to be a tough race. And that's exactly what he did. Give the president credit. He did what he needed to do in the blue wall, and he came up short in Wisconsin. But I said this also, if Pennsylvania is winnable for the president, he did everything right to get to that point. And if he does, in fact, come up short, it's going to be because we squeezed a little bit more out, and the vice president is a little bit more popular in these small counties across Pennsylvania than Secretary Clinton was.
And by the way, he's still hanging on a little bit in North Carolina, certainly Nevada and even Arizona haven't been called for Joe Biden right now. So do you count the president very much viable in this election?
Of course, but it's also not looking good for the president in Michigan or in Nevada, and that's ball game. 270 is ball game. I mean, my hope is that Pennsylvania is just gravy on top of the icing, electorally speaking. But if those two states drop, like Wisconsin, it's time to measure some new drapes.
Measure new drapes. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, thank you for spending a few minutes with us. Good to talk to you.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break. Be back in just a moment. You're watching Decision 2020 coverage on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work. She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Decision 2020. The big news in this hour, NBC News projecting as the apparent winner, Joe Biden in the state of Wisconsin. Apparent winner because this is a really close race. It means results may depend on a potential recount, which the Trump campaign has already indicated it will seek, and certainly confirmation. So we're calling that the apparent winner, Joe Biden. The road to 270, you see Biden with 237 now, 213. Biden with an easier, a better path, perhaps, to 270, but a lot to play out here. Let's go to Cal Perry right now, who is in Milwaukee. He's been watching all the dynamics of this race in Wisconsin. What's the scene from there, Cal? I think I just heard a click, and it was probably Cal's mic.
Are we back?
Yeah,
we're
got
back.
You. Yeah, Cal, go ahead.
Hey, Lester, you got me?
We got you. Go ahead. We had him, but we don't have him. At any rate, let's go quickly go to Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona. That's a race that has not been called. It has looked more favorable toward Biden throughout last night than it did today, but still it has not been called. Vaughn, what do we know about any additional votes coming in?
Yeah, Lester, in the case that Wisconsin now being called and Michigan falls to Joe Biden, Arizona's 11 electoral votes could clinch it. Pennsylvania wouldn't even be needed. And last night when we first started talking, Joe Biden had more than a double-digit lead. But over the course of these last 12 hours, you have seen that lead continue to dwindle. It's now just at about 3.4 percentage points. And the big issue at hand is that there are still about 600,000 ballots that have been uncounted in the state of Arizona. And the struggle is that it's tough to predict which way these ballots are going to trend. You know, we've seen Democrats, the high propensity voted in those first couple weeks of early voting. But then as you got closer to Election Day, it was Republicans that were turning out in higher numbers, not only at the polling locations, but also turning in last minute their mail-in ballots. And so when you're looking at the situation here in Arizona, Joe Biden holds about a 93,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. If you take into account that 600,000 ballots on the line, Donald Trump would need to pull off, with rough math, about 58% of the vote. We are not expected, Lester, unfortunately, but for the good that Maricopa County elections officials say that they've got the process under control, and that they are ensuring when they do announce the results that they are firm. Tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern is when we should expect the next batch of ballots to drop. And so there's going to be a long afternoon of waiting here. The Trump campaign, dating back to last night when some other outlets began calling this race in favor of Joe Biden, protested, essentially making the case that they were able to turn out supporters across the state, not only here in Maricopa County, but over in the rural parts of the state as well, at high rates here. And what you are seeing is in these final days, based off of the data that we have, that they were able to close this gap. Now, the question is, that's a tall task among these last 600,000 ballots to do that, especially when you take into account that independents are making up about a third of the electorate too. And from the data that we have about independent voters in Arizona, they are trending towards Joe Biden. And so there's a lot of question marks about exactly which way these last couple 100,000 ballots trend here. The Trump campaign is clearly hoping that they come back considerably favorable for the president.
All right, Vaughn, very helpful. You know, we sit here and look at these raw numbers, but it's interesting to hear, you know, where these other votes are coming from and the thinking and all this. So we appreciate that. Let's kind of take a check here. We're about 10 minutes to 3 in the East right now, and we've had that movement. We've had this call for Biden, apparent winner in Wisconsin. Kate, where does that leave us now on this road to 270? How do they get there?
I'm going to do my best Chuck Todd impersonation because we let him go rest for a little while. I don't have the big board. I can't.
That's okay. He doesn't let anybody play with it but him.
That's right. But I think maybe we'll have a graphic or something we could throw up on the screen. Joe Biden's easiest, most likely path now, given that we have projected the apparent winner of Wisconsin to Joe Biden, is Arizona, Nevada, and Michigan. So now that he has Wisconsin, if you turn Arizona blue, which we have not projected yet, if you turn Nevada blue, and if you turn Michigan blue, that's it, Lester. That's all he needs. He doesn't even need Pennsylvania. Even if Donald Trump were to win Pennsylvania, Joe Biden could become president at 270 votes with what I just laid out. What is the path for the president at this point? If you assume that the president takes Georgia, traditionally Republican state, North Carolina, traditionally Republican, and gets Pennsylvania, a big assumption, he then has 264. Not quite enough. So then the president would still need one other state, maybe Nevada, maybe Arizona, which you just heard Vaughn saying would be difficult, maybe Michigan. But you see how the president's options are much more limited by the math at this stage.
Yeah, and certainly, many people had watched leading up to the election thinking Biden might be able to capitalize on that Sun Belt strategy. Didn't quite happen. We may see a pickup for him in Arizona.
And that could be critical, that Arizona, if that goes for Biden, it makes it a lot easier for Biden.
And Donald Trump looked like he had a ticket to Pennsylvania as a possibility. But again, that path becomes much more narrow.
Yeah.
All right, Kate, thanks very much. White House correspondent for the PBS NewsHour, Yamiche Alcindor, joins our conversation again. Thanks for sticking around. Also, MSNBC senior political analyst Ashley Parker. Ashley, good to see you. Give us your take. We've seen this call now for Wisconsin and Joe Biden. How do you think the rest of this day is going to play out, and how long before do you think we'll have some clarity here?
Well, the Trump campaign, the past 24 hours, they in many ways have been whipsawing like the country has. There was early optimism. It felt like it was tipping for Biden a little bit. So I was getting calls from sources on the Trump side saying, we're going to win all these states. We have a very clear path and the rest is just gravy, to this morning where those exact same people are saying they're quite worried. They're nervous. There's some disagreement over which states the Trump people are most bullish about. I've talked to some people in Trump world who actually say they're most optimistic about places like Arizona and Nevada. That's where they think they may be able to hold. But you also, I think the broader thing to pull back briefly is the president has been laying the groundwork in his rhetoric for what we're about to see for months now. This idea that votes that don't go for him, and especially votes that are, mailed in and not cast on election day, are somehow fraudulent. I want to pause and say that's absolutely 100% not true. But if you look at the campaign strategy, the legal battles they're talking about and the cases they've already filed and what the president said last night, their argument is basically that in the states where he is ahead, they should stop counting votes and declare it a win. And in the states that they had hoped to win, but where he is behind, something is amiss, something is fraudulent, and it needs to be looked into further. And so I think that's just not how today is going to play out, but the rest of the week until we have a clear victor.
Yeah, and so let me bring in Yamiche. So Yamiche, if that being the case, what's the end game here? Filing lawsuits and making statements about disenfranchisement don't necessarily change the results. So is there a broader long game here that's being played, or is it just the impulsivity of the president that we're seeing?
I think it's both. As Ashley noted really smartly, the president has been laying this groundwork for this idea that he is a victim of some sort of deep state push to try to take the election away from him. He's been saying over and over again at rally after rally that Democrats were going to try to steal the election. Now, of course, we're a day after the election, while, of course, votes are still being counted. So I think the end game here for the president is twofold. One is he really does want to try to, in court as much as possible, try to win legal fights, legal battles that will somehow deliver the election to him. He's been very clear about that. The president also said yesterday that he's willing to go to the Supreme Court. This is why Democrats were very, very nervous when President Trump was able to confirm Justice Amy Coney Barrett, because he believes that he can take a case to the Supreme Court and somehow get a victory in this election through the Supreme Court. Of course, the Biden campaign is pushing back very hard on that. Their top legal expert on their campaign is saying he thinks it's impossible for the president to have some sort of case that would go to the Supreme Court that would then turn into him being elected president. That being said, there's also this feeling among Trump supporters, and I would say among some Democrats, that even if the president loses, he's already laying the groundwork for what could be the president continuing to say that he was a victim of some sort of nefarious thing that allowed him not to be able to get a second term. Now, of course, that's long down the line. And I want to pause with Ashley and say that is not true. We don't see any evidence of voter fraud. We don't see any evidence of anyone trying to steal any sort of election. But that being said, the Trump campaign has a little bit different tone. They're being more cautious, but the president himself is being very clear. He thinks this is being stolen from him.
Yeah, and Ashley, a couple things can happen here. That the president finds his path to victory and wins this thing. And then with all those complaints in the background, the other option, of course, is that Joe Biden wins, but is damaged during this lame duck period in which the president still has the bully pulpit.
Well, that's exactly right. I mean, the president's only goal is to win. The president is not so much thinking about a post-Trump world where he has lost, he's not president, but what does that mean for Republicanism writ large and Joe Biden? But there are a number of Republicans who frankly feel that even if Trump does not pull this out, exactly what you said, this is on the whole a victory for him. You have Joe Biden coming in weakened. For the Democrats who were hoping that last night would be a grand repudiation of Trumpism, that certainly did not happen. There is a nation as divided and riven with partisanship and distrust for each other as ever. You're going to have Joe Biden, again, if he wins, coming in with the former president of the United States, who still commands a very loyal following with at least about half of the country roughly saying that it was stolen, and that he's not the legitimate president. And you have a Republican-controlled Senate. So a Biden win, I don't want to say it's a Pyrrhic victory. Democrats want Biden to win, of course, but he does emerge in a Democratic best-case scenario deeply, deeply damaged and going to be further undermined by Donald Trump just about every day in absentia.
And I made a mental note yesterday when he was thanking campaign volunteers. He said something to the effect of, winning is easy, but for me, losing is very, very hard. I'm paraphrasing, but it was a moment of reflective President Trump that we don't see a lot. And I made a note of that. Thanks to both of you for taking part in our conversation. We need to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. You're watching Decision 2020 coverage on NBC News.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think, Rick Son?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think, Rick Son?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow, taking over for Lester for a moment so he can prepare for NBC Nightly News. It is 3 o'clock Eastern Time, noon out west. We are on the air with our continuing NBC News special coverage of Decision 2020. Results still coming in, things very much changing minute by minute, counting as we speak the votes in this presidential election. Let's take a look at where we stand right now. This is the biggest call we've made just in the last hour. Wisconsin, NBC News is now projecting the apparent winner, Joe Biden. In the state of Maine, the Senate race that we've been closely watching, now expected to go for the apparent winner, Senator Susan Collins, longtime senator from the state of Maine, retaining her seat. So if you look at the road to 270 right now, that magic number of Electoral College votes needed to win the presidency, we've got Joe Biden with 237, the president with 214, but with a lot of outstanding vote. You look at the map there, the gray states. If you haven't been watching us for the past 24 hours, those gray states are still not projected by NBC News, still very much in play, some more than others. And if you look at the popular vote, you can see the difference there. I believe I'm sorry, that's the electoral vote. That's the electoral vote, guys, or that's the popular? That's Pennsylvania. I'm tired. Can you tell? That's Pennsylvania. It says it right across the top of the screen. So Pennsylvania right now, too early to call with 81% of the vote in. Pennsylvania still more than 2 million votes to be counted there. In Michigan, another tight one, too early to call. You've got Joe Biden with a bit of a lead, a difference of 37,000 votes, but that's only 94% in. So we are waiting on that one. And Arizona, we just had a report from there from Vaughn Hilliard, 86% of the vote in, too early to call, although Joe Biden's camp looking on this one favorably. And next up, Nevada, 86% of the vote in there, also too close to call, with Joe Biden with a slight lead there at the moment, but again, too close to call. In Georgia, also too close to call. This is a red state, one that Donald Trump carried easily last time. Joe Biden making a play for it, 93% in, too close to call right now. And North Carolina, another southern state that the Biden camp thought maybe they would have a chance. He visited often, too close to call at this stage. Let's go to Kristen Welker. She's at Joe Biden headquarters in Delaware. Kristen, the former vice president we thought was going to hold a press conference or speak to a crowd, encourage his supporters. Any update on when that might happen?
We still expect that to happen within the hour, Kate, I'm told, and our pool reporters are there outside his home. They're waiting to come here, which is where, of course, he spoke last night, although I anticipate he will be speaking inside this time, just behind me in that convention hall. Look, the Biden campaign, Kate, based on my conversations throughout the morning and now afternoon, feeling increasingly emboldened, particularly with peeling off Wisconsin. NBC News has, of course, said that Joe Biden is now the apparent winner of Wisconsin, and President Trump is moving to call for a recount of that. But look, here's why this is significant, why this is a significant development, because part of Joe Biden's path, what he always saw as his path, was to rebuild that blue wall, those Midwestern states that fell in 2016 to Republicans. That has been a key part of his goal and his strategy to win back the White House. So with this apparent victory in Wisconsin, Joe Biden getting one step closer to doing that and flipping a key Trump state. They also like what they are seeing in Michigan. They like what they're seeing in Nevada, as well as Arizona. But Kate, we have to underscore this. These votes are still being counted. And just because the Biden campaign feels good about it doesn't mean that we know what the ultimate outcome is going to be. It just underscores, I think, what we can anticipate. We're going to hear from Joe Biden when he does, in fact, speak a little bit later on this afternoon. Now, I also wouldn't be altogether surprised if Biden was defiant in terms of responding to what we heard from President Trump overnight. President Trump, of course, falsely claiming that he'd already won this race. The campaign manager for for the Biden campaign came out with a really excoriating response, calling that kind of language dangerous and unprecedented. So will we hear something similar to from Joe Biden when he takes the stage? That remains to be seen, but we'll be listening very closely for that. And then one more thing I would note, Kate, the legal challenges have already begun from the Trump campaign. I just spoke with an official, and we've been talking to folks throughout the day. The Biden campaign says they have a team of lawyers at the ready to be dispatched for these legal challenges. Now, if Pennsylvania, for example, becomes pivotal, this race could be protracted. But if Biden gets to 270 without Pennsylvania, you might not have that protracted battle. But we know that they are focused on Pennsylvania. Why? Because, of course, Pennsylvania started counting its mail-in votes yesterday. So they anticipate it's going to take them until Friday to get to the end of that count, Kate.
Right. And just one follow-up question, Kristen, is the Biden campaign, when you say they've got their lawyers at the ready also, we haven't heard of any offensive move, if you will, by the Biden campaign. Do you sense that the Biden campaign is also looking at potentially filing any kind of action, or are they waiting in defensive posture for whatever the Trump campaign does?
That's a smart point, Kate. I don't think at this point we have seen them move to file any lawsuit challenging any of the vote count at this point. I think at this point in time, they are ready to defend against any legal challenges coming their way. Doesn't mean it won't happen, though, because everyone's looking at this counting process quite closely. One top lawyer for the Biden campaign, though, saying earlier today, in response to the president's threat to take this fight all the way to the Supreme Court, he basically said, let him. He will ultimately prove to be quite embarrassed by the results. Now, there's a lot of bravado going around on both sides, but that's part of the messaging coming out of the Biden campaign today.
All right, Kristen Welker, thanks so much, and stay on it with us and let us know if there are any signs of the vice president being ready to speak. Let's bring in our White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. So, Peter, Kristen was just talking about that blue wall, and that's where you're already seeing challenges by the Trump campaign in both Wisconsin asking for a recount and Michigan asking to stop the count now because they don't have access, they say.
Yeah, Kate, no, you're exactly right. This started early this morning. We heard from Bill Stepien, the president's campaign manager, saying if they count all the legal ballots that Donald Trump would win. That term legal ballots suggesting there's some evidence of fraud or cheating, which at this point there is no evidence that we're aware of either of those things right now, indicating the sort of legal strategy they'd be pursuing over the course of this day. And as you noted, that's what we are now seeing within the last hour or so. The campaign announcing that it would be suing to halt the count taking place in the state of Michigan right now. Their claim was that they were not granted access to those counting locations to see the ballot process and counting process taking place. Earlier, it was in Wisconsin, where there are about 20,000 votes that separate Joe Biden from Donald Trump. Biden with the advantage there. The Trump campaign announcing that they would be calling for a recount immediately, something that they can do when the vote is within 1 percentage point. Right now, it is under 1%. That separates the two, even as we have announced that Joe Biden is the apparent winner in that state. And then within the next 30 minutes, now less than that, about 20 minutes from now in Pennsylvania, specifically in Philadelphia, we are going to hear the next sort of effort by the Trump campaign. Corey Lewandowski, the former campaign manager, Laura Trump, Eric Trump, the president's son and his wife, Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, will all be there for a news conference to take place in the next half hour. I'm told by folks in the campaign that they are focusing on what they describe as ongoing election issues in Philadelphia. Rudy Giuliani, a short time ago on Twitter, complaining about what he described as massive cheating in that state. Again, there's no evidence of any cheating taking place. In fact, in Pennsylvania, they are still counting the ballots that are outstanding. As Kristen just indicated, the Supreme Court upheld the decision taking place in that state, which is that for any ballots that were postmarked by yesterday, Election Day, if they arrive by this Friday, so within 72 hours of Election Day, they would be legal and they could be counted. Those in the Trump campaign say they are demanding that the folks in Philadelphia play by the rules. For the moment, those are the rules, and no one has said otherwise. Again, the Supreme Court standing by them. So that's where things stand right now from the campaign's purposes. The president, as you noted last night, effectively declaring victory, falsely, obviously, and prematurely. But now they're sort of conceding that that's not the case, that they can't claim victory, changing their language, at least the campaign is, saying that they're looking for ways, still trying to find that pathway, whatever it may be, to get to 270 electoral votes, Kate.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House for us. Peter, thank you. And as we talk about Pennsylvania, the Secretary of State there, the Attorney General, the Governor of Pennsylvania, all urging calm earlier today and patience, asking everyone to be patient. Let's bring in Washington Post national political reporter, moderator of Washington Week on PBS, and NBC News political contributor Robert Costa is with us, along with Victoria DeFrancesco Soto, Assistant Dean at the LBJ School of Public Affairs at the University of Texas, Austin, and also an NBC News contributor. Robert, let me start with you. I know you have great sources. You spoke with a Biden team lawyer earlier. What are you hearing first from the Biden camp?
I've just been texting with some of them and got off the phone and with a few of them, and also interviewed Bob Bauer, the Biden campaign's top lawyer. Look, in brief, the Biden campaign is sitting pretty in their view. They feel like their whole strategy was mail-in votes. Let the votes be counted. They may be slow to come in, but let them be counted in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Georgia, and just have patience. And I asked Bauer, are you going to be litigious? Are you going to start going after and filing lawsuits against the Trump campaign? Right. And he said he has some concerns about voter suppression, but they're not going to be filing any lawsuits at this time. They're just going to let the vote be counted.
That's what I had just asked Kristen Welker, whether they would proactively be taking action. Robert, before I switch over, let me just ask you about the Trump White House right now and the president himself. Do you have any reporting on what his attitude is today? We know that they're going to be holding family members of his and advisors will be holding a press conference.
I've asked for his confidants to give me their candid view. And they say his whole attitude last night at 3 a.m. in the morning is being echoed now this morning and this afternoon on Wednesday. He's telling his associates, his advisors, get out to Philadelphia, fight for me, show you're going to fight, say this election is stolen, even though there's no evidence of voter fraud in this election in any way. He's telling his people to get out there and fight, and he's getting his lawyers ready to file lawsuits, and he's asking it to go all the way to the Supreme Court. However, most Republican lawyers, including Don McGahn, his former counsel, who I just got off the phone with, he said that's going to be difficult. It's a difficult path for the Trump campaign at this point to mount a major legal challenge. What they're hoping for is a recount in Wisconsin, and they're hoping in Georgia they can hold on, though it's tough. A lot of votes are still being counted in Fulton County and Atlanta.
Let me go to Victoria. Victoria, you're the Assistant Dean for Civic Engagement. This is a moment of civic engagement in this country like we haven't seen in quite a while.
Specifically 120 years, Kate. So the turnout levels that we have seen in this 2020 election surpass those. It's not record-breaking, but it is the highest since 120 years. And I think that the silver lining to all of this, we're waiting for the results to be finalized, is the fact that we did see an increase in youth turnout. We did see an increase in Latino turnout, perhaps not necessarily in the way certain candidates wanted it to go, but we did see a lot of turnout, a lot of enthusiasm on both sides. So I think that this is an especially important win for the country in this moment where we're very much on edge. And really quickly, Kate, I wanted to note in terms of the patience wearing thin for folks, this is what is so difficult about our democracy. Democracy is about uncertainty at times, and it's about accepting the fact that we don't know, and then we're going to have to accept results that we don't necessarily like. So this is a very important period that we are living, and we also need to reflect on that in terms of our engagement. So I think I always push people, instead of being frustrated, allow this beautiful process that is our democracy to play out.
And notable right now, Victoria, that we're sitting here the day after the election. There were so many fears. There's so much anxiety in this country right now. I think everyone is feeling it, and concerns that there might be violence, that there might be demonstrations, that people might not accept the results. At this stage, it's early, but things seem to be calm in this country. People are waiting, and they are being patient.
They are, and we didn't see anything really notable pop up on Election Day in my home state of Texas here. We know that the National Guard had been put on alert by the governor. We didn't need any of that, right? Folks were peaceful. They wanted to make their voice heard. So I think that what is important is that we keep doing what we're doing. No one likes to wait. No one likes to hurry up and wait. And I think this is going to be the key piece because it's going to take a while. Not only is the counting going to take a while, but the recount process is going to take a while and perhaps the legal challenge. So I wish I could say it were different, but we just need to stock up on our patience.
And just in terms of fortitude, it just reminds me of 2000 all over again. Victoria DeFrancesco Soto, Robert Costa, thanks both for being with us. Appreciate it so much. Let's turn to Senator Chris Coons, who's with us now from Delaware, a Democrat. You were with members of the Biden campaign last night. Tell me about the mood as you were inside last night. We heard about Vice President Biden making calls yesterday, trying to find out where vote was still coming in. He was actively working the phones from what I heard.
Well, great to be on with you. We're optimistic. Everything that we've seen today strongly suggests that if we have the patience that you were just discussing, we wait and make sure that every vote is counted, that we will end up, the Biden campaign will end up with a bigger margin of victory in Wisconsin and Michigan and likely in Pennsylvania than Donald Trump had in those three critical states 4 years ago. Joe Biden is on the pathway towards winning the presidency, but we have to be patient and make sure that the laws are followed and the votes are counted. As you well know, in our country, elections are not decided by candidates and their pronouncements. They're decided by voters casting ballots, and those ballots being counted in an orderly way by states and counties, by boards of commission, boards of election, and then the secretaries of state certifying those elections. It's always taken several days for those certifications to happen. That's part of how our system works.
But let me play devil's advocate for a moment, because if the president and his campaign continue to cast doubt on these results, continue to say there were, they've been making claims that there were disenfranchised voters, that there were things happening in certain states that we haven't been able to verify at this point, but they're casting doubt. Will that tarnish, as we move forward here, will that make it harder for the vice president if he is declared a winner?
Well, if Donald Trump had a reputation as a truthful man who routinely said clear and science-based and truthful things about other matters, it might be a greater problem. But we know that President Trump almost daily says things that are wildly untrue about things as important as the pandemic and public health, about world relations, about the size of his own crowds, about all sorts of things. He is just a serially untruthful man who has great difficulty saying things that are honest.
Senator, can I ask you to pause and stay with us for a moment? I want to get back to Peter Alexander at the White House with a little bit of developing news about the president and Pennsylvania, I understand, Peter?
Yeah, Kate, that's exactly right. As we noted, there will be a news conference taking place in Pennsylvania about 10 to 15 minutes from now, but we just received a statement from the Trump campaign about the newest actions, the legal actions they're taking, in their words, to, quote, fight for the integrity of the most important election in our lifetime right now. So at issue here is the fact that, as we noted, in that state, they could receive ballots that are postmarked by yesterday, Election Day, through this Friday, and that those ballots would be counted. That was upheld by the Supreme Court. Well, now, according to this new statement from the Trump campaign, the action they are taking, they are suing to stop the counting of those ballots right now. They want to try to pursue this case further with an effort to try to get, I suspect, the Supreme Court to weigh in at another time on it, now that there is another Trump nominee, now Justice Amy Coney Barrett, who is on the court. And separately, that they are demanding access to these voting locations in Pennsylvania, where some of the the counting process is taking place as well. Something similar to what they have done earlier today in Michigan. So not clear that they have yet filed suit, but that they will be filing suit in Pennsylvania as well. Again, Rudy Giuliani, the president's personal attorney, will be among those who is delivering this statement of some kind to take place only a short time from now. As we've been reporting, they are looking for any possible avenue to try to claw back some of these states. This is a state where they have an advantage right now, but there is, I think, 1.3 something million votes still out there. And if you look at the math, particularly in the bottom right of that screen, those collar counties around Philadelphia, the expectation is that a lot of those votes, many of them mail-in ballots, yet to be counted. They didn't begin the process of looking at them until yesterday, that those ballots and the ones that they may receive in the next several days could make this a much closer race for Joe Biden.
And Peter, I want to put a point on that and to clarify, these are ballots that were legally cast, that were sent in and postmarked by Election Day, right? That were going to be allowed to be counted, but had been cast by Election Day. And now the Trump campaign is saying, don't even count them.
Yeah, Kate, no, you're exactly right about those ballots. These are ballots that were postmarked by Election Day, but to be clear, they may not even be in the receipt of the election officials yet. They may not have them yet. They still have 48 hours. They have until Friday for those to be received. So there could still be more ballots coming in that swells that number. Obviously, that's of concern. The Trump campaign officials say they want the Philadelphia officials to play by the rules. They say it's only the Congress or the legislature in that state that can change these rules, that can extend a deadline. They say, in effect, that is not allowed, that they are breaking the rules in Philadelphia. And that's the effort that they're pursuing there.
All right, Peter Alexander at the White House, thank you. Let me go back to Senator Chris Coons, who's still with us from Delaware, a Democrat. Senator, you just heard that breaking news. They're now going to fight in Pennsylvania. They're going to try to stop the counting of these ballots that have been sent in, postmarked by yesterday, by Election Day, also demanding access to locations where the votes are being counted and opened. Your reaction?
Well, frankly, President Trump and his team have proven themselves to be masters of spectacle and distraction. They want to stop the counting in a state where they're currently ahead, but where all the trends show they will ultimately lose. And they want to go back and recount ballots in a state where they have been declared the losers. I think they should allow the law to be applied and the ballots to be counted. The ballot counting process is transparent and public. They're trying to gin something up here in Pennsylvania to give them a claim where these are legally cast ballots, where the Supreme Court has declined to intervene before twice. And I think, frankly, this just shows it smacks of desperation that the president and his team are trying to do everything they possibly can to litigate back to a win when it looks near certain that in these critical states where the counting of ballots is still going on, that they will ultimately lose.
Senator Coons, thanks for being with us. We will be hearing from the Trump campaign and his team shortly, about 9 minutes from now, we believe. We're back after a short break. Stay with us.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back to NBC News coverage of Decision 2020 as we approach 3:30 on the East Coast, 12:30 out west. The battleground state of Michigan is still too early to call at this hour. NBC's Dasha Burns is in Grand Rapids, Michigan for us today. Dasha, it's a tight state. It's a tight race. It's too early to call. And we've also had action just in the last couple of hours from the Trump campaign asking for the count there to stop.
Yeah, Kate, and the Michigan Attorney General's office just put out a statement responding to that. They said they have not been officially notified of the lawsuit. When they are served, they will review it. But she emphasized that Michigan's elections are done transparently. I also just spoke to the city clerk here in Grand Rapids. I asked him if this lawsuit is changing anything about what he is doing right now. He told me no. He said a state trooper would have to pull him out of here to stop the counting of these ballots. Now, the Trump campaign said that they did not get meaningful access to locations to observe the process. And here's what I can tell you, Kate. We have been here all day. We have been observing what's been going on here. And let me show you a little bit of what's been happening. These election workers here behind me, they began counting these ballots at 7 a.m. yesterday morning. We've talked a lot about patience today. This is a slow process. Let me show you why. We've got these tabulators here overnight. There were issues with the tabulator. They weren't working properly. That led to some delay here. And then you've got this group of folks gathered over a computer here. They are participating in a process called adjudication. Any ballot that has any sort of stray mark on it, be it a coffee stain, be it an ink mark, someone didn't fill out a circle properly, you've got a group of people who will look over that ballot and decide over what the voter's intention is. And that group of people includes Democrats and Republicans. Democrat and Republican challengers working together to decide on the voters' intentions. That is a slow part of the process, but an important one. I'm going to walk you over here where there are stacks of ballots here. These are the ballots that have already been counted. They have gotten through a lot of them. The Grand Rapids City Clerk tells me that they will have results out of Grand Rapids at some point today. We don't know exactly when, but he is still hopeful they will have results here today. And this is significant. 58,000 absentee votes sitting in this room right now with this tight race in Michigan, not just for president, by the way, but also the Senate race, a tight race between Gary Peters and John James here. So what happens in Grand Rapids in these coming hours will have an impact on the state of the race in Michigan.
And Dasha, Grand Rapids, to my recollection, is a place that leans Republican typically. And you just mentioned observers being in there. The Trump campaign is arguing that they're not getting access to these rooms. Have you seen anyone from the Trump campaign there?
I have seen Democrats and Republicans, including Kate, the head of the Kent County GOP, who was here. So this is a transparent process. Anyone who wants to observe can have access here, particularly to that adjudication process that I was talking about that is so critical here. So what we've seen today, transparency is the name of the game, Kate.
All right, Dasha Burns for us in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Dasha, thank you. We'll take a quick break here. We continue with Decision 2020 election coverage right after this.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Our continuing coverage rolls on NBC Decision 2020. It is 3:30 on the East Coast, 12:30 Pacific time. We want to update you with some of our latest results, and there have been some changes in the last hour. If you've tuned out for a while and you've come back, Wisconsin has been projected now. The apparent winner, NBC News projecting Joe Biden, with Wisconsin, a very critical projection for the vice president. That, of course, part of that northern wall that the vice president is trying to win. Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in that wall. We've also got results of the popular vote coming in, a difference of 3 million votes with Joe Biden in the lead in the popular vote. Of course, that's not how we pick our presidents, but it's interesting to note. Let's look at Maine, the split there, the projected winner, Joe Biden in the presidential race, and the way they will split their electoral votes, because Maine does things a little bit differently. 3 of those electoral votes will go to Joe Biden, 1 to President Trump. Let's talk about the Maine Senate race, which just got resolved this afternoon. The apparent winner now, Susan Collins, the Republican, the incumbent, longest-serving Republican woman in the U.S. Senate, retains her seat there after a challenge from Sarah Gideon, the Speaker of the House of Maine. And Matthew Dunlap of Maine, the Secretary of State in the great state of Maine, is joining us now. Mr. Dunlap, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me.
I'd like to know from your perspective as a Secretary of State, as you're looking at everything else that's happening in all these other states where people are maybe a little busier than you are today, I would guess. Tell me about the process of making sure your tabulations are correct and certifying a state vote. It's a difficult process.
It is difficult, but it's not rocket science. It's actually a very transparent process that's been developed in every state over much time with thoughtful legislation that is the bedrock of our election laws. The process that we use to tabulate races is time tested and very transparent. And it's just a matter of simply counting every single ballot and being able to have that process in place to discern voter intent. And this is something that election officials have a lot of expertise at. And again, it is a public process, so people can observe it. And if there's an opportunity for someone to challenge and ask for a recount, we have rules for that so that the public can understand that they should be able to have the confidence that their ballots are accurately counted and that they can do so, that they can participate in their democracy without fear of this pandemic and have that confidence that their voice is heard.
For those of us who lived through 2000, who remember 2000, we remember the Chads in Florida. That was the way that the paper ballots worked there. People had to push a stylus through the paper, and there were so-called hanging and dimpled Chads. What will be the hanging Chad of this election? Or are we at a completely different stage in technology, advanced enough now that we don't have that kind of problem anymore? What do you foresee as the problematic things?
Well, I think the problematic thing is the constant sowing of doubt on the process by the people that are using it. One of the signature changes in election law in America was a passage of the Help America Vote Act of 2002 in response to what happened in Florida in 2000. It called for things like uniform voter files and uniform voting technologies. And it's really changed the way we administer elections, and it's made it much more uniform and predictable and transparent. And people really do trust this process. And I think the real danger here is that when people say the process is flawed or it's rigged or something like that, What that does is that just makes people wonder if there's any point in even participating. And I think that's a real disservice to America when people do that.
One last question about Pennsylvania, because we just learned that the president's team, the president's campaign, will be filing in Pennsylvania to try to stop the counting of those ballots that were postmarked by Election Day, but received later. They would have a few days to catch up, if you will, because they didn't start counting until yesterday on Election Day. Is that an anomaly in your world? I mean, most states seem to try to start counting a bit earlier than Pennsylvania, no?
But every state has different election laws. And that's one of the challenges here, that if you're running a nationwide campaign, is understanding all those different laws. You know, the system that they have in Pennsylvania is just as watertight and time tested as any of the others of the 50 states of the union. So in terms of what's happening now with filing for litigation to stop a process, that's like changing the rules after the game is over. You know, frankly, in our view, every single ballot that is legally cast by a citizen of the United States deserves to be counted and made part of the final tabulation, no matter the margin. We need to have an accurate historic record, and that's why you have to make sure that you count everything. If the law in Pennsylvania is that they are going to count absentee ballots that were postmarked by Election Day, the time to file that lawsuit was before the election, not while you're counting ballots.
Matthew Dunlap, the Secretary of State of Maine, thanks so much for being with us this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Well, let's get over to Pennsylvania now. We've got a couple of correspondents standing by for us. Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg with voter sentiment. Rahema Ellis is over in Philadelphia with the latest on the vote count. Chris, I'll start with you. And with this word in the last hour that the Trump campaign will be challenging and trying to stop the counting of the votes in Pennsylvania, how are voters responding?
Nobody is surprised. One of the things I'll tell you, I think I've been here 3 or 4 days. It all runs together at some point. There's an intensity and there was an expectation. Look, they knew that this was going to be close. A lot of these folks are very, very passionate about their candidates, particularly in 2020. I spent a lot of time, for example, with some union folks who were going door to door. As you know, pretty unusual. The Democrats didn't do a lot of that in the time of COVID, but they felt that it could help make the difference in some of the neighborhoods, talking union member to union member. In fact, if you look behind me, you can see maybe a few people starting to gather, a sign going up on the steps of the Capitol here in Harrisburg. There's going to be an event here in a couple of hours with the unions, with some progressive groups. Their message, count the vote, reflecting what we're hearing from the governor and what we're hearing from the Biden camp. Let's not rush to judgment here. Let's let the votes be counted. Conversely, when you listen to the president, his supporters, who again are so passionate, they are talking about these claims of fraud, unsubstantiated claims of fraud, and the ones that are coming in now. We saw it in Michigan. Now we're seeing it here in Pennsylvania. A press conference is just about to get underway, questioning the way some of these votes are counted. So I think more than any other campaign I've ever covered, Kate, these voters have been very much and continue to be a reflection of the thoughts of the candidate that they support.
And Chris, thank you. And I know my parents live in Pennsylvania. People who live there and vote there have been sort of dreading this whole period of time. I want to get to Rahema Ellis because Chris just mentioned, Rahema, the idea that the president's campaign is promoting that there were some kind of problems with the vote. Are you seeing any evidence of that on the ground?
Chris, we are not seeing any evidence of that at all. And in fact, we've been even had the opportunity. There is a camera inside this location of the convention center where I am in Philadelphia. This is counting central, if you will, for Philadelphia. They are counting mail-in ballots right behind me, and they have even allowed our camera crew to go inside and take pictures. In addition, there is a camera inside which is streaming pictures of the counting that's going on. In addition, there are independent poll watchers and representatives who have been certified from both Republican and the Democrat candidates who have been allowed inside to watch what's going on. So the state is going to mount, quite honestly, I suspect, a furious challenge to any suggestion by the Trump campaign that the ballot counting is being hidden from the Republican candidate. even to get into here, again, it is heavily guarded, but people are allowed in. Our cameraman, he went and had to take a COVID test before going in and was checked by 2 magnetometers. It is a secure place, but they are allowing people to watch what's happening because they say they want it to be free, fair, and transparent so people can trust the vote and the count of the vote when it is ultimately reported. Chris? I mean,
it's Kate. It's okay. It's a long day. and Rahema, yesterday during Election Day, to my mind, I didn't see any significant reports of problems at polling places or interference in the vote in Philadelphia. Is that accurate?
That is indeed accurate. In fact, one of the things that election officials and the governor of Pennsylvania came out and said was that they were very pleased that there had been no widespread reports of any kind of irregularities at the voting places, or even in regard to the mail-in ballots. They know with such an enormous undertaking that they have done this year, it is the first time in Pennsylvania that they've had this volume of mail-in ballots. And they say for the most part, it has gone on smoothly. They're tremendously proud of that. They also say that they're trying to be transparent about it. Again, people had to be certified to be a poll watcher, but they were doing that. They were certifying people, again, from both parties to participate in the watch of what's going on inside these places where they're counting these ballots.
Rahema Ellis with us from Pennsylvania also. Thank you, Rahema. Appreciate it. Joining us now to talk about the administration's legal challenges over votes in Pennsylvania and other states is Stanford law professor and NBC News legal analyst Nate Persily, and also NBC News political contributor Robert Costa is still with us, also with the Washington Post. Nate, let me start with you. We spoke in the early hours of this morning about what could happen today. Well, here we are. Let's focus in on Pennsylvania and this claim that the president's team says that they will be filing to try to stop the vote. From a legal perspective, how high is the bar to stop the counting of ballots that have already been filed?
Well, they're not going to be able to stop the counting of the vote. I mean, the votes are in, and the question is, what are the procedures for counting the vote? And then you can contest it afterwards, as we remember in, say, Bush versus Gore. And so right now, they're trying to alter the procedures for the counting of the votes. They're trying to make sure that they can observe the votes. But we are in kind of the dust-up phase of the pre-litigation phase. Right now, the counting needs to go on. And right now, they're raising a series of issues that will then have some kind of importance in the event they end up in court. And so I think that right now they're just casting a lot of doubt on the process with the hope that maybe later on they can challenge the count as a result.
And I should note that they're members of the Trump campaign and his team, some advisors are holding a press conference right now, and we are monitoring that, and we'll bring you any news from that. Robert Costa, what's the strategy here on behalf of the Trump team?
The Trump team is trying to raise concerns about mail-in ballots, but they're not seeing any kind of evidence about fraud. They're not seeing things that they can actually cling on to and make an argument. What they're concerned about is how mail-in ballots are coming in late, in the sense that they're being counted late, but that doesn't mean they're illegitimate ballots. And so the Biden campaign's position is just to sit back and almost shrug at what the Trump campaign is doing and just let the votes be counted, because you don't see any flashpoints right now in terms of allegations of voter fraud that are breaking through, that seem to be more than anecdotal or questionable in terms of credibility. And that's why the Biden campaign feels good. Its strategy was always to count on the mail-in vote at the end of the day.
I should note that Vice President Biden is on the move, going toward the Chase Center in Delaware, where we think he will speak, and we'll get to that as soon as it happens, obviously. Nate Persily, one last question about this. So in Pennsylvania, the Supreme Court had already taken action to allow this counting to happen for 3 days post-election of ballots that were received or postmarked by Election Day. What could happen, legally speaking, now? Do you suspect this goes right up to the Supreme Court?
Well, nothing's going to go right up to the Supreme Court. There's going to be a process either in state or federal court that'll eventually land a case at the Supreme Court. As you say, there was a lot of litigation before this election, and in some ways that's a blessing. So we had some clarity in the rules. The downside is that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court's decision, which was appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court, led to a 4-4 split at the U.S. Supreme Court before Amy Coney Barrett rejoined the court. She then was not there for another reconsideration of that, or she just recused herself or was not participating. So there's an open question that if another case came from Pennsylvania, whether you would now have full 9 justices considering it. But what the U.S. Supreme Court let stand was a decision from the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that allowed for 3 extra days for ballots to be received. They still had to be postmarked and sent out on Election Day, but they could be received by 3 days afterwards.
All right, Nate Persily, thank you for being with us and helping us sort through it all. Robert Costa, same to you. Appreciate it. We'll take a quick break just to note that Vice President Biden looks to be about 10 minutes away, we're estimating, from making some remarks. So you'll want to stick with us if you're interested in that. We'll take a quick break. You're watching Decision 2020 on NBC.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school,
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
Welcome back to our NBC Decision 2020 election coverage. Democrat Joe Biden just picked up an apparent win in Wisconsin, according to NBC News and our projections, and he is expected to hold a news conference possibly within moments, within the next 10 minutes or so, after urging his supporters overnight to be patient as ballot counting continues. We have not heard from the vice president since that late night drive-in event where he spoke to supporters who were in their cars honking along. Kristen Welker is at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. Chief White House correspondent Hallie Jackson is at the White House for us. Kristen, I'll start with you. I don't even know how long it's been. Has it been not quite 12 hours? I've lost sense of time. 14 hours since we heard from the vice president, I believe.
That sounds about right. It's been a long time. And look, Kate, I think you heard a confident Vice President Biden overnight. It was about 2 a.m. You're right about that. And he talked about the fact that he believed there was a path for him to win the White House. I think what you're going to hear when he speaks today is an increasing bullishness from the vice president about his chances, in part because, of course, Wisconsin NBC News has now called that for Biden as the apparent winner of that state. And so I think you'll hear him lean into that. The fact that his campaign strategy has always relied on building back the blue wall. That's, of course, those critical battleground states throughout the Midwest, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Pennsylvania. So he is going to, I think, strike a note of confidence about this new call. And he is going to try to make the case that he's starting to win back those states that Democrats lost in 2016. He sees that really as critical to his reelection. The other states that they are watching quite closely at this hour, Nevada, Arizona, and of course, as I mentioned, Pennsylvania, where you have those legal challenges unfolding as we speak. And I just spoke with a Biden campaign official who pointed me to Bob Bauer's comments earlier today to reporters, the top lawyer with the Biden campaign, who was pretty defiant about the prospect of any new lawsuits coming from the Trump campaign. And let me just read you a little bit of what Bob Bauer had to say earlier today. He said, as far as our own planning, we're winning the election. We've won the election, and we're going to defend that election. We don't have to do anything but protect the rights of voters and to stand up for the democratic process. If it's attacked, as the president suggests it will be attacked, we are going to successfully repel that attack. So I wouldn't be surprised if we heard similar messaging from the vice president when he addresses the nation in just a few moments from now. And again, his motorcade on the way here to this same location where he spoke overnight. Although, Kate, I anticipate he's going to be inside. Of course, last night he was here. He had one of those now signature drive-in rallies in the age of COVID where people are socially distant and in their cars. But I think that today this is going to be a smaller event, and you are going to hear him speak about this evolving situation, the vote count, as the election hangs in the balance, Kate.
You just quoted Bauer saying we've won the election. If the vice president went that far in these coming remarks, that would be similar to what President Trump said overnight. Both sides essentially claiming victory.
Yeah, and you saw the vice president come out, Kate, last night before President Trump, which I think was so significant. Now, he was very careful with his words, of course. He said he believed there was a path to winning the election. I don't anticipate he will go that far, but we'll have to wait and see what specifically he has to say. But it's clear that Biden wanted to really drive the narrative home, and that he wanted to be the one really controlling the narrative. And that was a key part of why he got out first, got out ahead of President Trump. And remember, there had been all of those concerns about President Trump essentially doing what he did last night, which was to come out and declare victory before all of the votes had been counted. So we will be listening very closely to every word that the vice president has to say. I anticipate, though, Kate, what you're going to hear is you're going to hear him walking that line carefully and really urging his supporters and people all across the country to have patience as we watch these election developments unfold.
Kristen, thank you. To Hallie Jackson over at the White House. Hallie, the president did not walk the line carefully. The president came out and said, I've done it. I've won this state, this state, this state, without the numbers being there. What does he do now? If Joe Biden comes out and speaks, what do you anticipate out of the president?
So it's interesting, Kate. We have not heard from the president on camera yet today. We have heard from him plenty on Twitter, with 4 of his tweets, Kate, in just the last not even 24 hours, slapped with warning labels by Facebook and by Twitter, because it is essentially spreading misinformation. You talked about the president coming out and declaring victory in some of those key battleground states prematurely with no evidence to support that. It wasn't true then. It's still not true as of, 3 o'clock, 3:30 this afternoon either. The president also declared that we won the race, he said, incorrectly, and incorrectly asserted that there was major fraud happening in the election. None of that is true, Kate. The election so far, the ballot counting, has proceeded, according to all of our reporting, exactly as it was expected to proceed. There is a huge amount of mail-in ballots, as we've talked about, largely driven by the pandemic and people wanting to get those ballots in early, not necessarily in some instances show up at the polling sites. We've been talking for weeks about the idea that it would take a long time to count these ballots. Well, guess what? It's taking a long time to count these ballots. I can tell you, Kate, as we await a news conference, sort of a dueling news conference now, not with the president and former Vice President Joe Biden, but with the president's son, Eric Trump, Laura Trump, one of the campaign's campaign's top surrogates, Corey Lewandowski, former campaign manager from 2016, and others in Philadelphia. That is because the Trump campaign is now filing more lawsuits, right? They already had this lawsuit in Michigan we learned about today. They're filing another couple of lawsuits in Pennsylvania to try to stop ballot counting there. As that is all happening, as they're pushing these legal challenges, you also have the campaign talking about what they see as potentially their pathway to victory. There's a lot of discussion about Arizona and the vote maybe being much closer than it seems right now, a race, by the way, that NBC News has not called yet. And you can see it is still in that column, too early to call. I will say other outlets have called it, and that is something that has infuriated the Trump campaign. They think they have a potential shot in Arizona, despite what we're seeing in some of the numbers currently. They also think they could be doing well in Georgia and in North Carolina as well. They think they could pull out wins there. Wisconsin and Michigan, a bit of a different story as the campaign is threatening a recount in Wisconsin. By the way, they can't officially file for that until next week. So at this point, that is a threat. That is not something that has been formally conducted right now. All of this taken together, though, Kate, a sign that the Trump campaign is taking some of these tactics to try to pull out a victory if possible. The president feeling confident about Pennsylvania. There is a sense, and there was a lot of discussion on a call with reporters that I was just on with top campaign officials from the Trump campaign, that they believe they have a healthy lead based on numbers that they're seeing in Pennsylvania. Again, a state that NBC News has not called. Point being, the path to victory for President Trump is extremely, extremely narrow at this point. It is narrower than Joe Biden's. That's not to say it is impossible, particularly when we have all these battleground states that are too close or too early to call, Kate. Right. I will say this, from having covered the president for a number of years, since the campaign, 4.5, 5 years ago started, I would be surprised if we didn't hear from him again in some fashion after Joe Biden speaks. This is a president who, as we saw even overnight on election night, likes to have the last word. He is engaged in television. We know that his top advisors are huddling at campaign headquarters just across the Potomac here in Virginia to talk through what their next steps and strategy will be. No decision yet on whether the president will address the nation and will address Americans, but we'll be keeping an eye out for that.
Yeah, Hallie, as you were talking, I was thinking back an hour ago. I was sitting here with Lester, and I was trying to put on my best Chuck Todd, which I'm not very good at. But really, I mean, if the president were to win Georgia, which we've not projected yet, North Carolina, which we haven't, Pennsylvania, which you say they feel good about, that adds up to 264. It's still not enough. Not the 270 that he needs. So he would have to have Nevada or Arizona or Michigan, because we've taken Wisconsin off the plate.
And that's why, Kate, as you point out, it's so important. And I think that's why we're hearing so much about the state of Arizona. There is a lot of discussion about that being potentially a place that the Trump campaign sees vote coming in, not to get too in the weeds here and like nerd out with you in the afternoon, but where they see the
we
potential.
Usually save that for the overnight hours.
I was going to say, that's after midnight, girl. I know. But they do see the potential for the rate of vote coming in and where it has been being able to be matched in what we're seeing. Now, in Arizona, we're not going to know anything sort of the next, what they call ballot dump. We're not going to get the next sort of big batch of vote count in until way later tonight. You can see the numbers right now. Too early to call for NBC News, but that's one that the Trump campaign is especially focused on. As you said, even if he does well in these other states, they've got to still pick up one of, Arizona and Nevada, because Wisconsin is off the table. And that is going to be the focus over these next 24 hours. Nevada, by the way, we should note, those results we expect to know. They're being counted today. We expect to know more about them tomorrow. So still a lot of question marks out in the ether.
All right, Hallie Jackson at the White House. Stay tuned for us. Stand by for us, if you will. Come back. Let me go to Morgan Radford, who's in North Carolina, where the presidential race, as we just said, too close to call in that state. And Morgan, we were just talking about it. That's a state that was traditionally red, that the president's hoping to hold on to. What are you hearing there?
We actually have late breaking news here, Kate. The North Carolina State Board of Elections just announced this afternoon that we will not have any new updated voter totals until next week. Why? Because November 12th is the deadline that was upheld by the Supreme Court. That is the day that County Board of Elections, like this one behind me in Mecklenburg County, will actually begin counting those mail-in ballots that were postmarked by Election Day. But since they're not going to likely count them until Thursday, we won't have those voting totals until then.
I'm sorry,
so here's what
Thursday
we do know, Kate. We
next
do know
week?
that Yes, Thursday, November 12th, which is what's fascinating, and that is the delay, Kate. So to be clear, NBC News Decision Desk has still designated this race too close to call, and that's why this is down to the wire. What we do know is that according to the data released publicly by the State Board of Elections, President Trump is leading here in North Carolina by about 76,000 votes. But what we also know is that the State Board of Elections says there are still likely 117,000 mail-in ballots that have been requested but not yet returned. However, they say that number is likely to be a little bit lower, and that number they may actually update by tomorrow. But they still say we will not have any final voting numbers until next Thursday, Kate.
And what are voters saying to you, Morgan, about the state of things in North Carolina and the indecision right now and the not knowing?
It doesn't have people feeling great, Kate. You know, I'm from North Carolina. I'm from Greensboro. So I grew up talking to North Carolina voters. I'm happy to be back reporting now on North Carolina voters. But people are saying they feel uneasy. But one thing I think is really important to note, Kate, is that the officials we've spoken to here on the ground say the process of this election is really similar to the processes of other elections in the past. The process itself is not actually highly unusual. But what they say is different this year is the attention paid to these mail-in ballots and those provisional ballots and the volume of those mail-in ballots. What we also found out just in the past 2 hours from the North Carolina State Board of Elections is that we did not surpass that voter turnout number from 2016. So that's also some new data to mark kind of the enthusiasm that we're seeing here across the state. So people have been feeling uneasy, but officials say they should feel at rest because the process is solid and the process so far, they say, is going smoothly.
All right, Morgan Radford down in North Carolina for us, her home state. Morgan, thanks so much. It is nearing 4 seconds away from the top of the hour, 4 p.m. in the east, 1 p.m. out west. We are standing by for a briefing any moment now, we expect, in Delaware by Democratic presidential candidate, Vice President Joe Biden. At that podium there, we don't have a sense yet for timing. We know he's there, present, but we don't know when this will start. We'll bring that to you. Meanwhile, results still coming in, things still changing moment by moment with this presidential election. We're waiting on so many results. Let's take a look at the latest right now as we have it. In Wisconsin this afternoon, NBC News was able to project the apparent winner, Joe Biden.
Officials are counting ballots as quickly and carefully as possible. We're getting closer to knowing who won the White House. Hey there, I'm Joshua Johnson. Wherever you are around the world, it's Decision 2020 on NBC News Now. This year's count is unprecedented, reason being the sheer number of absentee ballots. President Trump has said outright that this election is marred by fraud and repeated his threat of a Supreme Court challenge, which appears to be moving forward, at least in part. We know of no evidence of widespread fraud. Both campaigns say they're confident their candidate will prevail. That remains to be seen, especially with such close races in more than a few states. We'll bring you the latest vote totals, project whatever races we can, and give you the latest from Mr. Trump and Mr. Biden. Also, we have NBC News exit polls to explore, and you'll get a look at the legal challenges that could make this election longer and even more complex. Whatever happens, we'll do our best to give you the facts as clearly, as quickly, as calmly as we can. Do take our continuing coverage with you on the NBC News app, our YouTube channel, or online at NBCNewsNow.com. Let's begin with a look at where the races stand right now. Here's the map. By the races that we have been able to project, Joe Biden is currently somewhat ahead of President Trump, 237 electors to 214 electors. Most of the states have given us reliable enough results to call. Some of the key states we've not yet been able to call. Let's go through some of the big ones, and then we'll talk about some of the states that remain outstanding. Wisconsin, NBC News can project that its 10 electoral votes will go to Joe Biden, but note we're marking that one as the apparent winner. Here's what that means. We're still confident in the projection, but see how close they are? Difference of 20,500 votes. That puts them within 1% of each other. Under Wisconsin law, a candidate can request a recount if the margin of victory is 1% or less. The Trump campaign has said it is going to challenge that. It is well within Wisconsin law to do so. So we're confident in the projection, but until that's resolved, we're listing that as the apparent winner. So Wisconsin, to the best of our knowledge, would go to Joe Biden. Let's talk about Maine. We were able to project that race for Joe Biden as well by a healthy margin, more than 53% to President Trump's 43%. Those 4 electoral votes in a split race, because Maine splits its electors between congressional districts and the general population, that would go to Joe Biden. Plenty of states that yet remain contested. Let's walk through some of those, starting with Michigan. That one we are characterizing as too early to call. There are enough votes in Michigan that we still need a little more data to figure out exactly who's going to prevail there. But also, the Trump campaign has said that it's going to challenge this count based on its claims that it was denied access to some of the counts. Michigan doesn't allow for a recount based on the vote total. You have to allege some kind of fraud or malfeasance, which is what the Trump campaign is alleging in this matter. So we'll see what happens with Michigan. As for the numbers, Michigan remains too early to call, with 16 electors to award. Pennsylvania, big state, also too early to call. Lots and lots of votes yet to come in from Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, and the various counties in and around Philadelphia. That's important because there are enough votes to flip that lead. Donald Trump currently leading at just over 52%. We're also waiting for a news conference from the Trump campaign where they will be challenging the vote counting access. They claim that officials in Philadelphia have been hiding the vote counting process from them. We have no data on that to back that up, but that is their allegation. They're also planning on joining a Supreme Court challenge to the way that some absentee ballots are being counted in Pennsylvania. That 3-day window for counting ballots that are postmarked by Election Day, but that the post office may not deliver until Friday. The Trump campaign says that it wants to become a party to that legal challenge. So Pennsylvania remains up in the air. As for its 20 electoral votes, that remains too early to call. Now let's take a look at Georgia. With 16 electoral votes, that one's too close to call. Donald Trump is currently leading, but there are plenty of votes from the Atlanta area. Fulton County, which is a major population center, has pretty much been fully counted. DeKalb County, and Atlanta is kind of split half and half between Fulton and DeKalb. DeKalb County still has plenty of votes to come in. Very strong Democratic strongholds that might deliver Joe Biden enough votes to overtake Donald Trump. This is one of those states that the Democrats had been hoping they'd be able to flip this year. Perhaps they can. And that is why we are characterizing this with 93% of the vote in as too close to call. North Carolina, with 15 electors, also too close to call. Much of the vote is in, but there are some population centers around some of the major cities, Raleigh, Durham, Asheville, Chapel Hill, that have become more democratic, more diverse, more multicultural over the years. Those might deliver enough votes to flip the lead in this race. Also a state with a fascinating Senate race between the incumbent, Thom Tillis, a Republican, and his Democratic challenger, Cal Cunningham. In this race, it's currently too close to call. Two states in the West that are also worth looking at, neighboring states, Arizona and Nevada. Arizona we're characterizing as too early to call. And here's why. We're basically waiting on votes from Maricopa County. Maricopa County is the Phoenix area. Officials in Maricopa County say they're not releasing any more ballot information until tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern. So you can put Arizona out of your mind for right now. That's not going to move at all until tonight. Joe Biden is currently ahead in Arizona. We got to wait for the rest of those results from Maricopa County. Also, forgive me, forgot to mention in North Carolina, with North Carolina, they're also not planning to do any more vote tabulations until next week. So North Carolina is going to wait for a while too. Nevada is also too close to call. Joe Biden currently ahead. And right now, just like Arizona, we were waiting for just one county, Maricopa County. Nevada, we're waiting for one county too, Clark County. That's the Las Vegas area. We are expecting to hear from the clerk in Clark County right now, as a matter of fact, holding a news conference about how that vote is going. If this provides the votes that Joe Biden is expecting, he may well win the state of Nevada. There are plenty more votes to get over the difference of just over 7,600 ballots. So currently, Nevada, Joe Biden leading in the count right now, but lots and lots of votes from the Vegas area yet to come in. That's why this one is still too close to call. So let's zoom out a little bit. Take a look at the states that Donald Trump has won thus far. We have projected Florida for Donald Trump, one that he had been hoping to pick up. Ohio for Donald Trump as well. No Republican has made it to the White House without winning Ohio, ever. A Republican has not made it to the White House without winning Florida since 1924. Calvin Coolidge was the last guy who did it. And Texas, one of the states that Democrats were hoping to pick up, but that's not a state we can project for Joe Biden this time around. So currently, Donald Trump's got 214 electors by our projections. Joe Biden at the moment is slightly ahead with 237. Not surprisingly, the states on the West Coast, California, Oregon, Washington, we're projecting those for Joe Biden. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, the tri-state area, that for Joe Biden. We're projecting Wisconsin, part of the blue wall that Joe Biden hopes to rebuild. Pennsylvania and Michigan remain yet to be determined. Well on his way to 270 and hoping to take those two states. But again, legal challenges to account for there as well. So that's the path for right now for Joe Biden, with 237 electors that we can project. Speaking of Joe Biden, he is about to speak at the Chase Center in Wilmington, Delaware. He's been urging caution and patience leading up to the vote counts and the canvassing. Let's listen to what he has to say.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation, just as it has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of a pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the president of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that the majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. That is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you.
Former Vice President Joe Biden speaking in Wilmington, Delaware about the election, responding directly to some of the claims that President Trump and the Trump campaign are making, essentially about the tenor of the election, whether or not the election is legitimate. He said that democracy is the heartbeat of our nation, said that we the people will not be silenced, will not be bullied, will not surrender, referring to the president's efforts, at his stated efforts, to try to get the vote counting to stop. At least that's part of what he said in his remarks early this morning, and also in response to efforts by the Trump campaign to intervene in some of the vote counting to stop some of the counts, at least temporarily. He said the three campaigns have defeated an incumbent president. They hope to be the fourth. Those were against Herbert Hoover, Jimmy Carter, and George H.W. Bush, hoping to be the fourth of those. Also called for the nation to unite and heal and come together after the election. He also did not outright declare a victory, but certainly didn't seem shy about, eyeing the finish line. The campaign clearly has said that it's looking forward to claiming victory, though he didn't claim it here. Said that he is winning Wisconsin by about the margin Trump did, said he feels very good in Pennsylvania. As we noted, there are enough ballots outstanding from some of the state's Democratic strongholds around Philadelphia and Pittsburgh that it might put him over the top in Pennsylvania, be one more brick in that blue wall that the Democrats hope to rebuild. He did claim to have flipped Arizona. NBC News has not called that race, partly because Maricopa County, the Phoenix area, is not going to report any more ballots until 9 p.m. tonight. So we have not confidently projected Arizona. That's too close to call currently. But Those are the remarks from Vice President Biden. We are also monitoring the Trump campaign. They're holding a press conference very shortly with regards to their challenges to how the vote is going in Philadelphia. We'll keep an eye on that and update you as soon as we have developments there. I believe we have NBC senior editor Mark Murray joining us now. And Mark, if you are with us, I'd love you to take stock of what we just heard from the former vice president, particularly in light of where the votes do stand right now.
Yeah, Joshua, first of all, my observation is the same one that you had, is that Joe Biden stopped short of declaring victory, very similar to his remarks last night. And in marked contrast to the president, both last night and now what we're hearing from a lot of campaign aides saying, hey, we think we've actually won Pennsylvania. And worth noting on all states like Pennsylvania and other states that you laid out that NBC News has not called, we're still counting votes. And it's important to note that all the vote is not in places like Michigan, places like Pennsylvania. And NBC News and other networks and other people are trying to do everything we can to count the vote to see who's actually won before making any kind of declaration like that.
And can we just be clear, Mark, before we go over these states state by state, because I would like your feedback on them, can we just be clear, whether it's for the benefit of people who may be watching NBC News now in other parts of the world, or just people who haven't exhaled since Tuesday, that this is normal? Vote counts work like this. This doesn't mean that something has failed. This is the way it works.
And Joshua, not only is this how it works, we were all mapping out this was a distinct possibility for what was going to take place, mainly because we knew that by state law, states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the same states that we're talking about, were barred from counting early mail-in ballots before Election Day. So it's going to take a long time to be able to count those ballots. And they were increasingly leaning towards the Democratic vote. They made up a large portion of the Democratic vote. And so to be able to get a readout of those three essential states, and basically the three states where we've been circling over the last 4 years being the key to this presidency, we knew it was going to take a while. And we're here. It's a little less than 24 hours later after the first polls ended up closing. We're still counting. And that's just the way that we do it every election cycle.
All right, let's talk through state by state. Michigan was one of the states that was able to do some counting before Election Day. As we mentioned, Michigan is too early to call. Mark, I wonder what you make particularly of the campaign's effort to intervene there on the grounds that they have been denied access to some of the counting process. First of all, vote counting is a public process. You don't have to be part of a campaign to go watch them count votes. Anybody can, you can just show up just as a member of the public and watch the vote count.
Yeah. And again, when you end up having legal action, Joshua, normally it has to do with the recount procedures after all the votes have been counted. What's taking place in places like Michigan and other states is all the votes haven't been counted. And people are trying to do their very best to count every single ballot. Places like NBC News, we know what kind of vote is in, what is still outstanding. And we're using mathematical models to be able to show people where we actually think there's a high 99.9% chance of that someone has actually been able to win that with certainty. And so to actually go in and try to actually stop the counting at this stage is, just jaw-dropping to me. Now, when you actually asked about the state of Michigan right now, what we've seen over the last several hours is that Joe Biden has started to grow his lead as more from the vote and a lot of those mail-in ballots from places like Wayne County, that's Detroit, as well as Kent County, which is Grand Rapids, started to come in. These are the Democratic ballots. And still what is a little bit outstanding is some from Wayne County. And so that to me seems to be where the game is right now. We're watching all of those kind of final ballots from Detroit, but we are seeing Joe Biden grow his lead. But again, NBC News has not called this race, and we're waiting to count all the votes.
Let's talk about Pennsylvania. Before we do, we should note we just got word from Pete Williams that we mentioned that lawsuit from Republicans in Pennsylvania about observing the opening and sorting of ballots in Philadelphia. Apparently, a state court has rejected that legal complaint, but said that the judge would not discourage officials from letting observers get closer if it can be done safely, consistent with COVID protocols. Mark, we knew that this was one of the tactics that the Trump campaign was going to employ, that it was very much going to come down to legal challenges at every level to various parts of the process, including the counting.
And we're seeing the courts, according to your reporting, kind of break against the Trump campaign, at least at this stage. And Pennsylvania, to me, is really interesting because it's the kind of the flip of Michigan so far, where we actually have President Trump in the lead. But the reason being, there's still a sizable vote, as you mentioned earlier, from Allegheny County, that's the Pittsburgh area, as well as Philadelphia City proper, and then those all-important Philadelphia suburbs. There is a lot of Democratic vote in them, and we actually just need to see how they're breaking. We believe these are the mail-in ballots that are heavily Democratic, and if these ballots play out the other way, like as we've seen in other states like Milwaukee, in Wisconsin, and elsewhere, Joe Biden could do very well here. So again, we have to count the ballots, particularly from these Democratic-leaning areas, to get a good gauge of where Pennsylvania is.
Let me ask you about Georgia. That state is still characterized as too close to call. Just taking a look at the latest vote totals, we're expecting more than 5 million votes in Georgia. There are about 350,000 remaining to be counted. About 46,000 of those are in DeKalb County, which is near Atlanta, or Atlanta sits in DeKalb County. Mm-hmm. A number of the surrounding counties have all come in. Cobb County's got 46,000-ish ballots remaining to be counted. What's your sense of how Georgia is breaking right now? It seems like the counting in Georgia, for the most part, has gone okay.
It has gone okay. It's just taking a little bit of while, particularly from Atlanta. So Joe Biden's behind by about 80,000 votes. And the reason we haven't called this race is that we're expecting a big chunk of Democratic votes from the Atlanta area. And again, we just have to see how that Democratic, that area breaks, how those votes and ballots end up breaking. And our decision desk, the people who crunch all the numbers, really think at the end of the day, once these counties end up fully reporting, we have a really close race.
Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Mark, stand by just 1 second. We have one more race to project. NBC News can project Michigan for Joe Biden. We are calling Michigan for Joe Biden with its 16 electoral votes. Let's take a look at Michigan and see where that puts him. Currently, we have him at just under 50% of the vote, with a difference at the moment of about 61,000 votes beyond President Trump. But again, NBC News can confidently project that Michigan will go towards Joe Biden. There you can see the difference in votes, about 61,000 separating him, with strong support from Democratic strongholds near the state capital, Lansing, as well as some of the counties near Detroit and the Ann Arbor area. That brings Joe Biden's total up to 253 electors. This narrows the paths to victory for Donald Trump somewhat. And Mark Murray, now that we've got that call in for Michigan, it makes Pennsylvania even more vital, if not essential, for Donald Trump to win, for his path to victory to remain open.
Yeah, Joshua, the way that I'm looking at it, Joe Biden is now one flip state away from getting the 270 electoral votes. One way that he actually does it, he ends up winning Pennsylvania, and he crosses 270 electoral votes. The other way that he could actually do it is win Arizona and hold on to Nevada, and he can do that and get to 270 electoral votes without winning Pennsylvania. And as you were mentioning just earlier, we are going to find out some votes later this evening from Arizona. We're, of course, waiting to see how those remaining ballots end up breaking out. But right now, and I think the significance of this Michigan call is Joe Biden is now really one flip state away from being able to get to that magic number that he needs.
One of the lovely features of the wall that we've been playing with, I call it the Kornacki. I got a Kornacki on my laptop. Once we get down to a certain number of states, it will tell you how many paths to victory there are. And so based on the states that have been claimed so far, based on the NBC News projections, by our math, mathematically, Joe Biden has 7 paths to victory. President Trump has 3. And there's one circumstance under which they could tie, Lord Jesus. They would tie if Joe Biden won Georgia and Donald Trump won everything else, they would be tied. And we would need a hug right around here, because this race would go on and on and on. But Joe Biden could win it with just Pennsylvania. So that makes what we're going to hear from the Trump campaign, what we've heard from them today, and what we will hear even more essential. If they take Georgia and North Carolina, Joe Biden wins. Georgia and pretty much any of the other states that are outstanding. Your path also, Mark, as you mentioned, Arizona and Nevada is a path to victory. Donald Trump's paths are getting narrower and narrower. So it seems like at this point, Mark, it's coming down to the court battles. We know what he's got to do to win. He's basically got to hold almost everything else.
Well, and Joshua, it's coming down to court battles, but also just to see if this kind of vote trend continues. And really, from the time that I took a quick 2-hour cat nap last night around 2 a.m, woke up, and all of a sudden around 4:30, you end up getting a big vote for Joe Biden in Milwaukee area. A lot of those mail-in ballots, just a deluge of ballots. And pretty much since then, there has been this pattern of Joe Biden doing incredibly well with the remaining mail-in ballots. And again, that we're trying to see if that trend continues in Pennsylvania, in Arizona, and also in Nevada, all with those important counties. And so, to me, that's the name of the game. And yes, there's going to be the legal action, but I just want to see if this trend continues of Joe Biden doing incredibly well with the remaining Democratic votes, particularly from urban areas in these battleground states, and to see if that continues to go on.
Stick with us, Mark. Let's also bring in NBC's Mike Memoli, who's been following the Biden campaign throughout. Mike, I wonder what your sense is of what we heard from Joe Biden just a few minutes ago. A lot of the same themes we've heard in terms of trying to knit the nation back together, but both in this set of remarks and in the call the campaign had with reporters earlier today, they seem 100% confident that they've got this in the bag just on the votes.
Yeah, that's right, Joshua. I mean, what we just heard from the former vice president a few minutes ago was a lot of statesmanship and a little bit of scoreboard. Now, he started out by really calling this election a reminder that, as he put it, democracy is the heartbeat of this country. He praised the historic turnout we've seen even in the midst of a global pandemic that has taken more than 200,000 American lives. And he expressed, of course, his confidence that once all the votes are counted, that he would be the victor. And this is where we get into the scoreboard part of his conversation. He talked about the fact that he leads in the popular vote, that he does feel good, as he put it, about Pennsylvania, a state which at this point, with the call in Michigan, would put him over 270 electoral votes to become the president-elect of the United States. And he really laid out what is a very difficult task ahead of him if he does indeed prevail here, which is of uniting the country. But I also thought it was interesting that he was talking about the popular vote. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say about just what margins he's been able to achieve in this election. Take a listen.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We've flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that that majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country.
As we often forget, yes, it's about the Electoral College, but Biden reminding us about the popular vote and the fact that, yes, he would be the person who had won the most votes in the history of this country. Now, under any scenario in which Joe Biden was going to be elected president, he had very difficult tasks ahead of him. If it was in the ideal scenario for Democrats, where he took the Democrats along with him in the majority of the Senate and built on the majority in the House. It was going to be taking and enacting that progressive agenda that he laid out before the American people, building on Obamacare, a massive infrastructure and stimulus that is going to be required. The other task that he's been laying out throughout this campaign is one of unifying the nation. And as it looks like Republicans perhaps on track to not only gain seats in the House, but build on the majority in the Senate, that's the one that comes into clearer focus at this point for Joe Biden. And you heard him say the need for this country to come together, to not see each other as enemies. Certainly something he was accused of being naive about throughout the campaign, especially in the Democratic primaries, but something that's going to be a real test for him if he's able to prevail, which he believes he's on track to do, Joshua.
Thanks very much. That's NBC's Mike Memoli joining us from Wilmington, Delaware. Also NBC's senior political editor, Mark Murray, with analysis. Gentlemen, thanks very much. Let's continue our conversation now with NBC senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, who joins us now. Stephanie, I am interested in your thoughts on the races, particularly in light of the markets trading up today. The major indices were all up. So it seems that the markets are feeling a little more confident about the political future of the country. But B, based on our NBC News exit polls and what voters told us, many voters in many places said the economy was their number one issue. Of course, the economy dovetails with just about everything else we've been dealing with this year.
All right, well, let's separate it into two. We did see in the exit polls, people voted with their wallets. People showed us they vote on what affects them, not offends them. And it depended on how COVID has affected you economically, right? So people who have white collar jobs, who can work from home like you and I, who aren't commuting anymore and probably saving some money because we're not traveling, well, we're actually doing better economically. And you saw a lot of people who are quietly doing better economically vote for President Trump, who says we're rounding the corner. We don't need more fiscal support. On the other end, when you look at portions of our population that have been disproportionately hurt by COVID, who've lost their health care, lost their jobs, lost loved ones, had to leave their work because they have to take care of schools, they then sided with Biden. But it's a reminder that even though we talk so much about, people are voting for the soul of America or talking about this is who we are, that's not how they voted. Think about the Latino vote, specifically in Florida, where the president was able to peel off quite a few in Miami-Dade County, male, mostly Cuban descent, Latino voters, many of whom were small business owners who said deregulation and taxes were their number one priority. So you really saw the economy shining through in the way people voted. But I think what's happened in the markets, honestly, is the most stunning. We have seen over the last 3 days, the markets rally. It's been the strongest rally of the Dow since last May. And for the first couple of days, it was this idea that we were going to get a blue wave. And that's when the roller coaster started last night. When we saw that this blue wave wipeout wasn't coming, markets started to slide. They slid even further when President Trump falsely claimed that he won the election. But here's what's stunning. When the morning came, and let's be honest, everyone basically shrugged off the president of the United States claiming that he won the election. That was number one. Number two, when we actually saw the Republicans maintain control of the Senate. And number three, Joe Biden creeping up in electoral votes, that really caused markets to soar. And I want to stick with the Republicans maintaining the Senate, why that matters. The market likes the idea of a blue wave because that most likely means a more robust stimulus package is coming soon. But you know what they love? They love a divided government because it basically means not that much is going to get done. They would say it's about checks and balances. And it increases the chances that you won't see a major corporate tax hike or just a lot more regulation. So from a market's perspective, they like this idea of a divided government and a potential president who has, a history of bipartisanship rather than what we were getting with President Trump. And the most ironic thing about that is, think about it, Jonathan. President Trump, Joshua, I was like, think about it. President Trump has used the stock market as his favorite report card to say how well he's doing.
Yeah.
And now look at the stock market soaring on the idea that Joe Biden might be our next president. Isn't that amazing?
It's wild. It's pretty wild. Looking back at the exit poll numbers, among the voters that we spoke to who said that the economy was their number one issue for how they voted for president, 82% of those voters who put the economy number one voted for President Trump. But of the voters who said coronavirus was their number one issue, 82% of them voted for Joe Biden. So it's interesting to see how the voters came down in terms of who they prefer, and then who the markets come down in terms of who they prefer. Although, of course, as we've said over and over, the markets are not the economy. They're one aspect of the economy. And with regard to that, I wonder what your thoughts are on Michigan. We saw Joe Biden do well in Wayne County, which is Detroit, in Oakland County, which is a suburb, which is just northwest of there, Macomb County, which is directly north of Detroit. That mostly went for President Trump. Washtenaw County, which is Ann Arbor, went for Joe Biden. What is your sense of how Michiganders in particular, with the array of economic issues that they're facing, felt in terms of how they cast their ballots this year?
I mean, it's across the board, depending on who you are and what your financial situation is. But one thing that you mentioned that I want to point out, and you and I have talked about this a lot, the stock market is not the economy. However, when you saw President Trump hold on to so many senior citizens' votes, and you thought, really, given how at risk they are for COVID, here's why. For senior citizens, many of them do look at the stock market as the economy, because their 401ks, their retirement accounts are what they live on. And they start to listen to the president when he says, look at the stock market performance. Without me, your 401k is gone. And while the president doesn't have a better track record than, let's say, Barack Obama when it comes to stock market performance or job creation, he's an extraordinary salesperson. And he has sold that argument to seniors, and it clearly worked.
I wonder what your sense is of where the markets go from here with the longer recount. I don't think it's going to shake the markets like crazy. I think it's shaking everyday people more than it's necessarily going to shake investors who are kind of in it for the long haul and who, as you said, are looking at the possibility of a divided government as, financially advantageous.
Well, financially advantageous because they're most likely not going to get smacked with a whole lot of regulation. Mitch McConnell isn't looking to regulate Wall Street. However, even though we saw markets really soar today, we didn't see high volume, meaning we didn't see that much trading actually happen. So for the most part, markets are climbing, but you're not seeing huge investment made because let's not forget, this race isn't over. We keep talking about this race, or we're watching people analyze it, like it's an autopsy. It's an autopsy. You can't do an autopsy unless someone's dead. This thing is not dead. There are so many states in play. So while the markets are following this trend towards Joe Biden and a divided government, you're not seeing many investors bet it all on blue or bet it all on red. They're actually pulling back because this really still can be anyone's game.
Very briefly, Stephanie, before I let you go, what's your sense of how the markets move in terms of where we stand with COVID? Mitch McConnell was reelected or projected to be reelected. He says reaching an economic stimulus deal was, in his words, job one when the Senate returns. So he seems inclined to move that forward now.
Listen, one of the biggest drags on the market over the last couple of weeks has been the fact, beyond just financial stimulus, we do not have a national plan, a federal plan to take on COVID. So the president or anyone else can say all day long, let's open the schools, let's open the bars, let's open the businesses. You cannot just open them without a massive program, without funding, without testing. So the big thing holding back the markets know until we actually have a plan to take this thing on, we're not going to get out from under this hole that we're in. And what's really sad is, think about all that the market lost already because COVID continues to spread. And we've already put trillions in stimulus in there, but we don't have a plan.
NBC senior business correspondent Stephanie Ruhle, also anchor on MSNBC weekdays at 9 a.m. Stephanie, good to see you as always. Thank you very much.
Great to see you.
Let's continue now with NBC's Monica Alba with the latest on the Trump campaign. Monica, what's the mood inside the campaign this afternoon, based partly on the vote totals that have come in and also based on the legal challenges that they've been talking about?
It's exactly that you mentioned, Joshua, where the focus seems to have shifted to the protracted legal strategy now, with the Trump campaign holding a press conference in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with the president's own personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, and other members of the president's family. They are going to be spelling out some legal action they are taking in the Commonwealth, and it comes on the heels of the news that they are also looking at taking legal action in Michigan and demanding a recount in Wisconsin, both states that, of course, this afternoon, NBC News has now projected for former Vice President Joe Biden. It really tells you a lot, Joshua, about where they are. They've been huddling at the campaign headquarters in Virginia, trying to plot the next steps in this strategy. We're told that has also involved Chief of Staff Mark Meadows and the president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, who've been trying to figure out when the public should hear from the president, if he's going to appear at all on camera today. He hasn't yet, but it's always possible that will happen in the next couple of hours. But they are very much focused on where this goes in the courts, as their path or potential for 270 just seems to become more narrow and narrow as we make these further calls. The Trump campaign had always felt more optimistic about the Sun Belt versus the Rust Belt. Of course, those three states were critical to his victory in 2016, but privately, campaign aides were quite worried about how the president would do in Michigan and Wisconsin. We're now understanding exactly why as we see this. But again, the Trump campaign remaining bullish that there could still be this path if they do indeed clinch Pennsylvania. And something that happened this afternoon that was completely striking and unusual is that the campaign is trying to call that state for themselves. Of course, NBC News has not projected that. And we should point out they're doing that prematurely. There are still more than 1 million votes that need to be counted in Pennsylvania, but it just gives you an insight into this battle. They want to make this last as long as possible, Joshua, trying to obscure what may be the former vice president's essential clinching of 270 in the next 24 to 48 hours. The Trump campaign saying they still see a path again, even though it appears to be a far more narrow one.
Yeah, the campaign is doing a news conference in Philadelphia now. Eric Trump said, among other things, we're going to win Pennsylvania, but they're trying to cheat us out of it, referred to absolute fraud, rampant corruption in the way that the count is taking place. They are suing over claims that they have been prevented from being full parties to the vote counting. Vote counting, again, as we've said, is a public process. You don't have to be part of a campaign or report. We don't have any special rights that you don't have in terms of watching how the democratic process works. You could go to your elections office and just stand and watch them count ballots. Perfectly legal. And frankly, I think they'd be happy to see you because they would like you to see how transparent the process is. But the Trump campaign is alleging that there are some access issues there. I made an error earlier. And Monica, I do want to ask you about the path to victory, but I mentioned earlier that the paths to victory for the president are narrowing. I was driving the Kornacki slightly off the road, and I was in the wrong direction a little bit. Currently, Joe Biden has about 9 paths to victory mathematically. Donald Trump has about 3 paths to victory, and there is one scenario under which they could actually come to a tie. Lord Jesus. But with regards to the paths to victory, Monica, what is the mood of the campaign in terms of what seems most likely for re-election?
So they do continue to be very optimistic about Pennsylvania. Of course, those 20 electoral votes would be key, but we are not prepared to call that yet. They're also making these claims. They see something in the numbers in Arizona that, quite frankly, we do not see, and other outlets have called that race. NBC News has not yet. They believe that by Friday, by the estimation of some of the president's closest campaign advisors, there could be a split decision here in Arizona, with that going toward the Trump campaign instead of the Biden campaign. Again, at NBC News, we have not verified that. It is too early to call just because of how close it is, and there's still a lot of the vote that's outstanding, but they are seeing something that they believe could tilt this in the direction of the president. Of course, that's a state they wanted to hold on to. It's really critical. We should point out that the former vice president has potentially been able to flip it, but something else this could also all come down to is the state of Nevada, which for weeks, the president's reelect effort has pointed out at signs that are encouraging to them. They thought they could potentially win it. Again, it's too early to call there, but that could be a state that this could all come down to. The Trump campaign still waiting to see what happens in Georgia, in North Carolina, and again, Pennsylvania. All eyes on that to see where this potential path could go. You're right, there's that scenario of a tie, I believe, if the former vice president ends up getting Georgia and if the president ends up getting Nevada. That, Joshua, is quite a scenario we won't even get to necessarily, though 2020 has taken us to places that, sure, why not, in an electoral college vote tie could be among them.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. It could happen. It could happen mathematically. It could happen if Joe Biden won Georgia and President Trump won everything else. Then that would bring them to a tie. That would probably also bring us to our knees. Lord help us. But it is mathematically possible. It is mathematically possible. I wonder also, before I let you go, whether there's been a reaction from the campaign in terms of some of the president's posts on social media. Twitter has marked quite a number of them, stating that they are, let me get the verbiage correct, that some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 that have been marked in just the last 15 hours. Any comment from the campaign on that?
No, Joshua. And what's notable is that now we're seeing Twitter actually flag some of the campaign's top surrogates and spokespeople's tweets as well, because they are making some of these same false claims about accusations of Democrats or others trying to steal the election when that is not accurate. There's no evidence to back that up. But the other place now where they're being flagged quite excessively is now you have even the White House press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, tweeting victory in Pennsylvania when, again, nobody has called that state for Donald Trump. Now Twitter labeling that is an incomplete picture, and people really need to be aware of that information in the coming days as we try to see, once we get that full picture, what it looks like.
Thank you, Monica. That's NBC's Monica Alba joining us from Washington. And since Monica mentioned Pennsylvania, let's head there now, where election officials are working to count, as Monica said, about 1 million ballots. It's a state where every single vote is going to play an important role in shaping the outcome of this election for either candidate. As we mentioned, Pennsylvania currently is too early to call, leaning toward President Trump. Joining us now is MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing. She joins us live from the state capitol in Harrisburg. Chris, run down for us what's at stake for both of these campaigns in Pennsylvania. It seems like as we get closer with the vote count, Pennsylvania just gets more and more and more important.
And we were talking about this for months, right? That it could come down to Pennsylvania, 20 electoral votes, which would be decisive right now for Joe Biden. Look, the race has been tightening today, and we've seen a lot of activity on both sides. We heard Joe Biden saying just a short time ago, he thinks he can win. He's seeing the very strong numbers, winning 78% of those mail-in ballots, and they continue to come in. We have some new numbers in Allegheny County, which is around Pittsburgh. They just got 2 new big mail drops, about 25,000 more ballots there. They still have a lot to count there, about 111,000 ballots. They're still got to go through the machines in Allegheny. And then the all-important area around Philadelphia, where they still have about 120,000 votes to count. The reason Joe Biden was sounding so positive about Pennsylvania when he spoke just a short time ago is because those are areas that favor him. And again, the mail-in ballots favor him. They like that combination, Joshua.
Chris, can you talk to us about what's going on where you are? Looks like some people are demonstrating or protesting. What's that behind you?
Yeah, it's actually a little more like a party spirit, to be honest with you. This is a rally to make sure every vote counts. And it is such an interesting contrast between the way Biden folks are handling this and the way the Trump folks are handling this, you know, tweeting what is not true, that the president has won Pennsylvania. Here, they're reflecting what we've heard both from the campaign, from the governor, and from the Secretary of State here, which is that they want every vote to count. What we have heard over the last 24 hours here is be patient. We're going to take our time. We're going to make sure every vote gets counted. And that means it's not going to happen today like Wisconsin. There's not going to be a call like in Michigan, because those votes will continue to come in until 5 o'clock on Friday. And because of the numbers involved here, those 20 electoral votes, reams of lawyers have descended. By one estimate, about 500 different lawyers. And we've seen those lawsuits already starting to be filed on both the state and federal level. You were talking about this a little earlier, a way for Team Trump to maybe drag this out a little bit. But what we're hearing from election officials all across Pennsylvania is they're working 24/7. They would like to get this count done quickly, but accurately and fairly. What I'm hearing from a lot of the county commissioners is they think a reasonable expectation is that a majority of the votes will be counted by Friday. But again, they'll still be having some of those mail-in ballots coming in.
What's your sense of, I don't know how much you've gotten a chance to talk to everyday people today, but what's your sense of just the mood of people on the street in terms of how they feel being the center of the political universe? I remember how it felt for me as a Floridian back in 2000 with everyone kind of looking at us, wondering if we knew how to vote. That was fun. What's the mood in Pennsylvania and Harrisburg among folks right now?
Yeah. I mean, first of all, let's say that this is a state capital, so it's a pretty political town, right? And I don't think that anybody would misunderstand if I said there was a sense of angst, stress, disbelief on the part of a lot of folks out there as they were watching the results come in, even though they had been told that it could come down to something like what we're seeing now, that this is a very different kind of election in a time of COVID. These mail-in ballots were going to take time to count, and indeed they have. But certainly here, they've seemed to make that turn, at least on the Democratic side. Union, a bunch of progressive groups, again, Joe Biden supporters, just all coming out. They're going to have speeches. But basically, I think it's really a show of support. There's been a lot of activity against the Secretary of State here, who's a Democrat, against the governor, who's a Democrat. And what they're saying is let the process work, which is what we've heard, again, from Joe Biden. I don't think you can take out of any of that the fact that he sounded a little more optimistic when you see some of the reaction here, Joshua.
Thank you, Chris. Much appreciated. That's MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansen joining us from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Much more to cover as we go on, but as we close in on the end of this hour, let's take a minute to just catch our breath and look back over the last 24 plus hours at some of the sights and the sounds of Decision 2020.
It is Tuesday. It is election morning 2020 at long last.
It's all over but the voting.
This meant so much to me that I woke up at 3:30 this morning.
We've already seen that this morning. Here's a live look at voting lines across the country. Just a snapshot of what's already going on at this early hour.
I think we're going to have a great night, and we're going to have, much more importantly, we're going to have a great 4 years.
Thank you. Deep breaths. It's going to be a long day and a long night.
Vice President Joe Biden arriving at St. Joseph's Church in Wilmington, Delaware, and moving through the graveyard where rests his son, Beau Biden, who died 5.5 years ago of cancer.
Winning is easy. Losing is never easy. Not for me, it's not.
In New Hampshire, it looks like Joe Biden will win. We project him as the winner. And as we come up on the midnight hour, a big call now for President Trump in the state of Ohio. NBC News projects that Trump will win Ohio and take its 18 electoral votes.
I have never seen the country as deeply and sharply divided as it is now.
It's kind of a jump ball at this moment.
Look, Hugh Hewitt said it. He said coin flip. I think that's where I'm at right now. I'm not ready to say I think I know anything about what we thought Wisconsin and Michigan do. A lot of that early vote we still get counting.
We've got a big call to make. It's official now. NBC projects Florida goes to President Donald Trump. We've been watching this all night. We've been very careful, but this is going to go into the Trump column, an absolute must win for him.
We've got a call in Minnesota. NBC News projects that Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota 10 electoral votes.
It's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
The outcome is not certain at this hour, and that both candidates are very much in this race. So there's no reason to say anything other than that. We have got an electoral battle going on right now with a lot of votes left to be counted.
The president went to the East Room and did something that we've never seen before in American history, which was an American president falsely claiming a victory in a presidential election that he has not earned.
It's been a roller coaster all night. During and soon after the president's remarks, we saw the futures market take a serious dive because what's really important is to trust the process and follow the process.
Good morning. No decision 2020. The presidential race still up for grabs with millions of votes being counted in crucial battleground states.
The mantra used to be Florida, 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 but that has clearly changed. And there's a very good chance this entire election could come down to what's happening here in Pennsylvania.
Biden has the lead in the tabulation in Arizona, in Nevada, in Wisconsin, and in Michigan.
Well, look, as we were telling you, as we would see very slowly, some of these numbers come in Michigan for the first time. Well, he didn't do it yesterday, so it's the first time Joe Biden now leads in Michigan. He's pulled ahead. Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Maine, we think there's going to be some action.
Let's put it up here. I think NBC News is now projecting Joe Biden is the apparent winner in the state of Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes. That was an important prize in the Democrats' blue wall. So again, NBC News projecting that Joe Biden, the apparent winner of Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The winds fanning these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. Weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
There are millions of votes yet to be counted.
I think it's still a marathon, and the finish line actually hasn't been crossed until all the votes are counted.
Every legal vote in Georgia will count.
Every vote that is legitimately cast and is good, it gets counted.
The election workers here behind me, they have not gotten a wink of sleep. I've met people with Band-Aids on their fingers because of the paper cuts.
It's the day after election, and now we have to wait 4 days to find out who won. I think that's absolutely absurd.
The Trump campaign is now announcing that they will request a recount in Wisconsin.
We've had a recount before, and it showed that we have a really good process.
Just sit back and wait, I guess, and we don't have any choice but to wait, right?
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching special election coverage on NBC News Now. How's everybody doing? The last polls closed about 16 hours ago, but the White House still hanging in the balance. Here's where things stand right now. According to our NBC News projections, both candidates are still several states away from getting to 270 electoral votes. NBC News projecting Joe Biden as the winner in Michigan. That puts him at 253. President Trump at 214. We are watching the battleground states that are either too too close to call or too early to call. Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, and Arizona, those states will determine the outcome of this election. Joe Biden says he is optimistic about his path to 270, but President Trump could still win this race. Trump claiming a premature victory overnight. Today, he's asking for a recount in Wisconsin and filing legal action in Michigan and Pennsylvania. Now, over on Capitol Hill, the Democrats will keep control of the House, but they have a shrinking chance of taking a majority in the Senate. There are still a few Senate races to watch, though. In Georgia, one special election will go to a runoff. The other race, still too close to call. Arizona, still too early to call. North Carolina, also too close to call. We will get into all of those races coming up in just a bit. Our NBC News correspondents are in the battleground states where the votes are still being counted. The final vote count in this historic election could still take days. So let's dig into the numbers at this hour. NBC News political editor Carrie Dan is here. Carrie, I will let you pick. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Where do you want to start?
Well, so let's start it this way. Let's kind of start in the Southeast and we can move around sort of counterclockwise. Okay?
Love it.
So in the last hour, NBC News called Michigan for Joe Biden. That probably puts Biden within, as a projection, probably puts Biden within about one or two of these states. So starting with Georgia in the Southeast there. In Georgia, Trump has a lead of about 1.6 percentage points. We're classifying that race as too close to call in Georgia. The outstanding vote there is about 200,000 ballots, we think. And the reason that the Biden camp is optimistic about that, they think that those votes are mostly coming from suburban Atlanta. That's an area, it's very diverse, it's very affluent. It's the kind of suburban area that has been favorable to Biden and to Democrats, not only this cycle, but in 2018 as well. They're hoping they've got enough vote there to close that gap. Now, in North Carolina, President Trump has a slight lead. We are characterizing that race as too close to call. We are waiting on mail ballots there. They can be received as late as next week. So we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to wait to get our arms around exactly what those ballots look like. This is a state that's looking favorable for President Trump right now. But Trump's problem is, even if he wins here, he's still going to be falling short of that 270 number. Now, going kind of north, let's go to Pennsylvania. It's too early to call. And this is sort of the center of the political universe right now, because Donald Trump has an advantage of somewhere around 5.5 points. But Biden thinks that he can make that difference up with the vote that is still out in Democratic areas in the state, areas like around Philadelphia and around Pittsburgh. Now, earlier today, Joe Biden said they're winning 78% of the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania so far. He thinks that's enough to make up the gap. The Trump campaign argues they still think that they have enough to offset those gains from Joe Biden. And my colleague, Chris Jansing, actually says that count could take until Friday. So we've got a little bit of time there as well. Now, going over to the West, let's talk about Nevada. That's a race that is too close to call. We're waiting on votes from Clark County, a favorable area for Democrats. This is looking good for Joe Biden, but still we cannot make a projection there at this time. And then in Arizona, too early to call. We're waiting on a chunk of Maricopa County. That's a really key part of the state. About 2/3 of the vote comes from there, and we're just waiting on those votes. Now, one more state that I want to talk about is Wisconsin. We call Biden there today. NBC News calls him the apparent winner. Now, NBC projects that a candidate has won that race. That's Joe Biden, but the results are so close that the outcome could depend on a potential recount. And the Trump campaign has requested a recount in that key state of Wisconsin. I will note there have been statewide recounts in Wisconsin before that have not significantly changed the vote outcome or even the number. It's only by a couple hundred. And so some of the state officials there are saying the margin might be too much for Trump to change very much there. Now, Biden has said in the last hour that his campaign believes that they have a good path to 270, and the Trump campaigns is very, very narrow. If you look at that map, they really have to run the table. They have to hold Georgia. They have to hold North Carolina. They'd have to win in Pennsylvania, and they would have to pick up one of those remaining states, either Arizona or Nevada. Now, they've launched a host of some legal challenges in a variety of these states, including Pennsylvania, that recount I mentioned in Wisconsin and Michigan. They say they're going to take every measure to make sure that every legal ballot is counted. But at this hour, Joe Biden's path looks like he only needs to pick up 1 or 2 of these remaining states. Trump's path is quite a bit more narrow.
So, Carrie, I have to ask on behalf of our viewers, for people who went to bed last night and thought, I can't believe this isn't over yet, for people who are sitting here at a little after 5 Eastern thinking, oh my gosh, it's almost dinner time a day later. Am I going to go to bed tonight and not know who the next president of the United States will be? What does this evening look like for people? What do the next couple of days look like for people? What kind of expectations should they reasonably be setting here?
Well, we know that in the key state of Pennsylvania, it's probably going to take until Friday to count all of those votes. In North Carolina, it's going to take until next week to count those. Now, we're still waiting on Nevada, which we think we're going to see tomorrow morning. Arizona, the timing is a little bit unclear here. So I think it's probably a good bet that there's going to be some uncertainty going into the evening. Now, I will note, though, that it is not that much of a surprise to political watchers on both sides of the aisle that this process is taking long. A lot of folks, both Republicans and Democrats, were warning going into yesterday and weeks before that this might take a long time. Yeah. That's because there are these mail ballots because of the pandemic. There's an unprecedented number of mail and early ballots, including in states that have never processed anything like this before. So both sides had been saying, look, this might take a while. Be prepared to be patient. The fact it's taking this long is not a huge surprise. But at the same time, I bet the Biden campaign sure wishes this thing had been over last night. And we weren't still sitting here today.
I'm sure they do. And Carrie, you said it. I mean, just anecdotally, I've been getting texts from family and friends over the last 24 hours saying, what the heck is going on? And when I say to them, this is not abnormal. We were expecting this. We were not expecting to have all of the answers. They question me. They ask if I'm crazy, because we had known that the process might play out like this, given that it's a pandemic, given that so many people are mailing in ballots. But I think it's still hard for a lot of people to wrap their brains around going to bed on election night and not knowing who the next president will be.
That's absolutely true. And I think for Democrats, too, there had been a hope that they were going to have a big night in the Senate and in the House. That did not pan out. So they were a little bit demoralized last night because of that, not only because there wasn't a decisive election night win for Joe Biden, as many of them had hoped, but they also appear to be at a disadvantage now. They thought that they were going to have a very clear shot at getting a Senate majority. That to now has not panned out, although we're still waiting for a couple of races. And they've been losing actually some incumbent Democrat House seats that they had hoped to hang on to and to grow their majority there. So for Democrats, I think last night was a rough night that way. And waking up this morning and going through this kind of chaotic day with a lot of vote counting and a lot of uncertainty it's a tough place for both campaigns to be. And you're seeing Republicans trying everything that they can. They say that the Trump campaign says they're looking at every option to make sure all the votes are counted. But there's a lot legally that they're trying to do that at least so far isn't getting a lot of great reception from the legal community. So it's gonna take a couple of days to work all of this out.
Well, Carrie, I'm going to let you go because I know you have a lot more numbers to run through. But before I do, before we go, and I know you'll be coming back to us again in later hours, but before I let you go, if you had to sort of characterize where we are right now in a sentence or two, what would you say to folks to just kind of break it down in simplest terms?
I think something unexpected will have to happen, which of course this whole campaign has been very unexpected. Right now, Joe Biden has the clearest shot to winning a couple of these states that he is favored in if something very unexpected happens, or if the Trump campaign is able to launch a legal complaint against one of these in one of these states that slows the ballot or somehow changes it. But right now, I think Joe Biden, you'd much rather be Joe Biden than be Donald Trump right now.
All right, Carrie, Dan, thank you so much for walking us through where we are right now. We'll catch up with you in a little bit.
All right, great.
Joe Biden addressing his supporters in Wilmington, Delaware in the last hour with running mate Kamala Harris by his side. Here he is.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that the majority will grow. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America.
Joe Biden, now the projected winner of Michigan. He picks up 16 electoral votes there. Michigan saw record-breaking voter turnout. That is, of course, where we find NBC News Now reporter Dasha Burns. She is in Grand Rapids, Michigan, her home away from home. Dasha, this was an incredibly close race. Biden won by about a point. We have been watching this state so closely over the last 24 or so hours. Tell us more about the turnout there and how that played into Biden's narrow victory here.
Allison, so good to see you awake and well in the middle of this long journey of an election that we have here. A record turnout here in the state of Michigan. 5.3 million votes, the majority of those cast by mail. The last record here in Michigan was in 2008, around 5 million total turnout, of course, for Barack Obama when Joe Biden was also on the ticket. But despite the race being called for president, Allison, here the votes are still being counted. I'm in a center here in Grand Rapids with 58,000 absentee votes here right now, and they are going to be counting until they've gotten through every last one of them. Take a look behind me here. These people have been working since 7 a.m. yesterday. They are getting close here. Some of the final ballots getting tabulated. We've been watching this process. And of course, we've talked about the patience, Allison. It's a slow process. It's methodical. We've given you an inside look at this before. Take a look here. These folks sitting near the computer, they have been working on a process that also takes quite a bit of time. It's called adjudication, where they look at any ballots, whether they have an ink stain, a coffee stain, any sort of stray marks. They work together to decide what the voters' intention is. And they've got Democratic and Republican challengers working together on that process. So Democrats and Republicans have access to oversee how this piece of it works. I'm going to bring you over this way with me. Can see there are a whole lot of them. So we are getting close, and we are looking at pretty shortly, hopefully, getting results out of the city of Grand Rapids. Now, Allison, we've talked about Kent County a lot over the past year. This has been traditionally a Republican stronghold. Right now, Kent County numbers show Donald Trump ahead by about 12,000 votes, but 58,000 votes are sitting here right now. So once Grand Rapids is called, once those votes get delivered, that race is going to shift. And that's what we've been seeing across the state of Michigan and across the country. I just need to remind our viewers that what's happened in the race here in Michigan, this is pretty much what we expected. We've said many times in our reporting, it's likely that on election night and election morning, the race will look a certain way. And then once the absentee votes from some of these big metro areas start coming in, that race is going to shift. And that is what we've seen happen. So now Joe Biden is the projected winner. We are still waiting, though, on the results from this key Senate race here. Gary Peters and John James still neck and neck right now. And the ballots here in this room right now, they could potentially make a big difference in that race as well, Allison.
All right, Dasha Burns in Kent County, Michigan. We were quick to say yesterday you might not be there for much longer. Still, you're home away from home. You're still there, but it looks like things are wrapping up at least.
The clock's ticking, Allison.
Thanks, Dash. And joining me now, Axios political reporter Steph Kite and Politico Playbook's Anna Palmer. Anna and Steph, we've just been talking about Biden's win in Michigan. It, of course, gets him closer to 270, but Pennsylvania is still outstanding. So this race is down to the wire for both campaigns. Steph, let me start with you. The win in Michigan, how do you characterize where we are right now?
Yeah, that was certainly an important state for Joe Biden to win, and it definitely makes it more likely that he will pull this off to 270. We're still waiting for some key state results to turn out. We're still watching for official results out of, Nevada and Arizona, Pennsylvania, as you mentioned, but winning Michigan and Wisconsin were really critical for Joe Biden, having a few paths to that 270.
Anna, your take on where we are right now. We've been saying throughout that this is not over, but the path certainly seems to be a little bit easier for Joe Biden at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think, as Carrie Dan said, Democrats were really depressed last night. They hoped for a sweep in a way that didn't occur. And right now, there's been kind of this slow, methodical plotting today of Joe Biden coming back. This Michigan call is huge, obviously, for him. Wisconsin was huge for the Biden campaign. There's still a ways to go, but he certainly has more pathways and appears to be closer than the Trump campaign, which, you can always tell when a campaign's down and out when they start looking at legal ramifications. They talk about recounts. They're not actually just talking about getting the votes counted.
Yeah, legal action isn't usually the first step you take. It tends to be when your back is against the wall. Anna, I know we've been talking a bit throughout the day about how many of us in the media or political analysts did expect that this process would take a little bit. We were not expecting to go to bed last night and necessarily have a winner. Anything, though, over the last 24 to 36 hours that has been particularly surprising to you?
Yeah, I think we all expected this case scenario, right? And I think tried to really get people ready for it, to say, hey, there's a lot of these states, Pennsylvania in particular, that aren't going to be doing any of their counting early. I do think what's happening in Nevada and kind of how actually slow it has been, we're not going to even have an update until tomorrow. It has been a little bit
What's up, guys? I just got back from work.
What we're seeing in North Carolina, just in terms of
Bro, this is wild, man. Let me drop the link. Whoever wants to come in and they want to chime in, you're welcome to do so. This is ridiculous.
Maybe for the next couple of days,
man.
But this could drag on for at least several days, if not a couple of weeks, when things are actually all certified, all the legal challenges are kind of finalized, and we'll really see who actually wins.
Steph, anything shocking or surprising to you, whether it came from the candidates themselves or how the results have been coming in?
I think you're right that we did expect for this to take some time. And I think, some states have been surprising to me based on my conversations with officials and Secretary of State offices in North Carolina, in Georgia. I think I was expecting to have results a little bit quicker out of those states. Similarly in Nevada, I think that the length of time that we're looking at now is a little bit surprising. But again, going into this, we knew that there were going to be issues with some states moving to mass mail-in ballots. Many of these states without very much experience with that. So we were expecting that. I think seeing how the Trump campaign is reacting to litigation so soon is something that we were prepared for, but certainly something we're keeping an eye on to see where that goes. Of course, they're claiming that they're looking good in Pennsylvania, but also joining in litigation there.
All right, you can see it on the map. Biden 253, Trump 214, but we still have a handful of states in the gray. We need to figure out which way those will go. Steph and Anna, thank you both so much for being with us. Stick around. We will come back to you a little bit later in the hour. Right now, the race in Pennsylvania is still too early to call. Governor Tom Wolf stressing that votes are still being counted, and we might not have the final results today. We might not have them tomorrow. NBC News correspondent Rahema Ellis is in Philadelphia tonight. MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg. Chris, first to you, the ballots can be counted in Pennsylvania until 5 p.m. on Friday, as long as they are postmarked on or before Election Day. So what's the latest on the vote count there and the timing?
Yeah, they're continuing to come in. I keep in touch with election officials, county commissioners all around the state. There seems to be kind of a consensus that Friday is reasonable. Certainly, they're continuing to count, not just count the votes, but collect those votes. I think in Allegheny County, and I'm sure Rahima will talk about this, 2 new batches came in just today. Let me show you, though, what's going on behind me, because it's getting dark here, but it's beautiful on the steps of the Capitol here in Harrisburg. Every vote counts. Everyone counts. This is a rally essentially supporting Joe Biden, supporting the Secretary of State, who's been under fire. There have been calls for her resignation from Republicans, and the governor, all of who have said, let's take it nice and easy. Let's make sure that we're doing this exactly the way it needs to get done. No questions about the legitimacy of this process. In fact, listen to what the governor had to say just a little earlier today.
Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. Every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election.
I've lost my IFB, so I don't hear you. But presumably you played what the governor had to say, Allison. Again, I think one of the things that is such a stark contrast between the Republicans and the Democrats is this rush that we're hearing from the Republicans. We already saw today members of the Trump team tweeting that they had won Pennsylvania, which of course is not true. Again, draw the contrast to what we're seeing behind us, what we're hearing from the governor and Joe Biden. But here we are, where we said we very well might be from several months ago, that it could all come down to Pennsylvania, the 20 electoral votes looking like even more of a prize tonight than they have been before. Allison, and sorry I can't hear you.
And no apologies necessary, Chris, picking up without missing a beat. So let's go over to Rahima. Rahima, Trump campaign officials and some of the president's lawyers are in Philadelphia. What have they said about the legal action they are taking, planning to take there in Pennsylvania?
Allison, what they're saying is that they want to stop the counting of those ballots. They claim that they're being done illegally, that they're not allowing Republican representatives to see what's going on. They say that that's in violation of what voters' rights are, that there should be a transparent process. What the state says is essentially bring on the lawsuit. They've been talking that they were expecting that there would be challenges to this counting. And they feel so confident that they would win such a challenge because of what's going on in this building behind me. This is actually what some people have been calling a counting factory. Here in Philadelphia, they are counting all of those mail-in ballots that are coming in this center. In addition, they are allowing people to see what's going on. There's even a camera inside that is streaming video of the count while it's underway. In addition, there are independent certified poll watchers who are inside. Authorities say that they also have inside of this building certified Republican as well as Democrat representatives who are certified as poll watchers to keep a look over what's going on. So they are ready to respond to any challenge from the Trump campaign, and they dispute any accusation that this process may not be transparent. They said, you can see it. Clearly, you can see it. Allison?
Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia, Chris Jansing in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, still very much in play tonight. Thank you both so very much.
Sure thing.
Millions of votes still need to be counted. Both President Trump and Joe Biden waiting to see who's heading to Inauguration Day and who is going home. They might not know for days. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is in Wilmington, Delaware, tracking the Biden campaign, of course. And for the latest on the Trump campaign, NBC News political reporter Monica Alba. Mike, we'll start with you. We heard Joe Biden taking a different approach, a very different approach than President Trump in his speech today. Tell us more about what Joe Biden had to say and what the mood is like in his campaign.
Yeah, Allison, for the Biden campaign, it's all about trying to set the tone. We saw Joe Biden last night, the first one to come out and speak to the public, only briefly into the parking lot behind me to the assembled cars for the drive-in election night, to say he was confident that when the votes would be counted, that he was in a strong position, but otherwise heading off the stage rather quickly. Today, a little bit of a longer speech in which he did a number of things. One, he said, I'm not here to declare victory, but then he ticked off state by state what was falling in his favor, what he expected still to come. The clear indication of those remarks being he was going to be the next president of the United States. But more than anything, he struck a very clear contrast with President Trump to say that he was going to unite the country, saying especially now we need to not look at each other as enemies, and that he would be a president for all Americans. Now, this is all coming as, of course, the Biden campaign is preparing for what we're seeing on the Trump campaign side, which is a legal fight to stop the vote counting in Pennsylvania. Bob Bauer, a top lawyer for the Biden campaign, said earlier today that if you notice, you won't see Donald Trump at the Supreme Court, despite what he said last night. He said if and when he goes to the Supreme Court, based on the word specious is a word he used a lot on this call. I didn't go to law school, but I don't think it was a compliment. The claims that he was making for why the Supreme Court might intervene in this case, he said that president would suffer the most embarrassing defeat of any president before the highest court in the land. So confidence that as we see more states, Wisconsin and Michigan, the latest falling for Biden, that they are on the path to 270, but also getting ready for a war of words, the public battle with the Trump campaign about whether and how these votes should continue to be counted.
Mike, I didn't go to law school either, but yeah, specious is definitely not used as a compliment, that's for sure. Monica, the president falsely claiming victory overnight before all the results were in, saying he's heading to the Supreme Court over ballot counting. Take a listen.
I love your music. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
Monica, what is the Trump campaign strategy tonight, and how has it changed today? It seems like it's gone from victorious overnight to litigious this evening.
That's a great way to put it, Allison. And we just got some breaking news in, which is that the White House has declared a travel photo lid, meaning we don't expect to see the president on camera in any capacity today. We've only really heard from him on his Twitter feed throughout the afternoon, making a lot of claims that the social media company has had to label as misleading or false. The president just in the last 20 minutes or so declaring himself the victor in certain states that, of course, haven't been called yet, certainly not by NBC News or other organizations, because they're simply too close to call. But you're right, Allison. Overnight, the president wanted to project some optimism. He even said the words that we have won this election, again, despite millions of votes still being counted in key battleground states. And then throughout the course of the day, it turned to a much more protracted legal strategy. Now, with the Trump campaign unveiling some new legal action in key states like Michigan, like Pennsylvania, and NBC News obviously called Michigan and Wisconsin both for former Vice President Joe Biden Midwestern states that would have been important to a path to 270, but that Trump campaign aides were not feeling so optimistic about in recent weeks. Now we are learning why. So the Trump campaign now just seeing a very, very narrow path. It still exists, but a lot of things need to go their way in order for that to happen. So that's why you see them focusing on the actual court battles and what may take place in the days to come, putting the focus on that. But again, we can't stress enough, Allison, it's really just been a lot of misinformation from the president, his top aides and surrogates on Twitter this afternoon about where they see themselves in this race.
Monica, I mean, outwardly, President Trump has seemed pretty confident, or at least he did overnight. What are your sources telling you about the vibe within the campaign, for lack of a better word? And aside from legal action, do we have a sense of what they see as their best chance of getting to 270? I mean, are they just praying for Pennsylvania at this point?
They are definitely relying on the Keystone State and all the efforts they poured into it. They think that they still do have a good chance of succeeding there, but really they need everything else to also go in their favor. So they would need to also win Georgia, for example. There's been discussion earlier this month about whether the Trump campaign could flip Nevada. That's something I'm told they're still thinking is possible, but it's too early to call. And then the other major state that Trump campaign officials have been talking about all day today is Arizona, which some networks have called world for former Vice President Joe Biden. NBC News has not projected that yet, but the Trump campaign claims that could shift in their direction. So we're waiting to see a lot more of the vote come in later today that could help dictate that and frame this picture in a better sense. But I have to tell you, Allison, today the Trump campaign aides mostly huddled and talked about their legal strategy. But you had the chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and then the president's son-in-law and senior advisor, Jared Kushner, also over there trying to just figure out how to present this to the public. I think it's quite notable that we're not going to hear from the president today on camera. Maybe they felt that his speech overnight actually was more problematic, given the fact that many of the president's Republican allies said they were even distressed by his comments and really prematurely claiming that victory when there's still a big picture left to develop here, Allison.
All right, Monica Alba with the Trump campaign, Mike Memley with the Biden campaign, an election that is still very much not over tonight. Thank you both.
Thanks, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala, Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient, you're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Some voters in the battleground states shocked by how this election is playing out, coming down to just over a point in Michigan, barely a point in Wisconsin. Here's what they think this tight race says about our country.
I try not to put my personal feelings in it. It's going to be what it's going to be, honestly. And I'm just going to hope for the best. I'm being hopeful. I'm going to be hopeful in reference to whoever wins. If Donald Trump wins, hopefully he'll do some things differently than Joe Biden. So if Joe Biden wins, hopefully he'll do some better things than Donald Trump has done. So we'll just see what the outcome is going to be. And I just hope that whoever gets in that office that they will do right by the people.
I want Trump to win so badly because I think our country is going to go downhill fast with Biden. He just doesn't do things like they should be done. He has no courage to go ahead with things that need to be done.
I just don't understand this country at all. It should have been a clear victory for Joe Biden. It will be, I believe, but the fact that so many people supported the man who did not lead us during the coronavirus is outrageous.
I voted for Biden, but the most important issues to me as a nation right now is I feel like all of us are we're trying to bounce back far as wise financially. So whoever can, help us recover financially, that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Wisconsin is important, and we were looking really good, I think, for a while, up until kind of earlier this morning. We started looking like it's going more Biden.
They shouldn't be close like that. So, well, that's Donald Trump, so we have to deal with it. That's our president.
North Carolina still too close to call tonight, with 95% of the vote in. Donald Trump leading by a razor-thin margin, but could take several more days to finish the total vote count. NBC News correspondent Tremaine Lee is in Greensboro, North Carolina, outside the headquarters of the Guilford County Election Commission. Tremaine, you've been speaking with election officials there. What's the latest on the vote count, the timing here? What are they telling you?
Allison, as you mentioned, 95% of the vote is already in, but there's only tens of thousands of votes that separate Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Even with that, election officials say it will be quite some time before we have a true count. That's because 117,000 absentee mail-in ballots have yet to make their way back to the courthouses like behind me, where those ballots will be tallied. But behind me, again, there's 2,500 alone, and they expect that number to rise. Now, they won't count these ballots until November 12th. So as long as you got your mail-in ballot postmarked and sent by Election Day, 5 p.m., you have until November 12th to get them to the courthouse where they will be counted. So it's been so tight. There's a lot of anxiety here on the ground because, again, this is a swing state and it's just so close. But hopefully by the 12th or maybe 13th, election officials say we might have a true count.
The 12th or maybe the 13th. All right, folks, we'll hang on a little bit longer. Tremaine, I know earlier you were speaking with voters outside the Woolworth building. It is famous for its lunch counter sit-in back in 1960. It's now the International Civil Rights Center and Museum. What were people telling you? What's their reaction to the election and what we're seeing in this country so far?
Allison, that Woolworth has played such an important role in not just civil rights history, but American history. That's where 4 young men who were students at North Carolina A&T University staged a sit-in, which really sparked a nationwide movement. And when you talk to folks today, they see a clear line between what folks are pushing for today and what they fought for, including this election. It wasn't just Donald Trump and Joe Biden on the ticket. There was racial justice on the ticket. There was full justice for American citizens on the ticket. But let's hear from their mouths what they had to say about that.
If they want to change racism, it's going to take everyone as a whole, This is just like a football team or a basketball team. Not just one player can win the game, but he can put up a lot of points to put his team in position to win the game. But you need the whole team to win the game. So us as a nation, we need our whole nation to change in order for us to make change.
We need our whole nation. One man, one election won't make a difference. But that young man said it's important for all of us to come together. And that's what is concerning a lot of people. Here in Greensboro, which is in Guilford County, leans Democratic, many black voters, similar to Raleigh and similar to Durham. But they do wonder what's happening in the more rural red counties, what's happening in some of the suburbs. There is a level of disappointment. But again, per election officials, we won't have a true count until maybe next Thursday or Friday. So for many, especially those polling for Joe Biden, there's still hope. Allison?
All right, Tremaine Lee in North Carolina, where it still could be some time before we have final results. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring back our panelists, Steph Kite, a political reporter at Axios, and Anna Palmer, a senior Washington correspondent for Politico. Anna, let me begin with you. There are about 117,000 outstanding absentee ballots in North Carolina, according to the state's Board of Election. President Trump leading by less than 100,000 votes. How much of an impact could those outstanding ballots have? What are you expecting there?
Yeah, I mean, certainly it's going to have an impact in terms of how much the president numbers actually end up. It's a big number, though, to make up when you look at 117,000 outstanding ballots. He's down by 76,000. That would be a pretty significant number of those ballots that would have to go to Joe Biden. Certainly, for Democrats, still hope, but they aren't counting on this. We aren't hearing today when you're talking about Joe Biden's pathway to 270. There's not a lot of talk about North Carolina.
Steph, we still have not called races in a couple of key battleground states, but Biden is, as we've been telling everyone, leading in the electoral vote count at 253. We know President Trump won North Carolina in 2016. How critical would you say this state is in his path to 270? He's at 214 right now, as you can see there on the graphic.
Yeah, North Carolina will be a pretty important state for Trump to hold on to. Of course, Joe Biden does not need North Carolina, like Anna was saying, and there are plenty of paths to victory for Joe Biden without the state. But it is an important state for President Trump to hold on to if he's going to have a shot at 270. Again, it's looking more likely for Biden at this point to get there, but there are still some outstanding questions. We're still waiting for final results from Arizona and Nevada and, of course, Pennsylvania. But North Carolina will certainly be critical for Trump.
Anna, let's talk about the Senate race for a moment. Too close to call, but Republican Senator Thom Tillis narrowly leading Democrat Cal Cunningham. Democrats just aren't seeing the blue wave they hoped for in the Senate. They really haven't expanded much in Congress in 2020. Why do you think that they failed to meet those expectations?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think Senate Democrats had an abysmal night last night. They were hoping to not only, win this seat in North Carolina, but really be able to flip the Senate. This is the third cycle, and that bears repeating, the third cycle that Democrats have not been able to gain a majority in the Senate. Cal Cunningham was a must win for them in North Carolina in order for them to take the majority. Obviously, when you look at what happened with Susan Collins winning in Maine, with Daines winning in Montana, there was a lot of these races that the polling was just wildly off, and Democrats had so much money to spend in a lot of these races that they just were unable to convert wins at the end of the day. And so I think there's going to be a lot of soul searching among Democrats about maybe where their messaging was, where they were spending, what the impact was that they didn't have a strong ground game because of the pandemic. But going forward, I do think you're going to have a lot of soul searching.
All right, Steph, Anna, stay with us. We'll be checking back in with you in a little bit. Donald Trump, the projected winner in Florida, beating Joe Biden 51.2% to 47.8%. Trump's ability to court Latino voters, particularly in Miami-Dade County, gave him a boost. Alicia Menendez is the host of MSNBC's American Voices. She has more on the Latino vote from Miami, Florida.
Allison, we talked a lot about the diversity of the Latino vote that was on full display last night. I'll start here in Florida, where we are. To be clear, a majority of Latino voters in Florida broke for Joe Biden, unlike, let's say, senior voters in Florida or white college-educated voters in Florida who broke for Donald Trump. The reason we ended up talking about Latino voters here in Florida is because some of those eye-popping numbers we saw coming out of Miami-Dade, where you saw Donald Trump making inroads, overperforming among Cuban voters and some other elements of this electorate. So all of that contributed not only to Donald Trump winning the state, but also to Republicans being able to flip two key congressional seats. You then go over to Arizona, and it is a very different story. Latino voters there breaking for Joe Biden 2-1. That is a fight that has been 10 years in the making, ever since the introduction of SB 1070, the Show Me Your Papers law, anti-immigrant legislation. There has been organizing of the Latino community by the Latino community for the last 10 years, and you saw that bear out in the votes coming out of Arizona last night. So you take Arizona as a counterweight to what you saw in Florida, and what emerges as a much more dynamic, complex electorate than we often talk about. I'll finish with this thought, which is Texas. We heard a lot about Texas. What you ended up seeing was Joe Biden overperforming in urban centers, Dallas, Houston, with Latino voters, and actually underperforming Hillary Clinton's number somewhere like the Rio Grande Valley. So it was a very fluid, interesting evening, and both parties are going to have a lot of questions, a lot of introspection coming out of this election as it relates to the Latino vote. Allison?
All right, we promised we'd bring them back, and here they are, our panel. Steph, let's go to you first here. As Alicia reported, within this diverse Latino electorate in Florida, Cuban voters really favored Trump. According to the NBC News exit poll of the early and election day voters, 56% of Cuban voters supported Trump. What do you make of that divide? What would you say the winning message was to Cuban voters to go for President Trump?
You know, I think one of the winning messages, or one of the messages that I think the Trump campaign will say was effective, was just hammering on Democrats as socialists and kind of driving that home among certain communities, Hispanic communities in Florida. And the Latino vote is something that I'll be watching very closely. Obviously, Democrats were hoping to do much better among Latino voters, especially in places like Florida and areas of Texas, and that has not happened, although in Arizona they saw a little bit better success. But, you know, I cover demographic trends for Axios as well, and the Latino share of the electorate is growing substantially. And so figuring out for Democrats and Republicans how to win over those voters is going to be really important for the future of politics in the U.S.
And NBC News exit polling also showed Latino voter support for the Republican Party in Florida has grown with Trump in 2020. What does this mean for Democrats? How do they win back that electorate in Florida?
I think there's going to be a lot of Democrats that spend the next couple of years focused on that. I do think Florida is a little bit different. The president is from there. He has spent a lot of time going there. And they did a much stronger ground game. A lot of my colleagues at Politico were really raising the alarms over the last several weeks of this gap of enthusiasm among Latino voters, that the Biden campaign hadn't done enough, hadn't traveled there enough, wasn't really on air and advertising enough. So I think that's going to be the real question as they dig into the data. But in general, the question I think also is going to be, what's the message that Democrats have? Because a lot of the message this cycle was not Trump. We're not going to beat Trump and the coronavirus. And that clearly wasn't compelling for a lot of voters, in Arizona, in Texas, and certainly in Florida among the Latino community. And so how do they message to those voters and get them excited about the Democratic brand?
Steph, what have you heard from the Trump campaign about Florida? Was there ever a concern there? And I guess I should ask what they're saying outwardly versus maybe what they're kind of keeping closer to the vest.
You know, of course, they're always going to say that they're confident in the states that they need to win to get to that 270. I think there was certainly concern at some point. The polls were not always looking in their favor. There was a lot of enthusiasm behind Democrats, according to the polling that we were seeing up until just a few days ago. So there was certainly concern there, but I think they were also confident in their message and were very specific about how they targeted Florida in general and also the Latino community there as well.
Anna, back to the Democrats for a moment. The NBC exit polling is showing that Trump's support in Florida was driven in a large part by voters who do not believe that climate change is a problem. They do not believe that racism is a problem. The issues for them, crime, rebuilding the economy, over containing coronavirus. We know Florida gets affected by some pretty serious hurricanes year after year after the year. How do Democrats need to rethink their messaging to voters in the state going forward if climate change and racism aren't the things that are registering with them?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's when you look at what the Biden voters, it's almost the actual flip of what you have up there on the screen in terms of what was most important to them, in terms of the economy, in terms of the coronavirus, in terms of crime.
These people are wild, man.
Two different world views at the same time.
Man, like, this is crazy. What's up, guys? I see y'all coming in. So, like, the reason why I have this channel, even though they're very, very biased, man, like, you can tell they really want Trump to lose.
socialism and how do
I'm here listening. I'm like, wow, these people just, man, this is crazy.
more centrist,
Man.
independent voters, or even some Republicans who lean, to a more independent way.
Thank you both so much for being with us throughout the hour.
Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school.
Shut up. We don't want to hear your commercial. God damn.
You can get yourself clean. You can have a good meal. You can do whatever you feel. So I love how
Look, they're
everybody,
projecting
at the end of the day
freaking
today, is
Michigan when
already a
they
little punch-happy
still haven't
and
counted,
tired
and then they
ready
turn
to
around
add
and
a
say,
little humor
"We're
to
the
the
president.
polls
He's already announcing he's winning." I'm like, well, you guys are doing the same thing. Like, this is ridiculous. You don't have the numbers. Y'all saying, wait till all the vote comes. Oh, man, guys, this is what. Look, Trump is still at 214. Like, wow.
Into a very tense story, maybe induced by a little sleep deprivation and insanity as a result of. But Kira, we'll take their laughs where we can find them, right? We're
Exactly.
also, I know we're waiting for this presser on the vote in Pennsylvania. What's the latest there?
Okay, so more than likely, this is going to be a lawsuit and other lawsuits that have been brought forward. But it was within the last hour that we talked about this news conference that was held with Eric Trump, the president's son. His wife was by Eric Trump's wife.
I don't think Biden is going to win because all the numbers from yesterday was really projecting Trump to win.
Corey Lewandowski,
So,
who's an advisor to
we'll
Trump
see.
on the 2020 campaign. And then one of the most colorful characters within the president's circle, his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, stepping up to the mic there. And basically what he was actually, you know what?
What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Can we re-rack this?
I can't hear anything. Let me refer.
You can. I'll basically lower the volume of the show. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, so who you rooting for, Trump or Biden?
Well, when it comes to politics, I don't really care. But to me, I actually want Trump to stay for many reasons. But it's like the way it's going, they may have to take it to court because there's been a lot of reports like missing mails. I don't know if you saw that report where over 300,000 mails went missing from the USPS, and the judge basically was like, well, he passed an order, be like, hey, you guys have to find and make sure you guys know where it is. And the USPS is like, oh, well, if we do that, then we're going to stall everything. We're just going to keep going to our regular schedule, how we do our system. So they basically they refuse to basically obey the order. So there's a lot of things that are happening. So my prediction is they're going to drag this.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, last election, all the people were saying it was Russia that, fucked up the election, innit? And that's what Trump is trying to say today. But Trump is gonna lose, and he's scared about it. Biden's gonna become president, and that's so hilarious. I'm not American. I just find it funny, innit?
Oh, that's all right, man. Hey, you're welcome to join in and give your opinion. I mean, on my channel, like this channel is like international. I call it the Logic Sphere. You know, I welcome all people who have an accent. And look at me, I have an accent myself.
Yeah, and what's that called? What else was I gonna say? I've heard that if Biden wins, that apparently the report, but it's from BBC and other news sources, that's what they're saying, isn't it? Trump supporters.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of things. Like, if you get a chance, just go on Joe Biden's website, like his campaign website, and look at some of the laws that he's willing to implement. That's why a lot of people don't want him to win. Because you have to remember, Americans, a lot of Americans, or half of Americans.
I hear that.
Yeah. They're very.
Are you in America? Yes.
Yes, I'm in America. Yes.
you might have to prepare for civil war because apparently Trump supporters are threatening that, innit?
Well, I mean, the
Yeah.
Civil War
So you
started
might
out,
have to
people
watch
talking
out,
about
innit?
it.
Because it might be civil war. Yeah.
Well, I mean, people have that feeling, but it's not gonna happen like that, you know. When it comes, Americans
Nah,
are
I
like
don't
this,
think it's
right?
gonna happen. I don't think.
Yeah, remember, propaganda and fear factor. That's what the media is for. Most, like, I'll give you for an example right now. Right
Yeah.
today, they're still talking about the election. Guess what our Americans are doing? They're working.
What?
Americans don't care.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like,
Who's
it's
gonna pay your
impossible.
bills?
I think it's impossible to do a civil war in America because obviously America got the strongest army and they got police. There is no way that there's going to be a civil war because the military is just going to come in and kill them.
Well, no, really, because you have to think about it. America had a civil war before. You know history, right? So if
Nah,
someone says it's impossible, that's a lie, because America had a civil war.
So that, it could be possible, but if it does happen, I'm just wondering what Biden's going to do about it.
Remember, anything is possible. What's up, Manfred? Welcome to the panel. How y'all doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Great. I think your volume is low. Hopefully, you can speak close to the mic. Let me mute the news.
I have to go because I got work now, innit? So I'll catch you later.
All right, man. Thanks for coming by. Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you next time. All right, Manfred. Where are you calling from?
Austria.
Oh, Austria. Oh, okay. Wow. Hey, welcome to the show, man. I'm surprised I'm having people from all over the world. I know I have some people who follow my channel from Anchor. So how did you find my channel, man?
Yeah, YouTube, you know.
Oh, okay. Hey, I guess I'm hitting the algorithm. You know, I'm a small channel, so I'm kind of surprised I'm having people from who are finding me somehow, because you know how YouTube is. They do a lot of censoring, so I'm actually interested to find out. I'm like, man, how did you find it? Were you just looking for USA election and you just found my channel?
USA election, and then I find your channel. Yes, it's very interesting. You make a really good job.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I basically, dude, I was playing this while I was at work, so I left my computer at home playing the election while I'm at work. Isn't that awesome?
It's crazy. Yeah, but it works, you know.
Yeah. Hey,
So,
but now
do you think Biden is winning this election? I think yes. I mean, it's like
no, that's what they're projecting, but actually, no, he's not, because the remaining states that are still being counted are showing that Trump is leading. Now, like when you go into details, the way it works, like if you break down a state, in most cities, you have more Democrats. So it's like a city, it's condensed where you have a larger population, but on the countryside, most of them tend to be Republican. So what's happening is the places where it's condensed, where there's a larger population, those are where the votes are coming in, and it's kind of taking longer to count them because it's a big city, right? But in a small town, it's easier to count because it's a smaller population.
yeah, I
So
understand. Yeah.
yeah.
But I only look at CNN, you know, CNN politics, and they have.
Oh, bad, hey, bro. CNN is fake news. Don't. I know overseas the only news they promote is CNN, but don't trust. CNN is not trusted here in America. Just to let you know.
Yeah, I know that, but I only need the map. You know, it's like how can I say? It's like what is for me? I don't understand. It's like you count, for example, Pennsylvania. For me, it's not a big state. Yeah, Pennsylvania have, I don't know how much the population of Pennsylvania is.
Okay. Let me explain to you. Maybe you don't know how the like I'll make it simple because I don't want to do like a history lesson. This is how Americans system vote, because if you have democracy means whoever have the popular vote wins, right? But America has a system. Regardless if you have a popular vote, they have something they call the electoral vote, right? Those numbers that you're seeing like 200, 214, they're saying, oh, Biden is leading. Well, the way it works is whoever reaches 270 delegates or more wins the election, regardless if he's losing the popular vote or winning. But the key thing is, the more states you win, the better. Why? Because those states will have the numbers of delegates you're gonna win. So the way it works is, in some states that have a higher population, they'll have a number of delegates. To be like, it's called check and balance. So you look at a state that looks big, right? You go, well, it's a big state. It should have more delegates. No, that's not how it works. So you may have a state that will have like 6 delegates, but it's a big state, and a smaller state that they will have like 20 delegates. So like I say, it gets kind of confusing because you'll be like, well, this guy is covering all these big states. Why does his number so?
But what I wouldn't, can I ask you a question? For
Yeah.
me, Pennsylvania is very little, For me, California have they are much faster in counting than for me Pennsylvania, and how I don't understand this. I mean, California is really big with many counties, and how can they make so fast?
Well,
or New York City, or New York City, or I don't know, Texas. And it's why
Yeah,
you men-
the reason why, because each state have its own rules on how they do their system. That's why.
Okay.
It's not universal. Each state have their own rules and the best way to look at it is like this: each state is its own country.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, they have their own rules.
Okay, now I understand, because when I look at the map, I think, okay, California has 30 million people, and they are so fast. And then I see Pennsylvania, and they have no, because for me, I don't understand the system at the moment. But when you are right, yeah, when you must maybe see every state as a whole country, then I understand this, because every state has its own system, yeah.
Yeah, but I know why overseas they promote CNN, because here CNN is not trusted. So we have, in America we have many news stations. We have Fox News, MSN, NBC, ABC, other channels and stuff like that. So
Fox
I know
News,
I don't know,
but
so don't look at like CNN. They're known here as fake news. They're known for lying many times. So don't trust everything they're saying. So.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting. Like, if me and my dad were just talking. For Americans, they don't understand. Like, you think you being frustrated watching your election? No, the whole world is being frustrated. America is the king of the world. So they're looking at this. They're like, man, everything that happens in America, it's gonna affect the world policy. Even England, they're like, oh my God, America, we're trusting your system, but please hurry up. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting.
You're so fucking true. Yes. Our media or our TV make the whole night live shows about your election. It's like, yeah, I don't know if in my country.
Brother, the brother fell off. Hey, come back. I think you probably had a Wi-Fi problem, or maybe CNN. They saw you and they took you out. So you're welcome to come back. Let me post the link again. Yeah, fake news got him. He's from Austria, bro. I'm actually honored. I'm like, wait a minute. I got people from all over the world coming in, like, chiming in. That's awesome, man. That's crazy. Yeah, let me put the audio on. Like, let me put the fake news on.
Allison Morris. You are watching special election coverage here on NBC News Now. The polls are closed, but as expected, this historic presidential race is still far from over. Right now, Joe Biden is in the lead. He has 253 electoral votes compared to President Trump's 214. Neither candidate obviously has hit the magic number 270 to declare victory. The Biden team says they are confident, though, that they have a clear path to the White House. Biden is now the projected winner in Michigan. The campaign still expecting wins in Arizona, Nevada, and Pennsylvania. Meanwhile, the Trump campaign preparing legal challenges, already asking for a recount in Wisconsin and filing legal motions in Michigan and Pennsylvania after the president prematurely declared victory overnight. Democrats had hoped that this election would be a referendum on President Trump. They are holding on
Trump
to their
got
majority in the
Georgia.
House, but
That's
it looks
obvious.
like Republicans will keep control of the Senate. We are still watching a few key Senate races in Georgia, Arizona, and North Carolina. Our reporters are on the ground in the states that will decide this election. We could see results in a few of them tonight, but Pennsylvania and Nevada will likely take another day or so to determine. As we creep closer and closer to 270, let's get into the numbers this hour. And for that, of course, we turn to NBC News political editor Carrie Dan. Carrie, I will let you lead us again. Where do we stand, and where would you like?
Hey guys, I'm looking at the stream. Looks like I'm about to reach 11 hours soon. So because I know how YouTube is, what I'll do is I'm gonna end the stream once it reach 11 hours. Then I'll start another stream. You know, basically I'll be sleeping, so I'm gonna be running the stream while I'm taking a little nap, so you guys can stay tuned. But yeah, I know YouTube is kind of crazy. Like I don't want it to pass over 12 hours because the algorithm, they probably won't promote it. So we have like 23 more minutes to go, and then once I hit that, I'll close this stream and I'll start another one so you guys can stay tuned with the news. So I'm just giving you all a heads up, so that way you have an idea. They're gonna drag this till next week, so who knows? We'll see. We'll see.
This is an area that delivered for Democrats back in 2018 with 2 big congressional wins. And now they think there might just be, and it's going to be real close, but there might just be some outstanding vote there that's going to get Biden and close that small gap with President Trump. Let's go into move a little bit north Carolina. Here, the president also has a lead. We're characterizing this race as too close to call. Now, keep in mind, in North Carolina, mail votes can be received until the 12th of this month, so next week. That was actually a decision that was upheld by the Supreme Court last week. Those ballots have to be postmarked by Election Day, but they can be received until then. So we're going to kind of have to wait to get a handle on what's going on in North Carolina. Now, that's a state that it looks like the president has an advantage, but of course, his problem is that he needs more than just the Tar Heel states to get to 270. Let's go up to the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, which is where you're going to see a lot of activity. The president is currently leading by more than 5 points in our count. Too early to call, but a lot of mail ballots are still out. And keep in mind, Pennsylvania is a state that received 10 times as many mail ballots as they usually do. And they could not start processing them until yesterday morning. So that's why it's taking a long time there. This was expected. It was going to take a while. They're working their way through those in Pennsylvania. And a lot of that vote is in 2 main places, in Allegheny County, the Pittsburgh area, and also in the Philly area. Now, Vice President Biden said earlier today that he feels good about the share of those votes that they're getting. He said they're getting about 78% of those mail votes. But the president's campaign is saying we still think we have an advantage there, and we still think that we have enough to offset even that sort of deluge of urban votes that Biden is looking for. That could take until Friday to count all of those votes. And let's move over to the West in Nevada. That's also too close to call. This is a state that has looked good for Biden kind of throughout. The president's campaign was bullish that maybe they could make this competitive. Biden's campaign always said, look, we think this is a lean D state. One thing that Republicans thought is that maybe Nevada is a state that's been so badly hit by the pandemic, especially the Vegas area, Clark County. That's where so much of the state's population is, and they've been so adversely affected by the pandemic. We're still waiting on vote there. It's looking good for Biden, but we still have to wait to make sure all of those votes are counted. And let's look at Arizona. This is a state that is too early to call. There does not seem to be a scenario right now that Donald Trump can probably win this race if Arizona or Nevada does not go his way. And they're both states that seem to be trending towards Biden. But again, in Arizona, Maricopa County, we're still waiting for a big chunk of vote there. That's a big suburban area. Democrats who win it normally win the state. Democrats who lose Maricopa County normally lose it. We're still waiting on vote there. And so that's kind of the holdup in that state. One other state that I want to mention that we called earlier today in Wisconsin, NBC News calls Biden the apparent winner. Now, what an apparent winner means is that NBC is projecting that Biden has won, but we know that the results are close enough. The outcome could actually be decided in some kind of recount. The Trump campaign has said that they're going to request a recount, but keep in mind that has to be within a 1% margin in order to qualify. It looks like we're going to get there, but we're going to count the rest of the votes and make sure that that's within 1 percentage point. And even some Republicans in Wisconsin have noted that we've tried to do recounts before, and they normally don't change a whole lot. So the Trump campaign has got an uphill battle there. So really, when you look at the map as a whole, Joe Biden has a couple of paths to 270. He can win in Arizona and in Nevada. That gets him to exactly 270 electoral votes. He could also win just in Pennsylvania. That pushes him over the edge. But for Trump, he has to hold Georgia. He has to hold North Carolina. He has to win in Pennsylvania. And then he has to get either one of Arizona and Nevada. That's right now, those are races that are not really trending his way. But again, the Trump campaign has said we're going to fight for every legal vote is the way that they're using that language. And they're threatening legal action in a lot of these places, hoping that they can change sort of the current that seems to be running against them right now.
So, Carrie, we talked to you about an hour ago. It is now just after 6 o'clock on the East Coast. I imagine a lot of people have maybe settled in on their couch, pulled the cork from a bottle of wine, and are preparing for another long night, maybe a long end to the week. What do you say to folks who just still can't believe that here we are? I had to think for a second.
Hey, Melvin, I just saw your message. Yeah, I know that most people that I hear, even from Europe, they don't trust the media. I don't recall if Austria is part of the EU, but I know when I talk to some of my foreign friends whose country are part of the European Union, they don't really like it, And I can understand why a lot of British people are actually excited that they're splitting up or walking away from the EU. But I mean, there's caveat, benefits. Like if you're part of the EU, there is no quote unquote border. Like you can travel to another country, but you just being part of the EU, it's easy access. You can go anywhere, But I can understand. So, and don't worry, on my channel, I welcome all people to come in and give their perspective. So. Next time you want to jump in, you're welcome. And I know you're I see you on my my other channel that I'm going live. Fasting is live, but my main channel also is Fasting is Live. So like I said earlier, you can subscribe to that one. That's where you see I have more people watching. So when I'm talking to you, from your perspective, you will see only like you think you're by yourself, but I'm looking at two channels right now. So whenever I post something, I'm not only posting on the backup channel that you're on watching from, but my main channel, which is the one where you have more people talking into. So you're welcome to check out my main channel so you can see. Who else? The Divine. Hey, welcome to the show, The Divine. I think you first time here. Yeah, I'm still on. Yeah, like Arizona, it's always been red. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a mess. Yeah. I mean, y'all are welcome to chime in if you guys want to. You're welcome to join the panel. Let's see. Okay, I'll post the link. I know some of you are probably at work or something, but yeah, y'all welcome to come and chime in and give your opinion. Maybe what I'll do is, I know once I reach 11 hours, I'm gonna end this stream and start another one, but it's probably gonna run until because I gotta go back to work at midnight. So that'll probably gonna be my last coverage of the news because I'm gonna be away I mean, I could leave the computer on, but what if the computer restarts? You're gonna have a blank screen, going for like 9 hours, 10 hours, nothing, wasted. So once I end this stream, the last stream is gonna be probably like 5 or 6 hours. That's probably gonna be when I'm taking a nap. So we'll see how this thing is going. But it seems like every news that I go to, everybody wants Trump to lose. Like, oh, we're predicting this and all that stuff. So, I mean, even people who are not quote unquote Republicans, they're like, man, this is kind of wild because on one side of the mouth, they're saying, well, we have to wait all the votes are in. Why is Trump coming out and announcing he's winning? Well, and then they turn around and do the same thing for Biden. Oh, Biden, he's leading here. It's blue here. Oh, yeah, we're projecting he's going to win. But you know what? It's not official yet, so we have to wait. Okay, if it's not official yet, why in the hell are you projecting that he's winning, that he's going to win it? Like on one side, you say it's not official. So why are you saying it as if it's official? Because you have viewers, right? Like, this is crazy. Man, like, this is wild. They did the same thing in 2016. I remember their looks, right? When the results were coming in favor of Trump, right? Because people remember Hillary won the popular vote, but the Electoral College went for Trump. And I think it's going to be the same thing again. But looking at the state of Georgia, it's going to Trump. It's obvious. Michigan was on its way to go to Trump. So I don't know why they're saying that Michigan is going to go to Biden. We don't know. Pennsylvania, Biden spent most of his campaign. They say he made 14 trips to Pennsylvania to campaign. Now, Pennsylvania, it's known as, one of those, it's known to lean more blue most of the time, most elections, right? But some way, somehow, they were even shocked that some of the counties that they were hoping to go blue went red. So, even look at Wisconsin, right? They say they're projecting Biden to be the winner, but guess what? We still have some votes. They say 27,000 left, right? And the gap between them is 20,000. So how in the hell are you going to announce where it's possible the remaining vote may lean towards Trump? You see what I'm saying? I'm telling you, man, they're going to drag, because remember this, the news, they want to make money. They need content. They probably are, the insiders, the leadership, they probably already know who's president. But why should we announce you the president when we can make more money? Let's drag this till the weekend. Let's drag this till next week. Let's play with people's mind. Let's raise your blood pressure because you're gonna stay tuned. We need that. We need those views. We need more people stuck or locked into our channel. Let's pull in the Trump lovers by saying, Biden's gonna win, vice versa. Let's pull them in. Let's have their hate. Let them view us so we can get this. It's our money. This is our business. They know who got the country. But like I say, they have the reason why it's too close, and that's what it's entertainment. Think about this, guys. The news is entertainment. They have to do this. It's inevitable. They have to drag this. They have to drag this. They have to drag this. And it's interesting because when they were talking about Trump taking it to the Supreme Court, this is their language. They say, oh, if Trump did take this to the Supreme Court, game over. Why? Because it's guaranteed Trump is going to win because of this elected justice that they have there, because it's going to lean towards his side. They're going to decide. Man, I'm telling you, it's all theater. So look at this. Look where most of the red is. Yeah. Hey, you know what's sad? The most quote unquote blue counties, that's where poverty is to the max. And because people don't think people are sheep, they don't understand. You have people who live in the worst neighborhood. They can just cross over, get a house in a nice neighborhood. No, they want to stay there. I just don't understand. Like, look, if you can afford $1,000 apartment, 1-bedroom apartment in a ghetto, why not go in a nicer neighborhood? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, at the end of the day, people will do what they want to do. People live where they're comfortable. So what I tell people, when people talk about the gentrification, guess what? We're in America, right? People work. You have the right to live anywhere you want to. But you know why you live where you live? Comfortable. That's where you're comfortable. Nobody forced you to live in a crappy area or in a rich area. You made the choice. Hey, if I feel like this neighborhood is gonna charge me $1,500 for a 2-bedroom, but I want to pay less, what do? You go search and find the cheapest one. How many apartment complexes are there in outside of the city, to the suburbs, nicer area, right? So at the end of the day, people, they're gonna choose to live where they find themselves comfortable. That's just it. And watch this. The worst part of the cities where it's quote unquote poorer area, it's where? In metro area, like downtown, like this, what they would call industrial area. That's where all the poor people are. It's rare to find poor people in quote unquote outskirts of the city, Even if they are, they're sprinkled. They're not concentrated. So that's why you notice the Democrats, they don't go and campaign like to other cities, outskirts, or small towns. No, they always go where? In main downtown areas, like here in Texas, right? Harris County, where Houston is mostly blue. Austin, sometimes it flip-flops. San Antonio always go blue, which it doesn't make, like, for me being in Texas, I'm like, why would you want to be blue? Why? But you want to know why? That's where most of the poor live. That's the part. The people, who lean towards what they call what's the word I'm looking for? Free stuff. I forgot the other word. It slipped my mind. So man, you guys enjoyed the crazy show. So I'll be right back. I got, since I just got back to work, let me go get freshen up before I hit the hay. But looks like I got 7 more minutes to reach 11 hours. So I'll be right back. You guys continue listening to the fake news. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Hold on, I'll be back.
And most of the competitive Senate Republicans beat back Democratic challengers in Maine, in South Carolina, and in Texas. And so at the end of the day, Democrats have a very, very narrow path to a majority in the Senate, and it's looking like they won't be able to achieve a majority as they had anticipated.
Yeah, not what they were anticipating at all. Gabby and Nick, thank you both so much for being with us. We appreciate having you here. Joe Biden is the projected winner in Michigan, adding 16 electoral votes on his road to 270. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson joining me now from Detroit. Steve, talk to us, if you will, about turnout there and the impact it's been having on the race in Michigan. Looks very, very busy behind you.
I think turnout is probably the biggest story of this election here in Michigan. It was expected to be depressed in certain areas. And remember, we're coming off of 2016 when turnout was the story. That was the thing that Democrats wanted to fix from last time to this time. That razor thin margin was still haunting them. Less than 11,000 votes. Donald Trump took this state. So their efforts were on those areas to try to get out the vote as much as possible. And by all appearances, it was successful. The totals that are going to come out are going to be historic, both in the overall vote likely over 5.2 million voters. And then in the absentee vote, likely over 3.2 to maybe even 3.3 or 3.5 million absentee ballots. Let's just talk about that for a second, because you're talking about a state that has never had to deal with that level of influx of ballots. Before coming into this week, they were projecting that it would take well into maybe Thursday, maybe Friday before they were even able to get close to a final tally. So the fact that we're talking about a projection the day after the election, that was never anything that was in the cards for the state of Michigan. So that is another win from the organization that has been on the ground here. And specifically, when you look at the fact that COVID has been spiking all over this state. In some areas in Detroit, the average age of a poll worker, a veteran poll worker, somewhere around 70 years old. Some of those people did not have the opportunity to be poll workers because they were worried about their health. Others passed away from the virus. So there had to be a whole ramp up of staffing new election workers to come in and do the work that you see behind me to get all those ballots counted and sorted and sent out. And then when you factor that in with the get out the vote, it really was an incredible operation, both by poll workers and the Democrats who focused on those city centers. They knew that the absentee ballots were going to come from those places. And that's what we saw at the tail end of this election. You're looking at Flint, you're looking at Kalamazoo, you're looking at Grand Rapids. And right here in Detroit, where I've been speaking to the city clerk all week, she was telling me turnout was going to be something like 50%, when it will wind up being, as projected, something more like 53 to 55%, which is even more historic than originally thought. That's expected to blow away about a decades-old overall vote total here in the state of Michigan and here in the city of Detroit. So that truly is the story of what happened in this state. I think Democrats were traumatized by what happened and they wanted to fix it. And by all estimations, it seems like they did. The Secretary of State, I want to say this, still warning that the final vote probably not likely, again, until the end of the week, but they have passed a threshold where we're able to project that unofficial vote and have that projection. But she is still issuing patience. They want to make sure that this operation continues to run so they can count every single vote. That has been a big promise from the secretary and something that they want to hold on to moving forward, even after the projection is already in. Allison?
Steve, I know the turnout is the headline there, of course, but I do have one other quick question for you. I understand police were called to the vote counting facility where you are right now. What happened there?
Real quick, Allison, if you want to see the division in this country, just take a look behind me. I don't know if we can rotate. You can see the poll workers over here. And then behind that glass, those are some, what I would call disgruntled, disenfranchised protesters. Some of them were outside of the building earlier. They were trying to push their way in. Some described themselves as election poll watchers, which is typical in a setup like this. When you're trying to tally the vote, you have a certain number of nonpartisan watchers. You have a certain number of certified party watchers. That number was at its threshold, according to reports that were here. I wasn't in the room when it happened, to borrow a Hamilton phrase, but from what I understand, that had reached a threshold. Some of those partisan watchers were upset and not being able to come in. Some of them obviously influenced by the rhetoric that we're now hearing in the lawsuit by Donald Trump, certainly, and wanted to make sure that they got their message heard to push their way in. And they were met by heavy resistance. Police were called in. They were pushed back out. I'm going to send it back to you because this is going to get pretty loud pretty quick. But that's the story here, Allison.
All right, Steve, thank you so much. And you still get credit even if you're in the room after it happened, for sure. Thanks, Steve. The Trump campaign also announcing legal challenges in Pennsylvania, trying to stop ballot counting there. Right now, the race in Pennsylvania is still too early to call. President Trump leading Biden with 85% of the vote in, but officials are cautioning it could take days to finish the total vote count there. Joining me now, NBC's Rahima Ellis. She's in Philadelphia, and NBC's Maura Barrett is in Pittsburgh. Rahima, first to you. Trump campaign officials announcing legal challenges there in Philly. What can you tell us about that?
Well, I can tell you that here in Philadelphia today, the president's one of his sons, Eric Trump, and the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, came in to announce that they have filed a lawsuit here in Pennsylvania. And part of it, they said they wanted to stop Democratic election officials from, quote unquote, hiding the ballot counting and processing from Republican poll observers. They're saying that they're not being allowed to come in and watch what's going on. And so they are contesting what's happening. But what's happening behind me right here in Philadelphia, this is the convention center and the main location where they're counting mail-in ballots that are coming here in Philadelphia. And what they've allowed to happen here is they have a camera that's inside that is streaming the activity that's going on. They've also allowed cameramen and reporters inside to see what's going on. In addition, certified independent poll watchers and poll watchers who are certified from each party, the Democrat and Republican Party, have also been told that they are allowed to go in. So while this lawsuit has been filed by the Trump campaign, the officials here in Pennsylvania say that they are ready for it. In fact, they even expected that there would be challenges to it because they have been challenged all along the way in this process. And so far, they have been winning all of those challenges, including the one that's allowing them to count mail ballots for a 3-day extension that takes it up until Friday. Let me give you some sense of what's happening here as well. Here, just in Philadelphia alone, they have been counting 10,000 to 12,000 ballots an hour. And the word here is that not just here in Philadelphia, but also in Allegheny County, where county is going on all across the state. But in Allegheny County this afternoon, officials announced that they had about 68% of the mail ballots counted that they had received.
What was
at this
the rate
point.
again? 8
Here in
pages a minute?
66%. 68% in Allegheny County, the ballots are counted. And in Philadelphia, here in Philadelphia, they're saying they've got 66% of the mail-in ballots counted. Now, more ballots can be coming in up until Friday if they have been legally stamped by the 8 p.m. deadline of the closing time of the polls. And if they get in here by Friday at 5 o'clock, officials here say they're going to count them.
All right, Rahima, thank you. Maura, let's go over to you and get the latest on the vote count there in Pittsburgh. What can you tell us about Allegheny County?
Hey, Allison. So I'm standing inside the warehouse where Allegheny County election officials have been working hard all day to count and process these ballots. We're not allowed inside the room, but there are poll observers inside, like Rahima mentioned in Philadelphia. We're able to watch via this CCTV stream here above me. We've been watching poll workers all day, process the ballots, scan them through those machines. We're told that they can process those ballots 300 pages a minute, and they've been working steadily all day, even though there was a hiccup overnight. Workers took a break around 2 a.m. overnight, came back around 10 a.m. and have been going steadily since then. We're kind of just chugging along here. We've got about 43,000 ballots to go, mail-in ballots to go here in Allegheny County. And as we've seen those mail-in ballots come in both here in Pittsburgh and across the state in Philadelphia, we've seen the margin between Trump and Biden shrink a little bit here in Pennsylvania. So like we predicted, Democratic skew in these mail-in ballots. And so that's why there's such a focus here in Pennsylvania. And the one thing I want to point out here that's really important context as to why some of these mail-in ballots are taking a little longer to put through those scanners physically. The ballots were sitting in boxes, some of them for as long as a month, folded up in their envelopes, heavily creased. So when the poll workers had to take the ballots out of the envelopes, they really had to smooth them out as much as they could before they could put them through the scanner properly. And the reason they were sitting there for so long, and this didn't happen beforehand, is because of the held up legislation that didn't allow ballot pre-processing. The state Secretary of State, election officials across the state, and voting experts all before Election Day told me that pre-processing would have prevented any of these delays that we're seeing here today. So as we hear the president rail against these quote unquote late ballots coming in, it's really just that there's been these delays in physically going through and counting them. No evidence of voter fraud. And one more thing, Allison, we've been talking about this option of ballots coming in past Election Day as long as they were sent or appear to have been sent by Election Day. Here in Allegheny County, they've seen a little bit more than 500 ballots come in today. The Secretary of State saying across the state, it's also in the hundreds that they're seeing come in. So any of these ballots that are segregated that will address after Friday at 5 p.m. Really won't be nearly as big as maybe some people were worried about. Allison.
Maura, Rahima, you both brought it up. I mean, the overwhelming participation, the turnout, the mail-in, the ballots. It's no wonder it's going to take a while for the election officials there in Pennsylvania to get through them all. A lot to deal with. We will keep watching, and we know that you will come back to us whenever something breaks. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
A real close-knit group of nurses who pulled together when their boss needed help battling coronavirus.
You're not just any patient.
You're their friend.
These folks saved my life. Thank God that there are people who want to run towards a pandemic as opposed to running away from a pandemic.
Introducing the MSNBC Daily, featuring written perspectives by experts you know and trust for a better understanding of the stories that matter most. Check out the MSNBC Daily today at msnbc.com.
You're watching NBC News Now. We've got some breaking news.
Are people there concerned about what impact this could have on the election?
It's news made for your streaming world.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle.
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
On the ground.
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
And in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Almost 24 hours after the first polls closed and Joe Biden is ahead right now in the electoral vote count, President Trump still has a path to victory, though. His campaign already launching legal challenges while millions of votes are still being counted. NBC News correspondent Mike Memoli is in Wilmington, Delaware, covering the Biden campaign. And of course, NBC News political reporter Monica Alba is tracking the Trump campaign. Mike, we'll start with you. NBC News projecting 253 electoral votes for Joe Biden. Right now, Pennsylvania is still too close to call. Any concern from the Biden campaign tonight? Well, Allison, I have to say, it really just hit me right now hearing you say that it's been 24 hours since the first polls closed last night. It's been a long 24 hours. But finally, from the perspective of the Biden campaign, some good news to back up what their projections of confidence had been since late last night. We began to see this afternoon with the calls of Wisconsin as apparently in Biden's column and Michigan as the projected winner there, that he's winning in these blue wall states that he needed and that he's been arguing he can flip in order to become the president. What's remaining, of course, is Pennsylvania. That's right now the ballgame in a lot of ways, even though there still are some other paths for the Biden campaign. He still trails in the vote count that we have at this point. But as we know, they're continuing to count those votes, especially in heavily Democratic areas. The Biden campaign and Democrats in the Pennsylvania congressional delegation familiar with the situation there say that they still envision him ending up on top with a margin of at least about 100,000 votes.
if he gets those 20 electoral votes from Pennsylvania, in addition to what he has now, he is the president of the United States. But of course, it's also the subject of the legal challenges coming from the Trump campaign. They're focused already on Pennsylvania. The Biden campaign saying they are ready to go and counteract any legal challenges that the Trump campaign might put forward. They said they have paperwork ready to go in every hour as soon as that paperwork is filed. Bob Bauer, a top lawyer for the Biden campaign, saying if the president believes he can win this in the Supreme Court, he is going to face perhaps the most embarrassing defeat for a president before the highest court in the land. So a continued confidence coming from the Biden campaign at this point, Allison.
Yeah, sure sounds like it, Mike. Monica, how about at the White House? They have called a photo lid, meaning we are not expecting to see the president tonight. What are you hearing inside the Trump re-election campaign about the latest projections that Joe Biden's the winner in both Michigan and Wisconsin? How is the campaign feeling tonight?
It's quite a defensive posture right now, Allison, but they also remain defiant, arguing they have a very narrow path to 270 that they hope to try to attain by some of these legal battles. Now, this is something they had been telegraphing they were going to do for weeks. Of course, the president has raised the specter of widespread voter fraud without backing that up with any evidence also for months. And now this is all coming to a head. But it was notable that we got that photo lid essentially saying you're not going to see the president on camera in any way today. We shouldn't expect that. Instead, we heard from him on his Twitter feed in a lot of different messages that have now been flagged by the social media company for containing so much misinformation. And it's not just his tweets, his top surrogates and spokespeople as well, who are now trying to claim their own victories in places like Pennsylvania, where, of course, NBC News has not projected a winner in that race yet because there's so much vote left to tally and count given the mail-in balloting. It shows you, though, just how stressed out they are about trying to convey their sense of optimism as that path becomes more narrow with these calls. The Trump campaign is arguing they still see the possibility of Arizona somehow staying in the president's column, despite other networks indicating that's not the case. They are seeing a tightening in Georgia, which of course they'd have to hold on to that, and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, and flip Nevada potentially in order to make it there. But I think tomorrow what you're going to start to see, Allison, is this continuation of maybe an explanation of what the president and his campaign aides feel didn't work out. Already the president tonight seemingly blaming his own campaign's legal strategy, not pleased with how that is going, saying what's the point if it's already worked out, almost seeming to indicate like the president might be giving up on that in a sense, just from a tweet in the last 20 minutes or so, Allison.
Mike, NBC News exit polls are showing nationally Joe Biden peeled off 2016 third-party voters and non-voters. Joe Biden's also projected to win the popular vote. What is the campaign saying, particularly about turnout in 2020?
Well, it's really interesting when you talk about the popular vote. We heard former Vice President Joe Biden talking about the fact that he may have won the popular vote, appears to actually be building on that popular vote lead in his remarks earlier today. Now, since Bill Clinton won the first of two terms in 1992, think about the two terms Barack Obama won in 2008 and 2012, Al Gore's unsuccessful win but popular vote victory in 2000, and then Hillary Clinton's same situation in 2016. Biden now the seventh Democratic nominee out of the last 9 presidential elections to win the popular vote. This is something that a lot of Democrats are focused on, especially given what we're seeing in the Electoral College. Now, Biden, as his team believes, on track to win the Electoral College path as well. But the Biden campaign really touting the sheer number of votes that he's won, especially, as Biden pointed out, the fact that we're seeing this kind of incredible turnout in the middle of a global pandemic. It's worth pointing out, though, that I think the reason why we're still in overtime in this election is because Donald Trump got a pretty significant vote haul himself, perhaps the second most votes ever by a presidential candidate in the history of this country. So really, it's something that we're going to be digging into for weeks and months to understand just why and how both parties saw such an increase in their vote share, not just about population here. This is about enthusiasm on both sides of the aisle.
Monica, exit polling also showing President Trump boosted his support among voters of color this year, winning 12% of the black vote. That's the highest share for a GOP candidate in the last 20 years. Let's talk about what's behind that bump.
Yeah, in 2016, Allison, the president only won 8% of African-American voters, and you had his campaign constantly touting the fact that they felt they could increase that to double digits, and clearly that seems to be where this is going. They also focused a lot on trying to do outreach to Latino voters. That's something we saw that worked out for them successfully in the state of Florida, with which the president was able to win again this time. It happens to be because the president essentially decided to run again for re-election on the day he was inaugurated. You have a giant campaign that was working to try to make contacts with these important voting blocks for the better part of 3.5 years. And these were plans that the president's campaign felt would be critical. And you also look to what the president tried to do in his first term when it comes to things like criminal justice reform. That's something that they always point to when they talk about seeing those increase in support, especially among African-American voters. It's something we have seen anecdotally in my travels. It's just a major difference and something they're proud of, Allison, clearly, though not enough to cut into former Vice President Joe Biden's totals with those key voting blocks in some other key battleground states.
All right, Mike Memoli, Monica Alba, it was fun hanging out with you last night. It was great hanging out with you tonight. Let's see if we're doing this again tomorrow.
Deal.
I think so, Allison. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Georgia is still too close to call. Votes are still being counted in the Atlanta metro area. The Georgia Secretary of State pushing them to finish today. NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson joins us now from Duluth, Georgia. Priscilla, where does the count in Georgia stand right now? And what are you hearing from voters there? They're getting a bit impatient?
Well, Allison, voters here tell me that they want to wait. They want to make sure that they have an accurate count, and so they're okay with waiting. We've spent the day here in Gwinnett County talking to folks, but the Secretary of State, the latest numbers we have from him are that 185,000 absentee ballots still need to be counted here. And to put that into a bit of perspective, he gave that update at around 4:15 p.m. At 11:30 a.m., whenever he first briefed reporters, he said there were 250,000 ballots that needed to be counted. So that means over the course of about 5 hours, they only counted around 75,000 ballots. And so they've got 185,000 to go. He had initially said that we would have those results by the end of today and that folks would be able to declare a winner. But in the latest update that he sent, it's looking like it could be more like very late tonight, if not early Thursday morning. Allison?
Priscilla, you reported earlier today on a Postal Service case that's making its way through the federal courts. Could you tell us more about that and what the implications are for Georgia?
Absolutely. So there is a case that's making its way through the federal courts. It has to do with the Postal Service and mail-in ballots, specifically whether those ballots would arrive in time and be able to be sent back in time. And court documents filed earlier today, we've had a chance to review them. And basically what those documents say is that about up to 18% of ballots, mail-in ballots, may have been sitting in a mail processing facility here in Atlanta and did not make it in time to be counted. Here in Georgia, you have to have those ballots in by the time polls close on Election Day. And so that's something that we're monitoring for possible legal challenges that could come. Allison?
All right, Priscilla Thompson, forgive me, in Georgia. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allison.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you. Whether you're back to school.
What do you guys think? We're excited?
Or back to work, we're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Washington feels more chaotic than ever. It's my job to ask the tough questions, left and right, and help you make sense of it all.
You ready to go to work?
I'm so ready to go to work.
She's Joe Biden's choice to be next in line. But who is Kamala Harris? Join me, Joy Reid, as I explore her life's journey from Oakland to Washington on my 6-part podcast, Kamala Next in Line. New episodes every Monday. Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit the trail. At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
The story.
The
Battleground Blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race.
From every angle,
If you were sitting here talking to Joe Biden and President Trump, what would you want to tell them right now?
on the ground,
The wind standing these flames are expected to last another 24 hours.
and in depth.
We now have 2 vaccine trials on hold. Should people be concerned?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning. Welcome to Today. We're glad to have you with us.
This fall, we're right there with you, whether you're back to school
What do you guys think? We're excited?
or back to work. We're keeping you safe.
I love being back.
Every morning on Today.
Police murder of unarmed black men has been an American way of death across centuries. After seeing the most comprehensive police reform bill ever introduced in Congress, I've begun to wonder if now is the time. If now is the time the protesters finally win.
The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell, weeknights at 10 on MSNBC.
North Carolina is one of the states where President Trump has declared victory, but it is still too early to call. North Carolina will accept mail-in ballots until November 12th, as long as they were postmarked by Election Day. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Morgan Radford. She's at the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections in Charlotte. Morgan, how many ballots are still outstanding? What are you hearing about when this race might be called there?
Yeah, well, Allison, the State Board of Elections has said that the number they're really watching is 116,000. That is the updated number, they say, of the number of mail-in ballots that were requested but still have not yet been returned. But what's also interesting, Allison, is that this is a race that's now about the margins. That number is so important because currently, according to the public state data, President Trump is leading here in North Carolina by about 76,000 votes. So, of course, they want to understand just how many of those outstanding ballots there still are that are still circulating, that they're still waiting on, that were postmarked by Election Day. But what's interesting is that when we talk to officials here on the ground, they assure us that this is a process that's very similar to other elections. They say not much is unusual this year except for the volume of that early voter turnout and the volume of those mail-in ballots. Take a listen to what the director of the Mecklenburg County Board of Elections said. This is the largest county in the state. How typical is what we're seeing right now?
This is typical. This is our normal process. We always get the same thing. We always have absentees that we have to count after Election Day that are postmarked Election Day. We always have to work a provisional process, whether it's the city of Charlotte or the President of the United States races. We still have to do this for every race. So this is not out of the ordinary for us, and we do this every time we have an election.
What is also a little bit out of the ordinary, though, is the record-breaking turnout, not just in terms of early voting, but also in terms of total turnout. We found out from state officials today that, in fact, the number of people who cast their ballots this year statewide was nearly 5.5 million people. And that's compared to the nearly 4.8 million people who cast their ballots back in 2016. Allison?
All right, Morgan, we will be keeping our eyes on North Carolina, waiting to see what happens there. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Despite President Trump's legal threats, mail-in and absentee ballots are still being tabulated tonight. Barrett Berger joins us now. She's an NBC News legal analyst and former federal prosecutor for the Southern and Eastern District of New York. Barrett, it's so great to see you. Does the president have a way to legally stop the vote count? I know he has threatened that.
He has threatened it, but he can't simply stop a state from counting ballots just by saying so. Similarly, the president also can't just go to the Supreme Court, like he said early this morning that he was promising to do. There's a process for all of this.
Hey guys, I'm back. Looks like I passed the 11-hour mark. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna end this stream and I'm gonna start another one so you guys can keep watching. So I appreciate the support. I appreciate you guys stopping by. Stay tuned. Just wait for me to start another live. So I'm gonna end this stream and then I'll start another one right away so that you guys can jump over to the next one. All right, I'll see you guys soon. Thanks.